voice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee. Only at 72sold.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler walked it off last night against the Giants as the Diamondbacks got a 6-5 win to keep pace with the New York Mets. In the NL wildcard chase, the Dbacks, with chances in the 7th and 8th inning to bring across a run, waited till it mattered most, and Lawler's near swinging bunt brought home Corbin Carroll, and here was Lawler after the win.
Yeah, it's everything. You know, you want to put on this jersey and you want to represent your team. You want to represent the Diamondbacks and all the trust and belief they put into me and I put back into them.
Game 3 of the Giants series will be this afternoon at 12:40 with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Cardinals will need to find their running game as they head to San Francisco this weekend for a divisional battle with the 49ers. And tonight, the Phoenix Mercury are fighting for their playoff lives in New York against the Liberty. Tip-off will be at 5 p.m. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Morris, major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind for your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Very happy Wednesday to all Valley sports fans. A very special Wednesday as we broadcast live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's my birthday, Jarrett.
And you got your birthday wish. Vince isn't here.
What was that? My birthday wish?
Well, you're not supposed to reveal it after you blow out your candles, but sorry.
Happy birthday, buddy! Did you know that September 17th, and I'm that guy, I've made this very, very clear before, and I've got friends who are of my age who still celebrate their birthdays like Jared does, you know, make a big deal about me.
First of all, I'm not your age.
That guy. No, well, what is that? Listen, you know my thoughts on this. If you're above, say, age 21, men should not be having week-long birthday celebrations. It's fine for females to do it.
I understand.
What about a weekend?
Hey, you're still a young buck. I'm not sure it really applies to you. All but right. At some point in time, dudes have to get over themselves.
But it's a first of all, I don't know. I'm very in touch with all my male-female compatriots. I don't know. It's a way to celebrate with other people.
Yeah.
It's an excuse to get together with friends or family and stuff. It doesn't necessarily have to be about me and eat large, delicious meals.
Yeah, but it has to be about you if it's your birthday, and that's what makes me uncomfortable.
So are you not going to do anything special?
No.
Today or this weekend?
No,
Nothing?
Listen, I'll have dinner with my kids, but it's not going to be a woo.
For your 70th birthday, you're not going
to.
Okay,
I'm gonna zag here, Dan, because for me, the age I am, so I turned 35 on Sunday, And for me, in the past 5 years especially, I'm seeing my friends less and less. They're having families and stuff. So excuses for us to get together, I will welcome.
Okay.
So for my birthday, trying to get plans, trying to get things together, using my birthday as sort of a guilt trip as a way for the guy
get
with
everyone
3 kids
together. Okay.
to feel the need to
All
come
right.
out this
I
one
buy
time.
that.
It's like,
I
okay,
buy that.
guys, I'm not coming out to watch ASU NAU with you guys. I'm sorry, but it's Kellen's birthday. Okay, I'll come out then. That's great.
And here's the twist I will also give about my birthday now is my niece has a birthday 3 days before mine now. So for the last 2 years, there have been combo birthday parties. Her first birthday and her second birthday, in addition to my 42nd and 43rd, big deal, Jarrett. So, while it is celebrating me, it is mostly for her.
Okay, that makes sense. What I found out that I did not know is that September 17th is the most common birthday there is.
Wow.
Isn't that odd?
It's not that odd because September is the most common month of birthdays. And you know why? New Year's.
Subtract 9 months?
Yeah, New Year's.
Yeah. It's 4, 3, 1.
I didn't need the sound effect the first time or the second time.
Or I didn't need that face that just
Yes, you should be.
You should be watching.
If you're not watching on YouTube Live.
Bickley and Murata mornings, isn't it?
If you haven't seen the look of Jarrett in a state of, well, whatever.
Thank you for
That is
whatevering that.
fantastic.
I appreciate that.
All right, so there we go. Let's get that out of the way. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, so what are we going to get into today? Well, for starters, obviously the Arizona Diamondbacks beating the Giants 6-5 with a run in the bottom of the ninth last night. They take both games of the series. They can sweep today. They now have the tiebreaker in their back pocket against the Giants, but more importantly, they are still right there chasing the New York Mets. And as Torey Lovello said, Kellen, it's getting real.
It would be, rather poetic if this was the point in the year where the Diamondbacks finally locate some consistency. I remember doing shows with you 2 months ago, and it was still this story of, okay, they won 4, and then they lost 3, and it's just been this up and down balance of just being around 500 somewhere in there. They're now 77 in 75. They won their last 4. They've won 5 of their last 6. Can this be the stretch where you close out the rest of this year with 10 games remaining, and can you go 6-4? Can you go 7-3? Because I think that level of consistency is what it's going to be more about. The Mets did win yesterday, but they won because their offense went nuts and their pitching was relatively sane, and their pitching has been insanity for the last 6 weeks, and it should continue to be as they have more and more injuries pile up for them. So the Diamondbacks, I really do believe, are in the driver's seat if they can locate that consistency. So again, it would be poetic if their season-long issue of just not going down as soon as they went up would be fixed right when they need it the most.
All right, elsewhere in baseball last night, the best nickname in baseball, the Big Dumper, Cal Raleigh, broke Mickey Mantle's record, hit his 55th, 56 home runs, broke Mantle's record for most home runs by a switch hitter. That record stood since 1961.
It's unbelievable what he's doing. I think that it sort of is impossible to not give it enough praise because of because a catcher, you'll take 20 homers from your catcher, and he's got 56 of them right now. That Griffey record, the Mantle record, I think those are two that you never expected to see surpass. Like someone in Seattle is eventually going to hit 60 homers, sure, I guess. But Mantle specifically for a switch hitter to do that, that's the thing. Is like you can pick switch hitter or catcher is what is more impressive with what he has been doing. And meanwhile, Aaron Judge is having one of the best seasons ever. So that MVP race is crazy in the American League right now.
Yeah, in the NFL, Tom Brady is once again
just one more quick thing on baseball.
Yeah.
Because Shohei Ohtani hit his 50th home run and also pitched 5 no-hit innings yesterday. It's the first time since 2002 that there's 3 players in baseball with 50 or more home runs in the same season. So home runs are coming back now.
Wow.
Feels right to me.
Schwarber, Ohtani, and the big dumper.
I was a baseball kid who grew up on it. I was 8 when the D-backs got here, so like McGuire, Sosa, Bonds, that was like firmly in like my love of baseball coming together. So this feels right for me.
Feels right. Feels normal.
You've heard it here first. Kellen saying, check their urine.
What is with you? Like, I don't have to answer that question usually for myself, but what is with you today specifically? Is this what happens on your birthday? Is he a little weirder than normal on your birthday?
I don't know, but I don't mind this version of Jared, to be honest.
I like it. It's eventful.
Yeah.
It's not boring.
Better than the rubbing the eyes, falling asleep back there, Jared. I like this one.
Give me till 8.
I like this one. All right, as I began to say, Tom Brady, a big talking point in the NFL for the scene Monday Night Football when he was wearing a headset in the Raiders coaching box. A lot of people saw that and I don't know if this is cool. The NFL has ruled that Tom Brady isn't violating rules by wearing headsets, but this is an issue that's starting to percolate in the NFL. We're going to get into it today.
I'm curious to see where this goes over the next week or two, because it's either just going to be, oh, okay, the NFL said this, he's not breaking any rules, and it's just going to kind of go on and the story's going to fade, or this is going to continue to be an issue, and everything that he does in that booth with the headset on is going to be psychoanalyzed. Did you see the Colts owner where she kind of like raised her eyebrows hearing a play call and then the play call didn't go well? It's going to be kind of one of those types of stories, right?
Kind of one of those things. All right, we're going to get into the Suns a little bit today. Always good when Kellen Olson is in. ESPN has released its future power rankings, and guess where the Suns rank?
Not in the top 3 like they did 3 years ago, right?
No, right at the very bottom. We're going to get into that, and also a big night for the Phoenix Mercury. Try to stave off elimination in Game 2 of the WNBA playoffs against the New York Liberty. Tough loss in Game 1. Alyssa Thomas missing that wide open, smoking the layup, as the kids say, Kellen.
Yeah, it's such a strange playoff environment that the WNBA is in, the Mercury, and what I mean by that is you play that type of game. Satu Sabali was 2 of 17 in that game. They shot, I believe, 32% as a team, and yet, to your point, Alyssa Thomas, her signature move is that spin move. She makes that play and that shot in her sleep, typically. So for her to miss that and for you to potentially miss your window. Now, the big news that we're going to be waiting on, and that we'll have an update on at some point during Burns and Gamble, I would assume Brianna Stewart, the star for the Liberty. She is a game-time decision for this game. Hurt her knee in overtime. Did not look too pleased with how she was feeling. It's a completely different series if she's out. If the Mercury are able to win, they will fly all the way back across the country yet again to play Game 3 on Friday. 5 o'clock ESPN. Check that one out. We got the D-backs in a day game. Make sure to check out the Mercury, please.
Good stuff. All right, coming up on the other side, the Arizona Cardinals defense looked great for a half. How will they look against the 49ers, who might be missing some key pieces? We'll get you up to date on our football team. Kellen Olson filling in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores, and the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final. Lawler with a little sneeze that somehow gets past Ryan Walker, and once that happened, Carroll, you knew he was going to score.
Can the D-backs get one more W versus the Giants? We find out today with coverage going live from Chase Field at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, you've seen his face on Valley billboards, Valley buses, television commercials during the Suns game. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but know this. The work they do is very serious, and when you're injured in an accident, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. Here's what sets them apart. They've got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience their attorneys have gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. That is why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the largest settlements in Arizona. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation. And remember this, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm Bree.
Hi, I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are the keys for the Arizona Cardinals offense this week against the 49ers? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Dan Bickley here. Kellen Olson filling in for Vinny, Sammy, Jarrett, the whole crew here up until 10 o'clock. Big weekend in the NFL. They're all big weekends. The Cardinals, their first division game of the season. They are sitting at 2-0 with a lot of question marks. And Kellen, I'll tell you right now, I never would have thought in a million years that this place, the Valley, would have a 2-0 football team with the Cardinals, and yet so many people unhappy and at ill at ease with the way they performed the last couple of weeks, primarily in these end game settings the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and the quality of competition as well, right? The ESPN Power Rankings for the NFL came out yesterday, and the two teams in last are the Saints and the Panthers, who they see as the two worst teams in football right now. So not only the fact that they were in those positions in a game flow setting, but they did so against two of the worst teams in the NFL. And I share that anxiety and that unease with some of the fan base as well. I think when you look at, again, they looked like a peer of those two teams for far too long in those games specifically. And a big theme of this year and what we were talking about in the offseason was year 3 of this regime. There's a ton of continuity. Everyone knows the system. There's not many new pieces coming in, especially on the offensive side of the football, where just about everyone was back in their same spot that they were last year. So that is where, when the Saints are going through their own changes as well, and the Panthers are forming some sort of stability, but still from like a cohesion continuity standpoint, on top of talent, you were supposed to be far ahead of them. And now you head into the Shanahan machine in San Francisco, which is just plug and played Mr. Jones. And Mac Jones has looked pretty solid so far. Didn't look too bad last week. So you're going to have to take a giant leap forward in terms of game-long execution. Again, it's an NFL football game. You're going to have a bad quarter somewhere in there, but the fact that it keeps being the fourth quarter, it keeps being when you are ahead in football games like this, it is a disturbing trend because, as Kyler said after the game, you're going to get bit eventually, and you're just not going to be able to avoid bites much longer if you continue to do this.
This is going to be an interesting test for them because around the 49ers, and keep in mind, the 49ers are favored in this game, even though Brock Purdy is not expected to play. George Kittle is out, and they do not have Brandon Ayuk. Okay, so I don't know what to make of that. That if I were Kyler Murray, I might take that personally, but that's neither here nor there. Around the 49ers, there was this belief that, okay, look, they have got really, really a simple, easy schedule. You go down it and you're like, wow, they don't play a great team anywhere this year. There's also a belief that Kyle Shanahan, coming off of last season, has been doing some things differently in terms of leadership, and people have been raving about his play calling in the first 2 weeks. I'm curious what you're going to get out of this thing, because for Mac Jones to walk into that situation last week in New Orleans and lead a 49ers team that gained 344 yards total and averaged 5.1 yards per play, that really speaks to what you just called it, the Shanahan machine.
Here's Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rawls yesterday on Kyle Shanahan. Maybe, potentially, if I click the button and then the sound happens. I don't know what's happening right now. Okay, well, I'm going to figure that out during the break.
You can figure that out.
Sound during the segment.
I'll play it for you right here.
Yeah, you got it for me?
This is Nick Rallis on Kyle Shanahan.
No one can do it like Kyle. He's special. Just it's layered. As a play caller, I think doesn't give you much. The way that he can dress things up every week, marries his run and pass game with how he's going to formation you and motion you and the actions he's going to give you. His pass game knows how to attack coverage over here, and if you don't give it to him, this is attacking your other coverage over here. So he's going to know your rules. He's going to know how to beat your rules. He's going to know how to marry his concepts on one side to the other. He always has quarterbacks that know how to read defenses and go through those progressions.
Very complimentary.
Very much
And a little more sultry than I thought it would be.
Very much as well. Let me try one more because I'm going to need to play sound next segment, so I hope it works on my computer, or else there's no tech people. What do you guys do when tech things don't work in here? Let's find out. More from Nick Rallis.
Vince loses his mind is what happens.
On Kyle Shanahan's run game. Let's see if I click the button and it does the thing it's supposed to.
The run game's
Hey!
There you go.
How they can ID things at center, to how they tag the receivers into the run game, to their front side combinations, to how they marry their kick plays and gap schemes to their wide zone. It all looks the same for a front, so it's not just about them game plan in fronts or the box, but it also goes into the technique of the interior between the tackles and how do they exploit those techniques. So there's a reason that a lot of people want to take from this system, because it's so complementary and it's difficult to prepare for.
The offensive numbers so far, Dan, haven't been too impressive in the run game in terms of a production standpoint, but there's this stat NFL Next Gen Stats goes into called success percentage. It's what it sounds like. You run a run play, and is it successful or not? When McCaffrey gets a handoff, when Brian Robinson gets a handoff, both of them are in the top 10 of running backs in success percentage. So when they have been running the ball with those two guys, they've been effective. They just haven't had to rely on it too much consistently enough, because Mac Jones was pretty serviceable last week. Purdy was Purdy the week before. And so they're in this situation where they don't need to hand the ball off 30 to 40 times and get to the 200 yards on the ground that you'll need. It's a very fascinating moment for the defense to see if they're able to meet this test.
It really is. It really. Now, I mentioned this yesterday. There were some rumblings coming out of the Bay Area that Brock Purdy is recovering a lot faster than people anticipated from his turf toe issue. There was speculation that he might be able to play as early as week 3. That would be this weekend against the Cardinals. I don't expect that to happen. I think that is a lot of the gamesmanship that kind of happens to kind of throw smoke flares and that kind of thing to the other side. But it speaks to what the 49ers have, that Mac Jones could walk into that situation and play as well as he did against the Saints. So this is going to be a good challenge for the Cardinals defense. But I really honestly think that most of what we saw defensively from the Cardinals in the second half was a team that had lost its edge, and then a team that got gassed because the offense couldn't do anything and because there was that successful onside kick. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think the Cardinals defense is going to be just fine.
Dan, what I saw was the biggest worry that I have for this defense, which was they were okay with Bryce Young sitting back and taking the checkdowns because what were they scared of? Their inferior corners getting beat, like Teteroa McMillan catching an 80-yard bomb, and then all of a sudden the time game starts to catch up to you and they can actually come back in this game. But from a time perspective, they were so far ahead that an onside kick pretty much needed to happen in order for Carolina to get in the game. Their four-man rush was actually pretty good in the second half. It had 12 pressures in the fourth quarter alone, so their pass rush was there, but they didn't bring much pressure or from a blitz perspective in the second half. And then their corners as well were very just sort of laying off, and when they were not laying off, they were getting beat quite a bit, which is incredibly relevant right now because all three of their starting corners got hurt in that game. We're expecting updates at some point. We're going to have an injury report today, maybe during this show as well. We will get Schefter or Rappaport sort of scooping the injury report and providing updates on Max Melton or Garrett Williams or Will Johnson, and that's the type of thing where having Nick Rallis is such an absolute luxury because he can just get inventive and he can get a little weird and wacky with what he's doing. For example, Rabbit Taylor Demison, your guys' boy, Rabbit, friend of the show, we can call him, sure.
Yes,
67% of the snaps played in week 1, 52% in week 2. So they're going 3 safety a lot already. So there's a comfortability there with what they've been doing already. And if you're down even one of those guys, let alone 2 of those corners, you're going to need to go to looks like that, creative looks like that, a whole lot more. And Rallis had to do it the last 2 years just because he didn't have the talent. He might not have it again, and we have to bring up Christian McCaffrey when we're talking about this. 4-0 are the 49ers when Christian McCaffrey plays against the Arizona Cardinals. He did not play in either game last year. In 2023, when this was a far different defense, to be fair, 2 games, 364 all-purpose yards and 7 touchdowns in those 2 games.
Wow.
I'm worried about that guy.
Yeah.
I'm worried.
I'm worried about that guy as well. But I will say this, and you touched on it. If the Cardinals generate the kind of pressure they did in the first half against the 49ers, and that's difficult because the 49ers are tough up front, but if they do, that's really the only way you're going to cover for that secondary because you're exactly right. That's when Bryce Young began to cook a little bit, when he had the time to kind of pick apart that secondary, even if they were kind of playing in a prevent kind of shell. So, interesting stuff ahead for the Cardinals. All right, on the other side, the Diamondbacks back in the win column again. Dbacks Daily coming up on the other side. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, offering a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan, one of our lucky listeners. They are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with the state-of-the-art soundbar. That's a combination that is guaranteed to take your fandom to the very next level. And all you have to do to enter, text the word Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. Winner will be announced on September 23rd. Once again, make sure you enter. All you have to do is text the word Waltz to 620.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Phoenix, celebrate culture, community, and football. Join Phoenix Rising on Saturday, September 20th at 7 p.m. for Hispanic Heritage Night as they face off against Loudoun United FC. The first fans through the gates will receive free Rising maracas while supplies last, and the night features live mariachi bands and a special menu honoring the flavors of the Valley. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Color, culture, rising together.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler's first career walk-off hit, and the Diamondbacks couldn't have needed it more. The Snakes fought back after being down 4 runs early. The bullpen was nails all night, and in the 9th, the Snakes found a way.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores, and the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final.
The 6-5 win, not only did that help them stay within 1.5 games of the Mets, it also earned them the season tiebreaker over the Giants, but more is still needed if they want that final wild card spot. Brandon Pfaadt and Justin Verlander are on the mound this afternoon at 12:40 from Chase Field, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The ASU Sun Devils are getting ready for their first Big 12 game this weekend in Waco against Sawyer Robertson and the Baylor Bears as they look to start their conference title defense in the win column. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet, off the I-10 and Ray Road.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Welcome back to Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson filling in for Vince Murata. I'm joined by Dan Bickley. Hi, Dan. Let's talk about the Diamondbacks game, shall we?
Kellen?
The Arizona Diamondbacks were 1 win away from clinching the season tiebreaker with the San Francisco Giants, with Tuesday presenting an opportunity to also push the Giants further down the wild card standings. With the Mets ahead 8-3 at first pitch time in Phoenix, it was also a night for the D-backs not to lose any more ground. Hey, Dan. You know when you're out with your friends and one of them walks in the bar with a toxic ex, or they've clearly been pre-gaming too hard, bringing a version of them nobody wants to see to start the night?
Yeah.
Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 5 hits in the top of the first for a 4-run Giant first inning, with 3 of those coming off the bat at least 100 miles an hour. Here was hit number 5.
And Encarnacion with a line drive to right field. That's inside the line and headed down into the corner. Flores is in. Right behind him is Schmidt. And here's the throw to the plate. It's not going to be in time. The Giants have scored 4 in the top of the first, and they're not done yet as Jung-Hoo Lee will come to the plate.
The good news is a much better version of your friend showed up that night, too. The Rallybacks were also out as well. It was yet another audacious moment by a third base coach, though, to get the first run of that rally.
First one to him here is swung on. Line drive to right. That's going to get down for a base hit. They're going to wave Moreno around third. Encarnacion with a strong throw. Cut off and throw to the plate, not in time.
It was a weird one where I think they threw to first to hold the runner because they just never thought Gabby was going to get sent around third, and he would have been out by a mile if they would have just thrown it home. But fortunately, the Giants weren't expecting the Diamondbacks to do something that stupid at third base. What team have you been watching all year? Adrian Del Castillo kept it going.
From the stretch, the 3-1. Another breaking ball. Hammered to right. On its way. It's a one-run ball game. It's the third of the year for Del Castillo, a two-run shot, and it's now 4-3 Giants with nobody out the bottom of the second.
After a solo homer by former D-back Wilmer Flores made it 5-3 Giants, the Diamondbacks found a response yet again 2 innings later to tie the game via Ketel Marte. Remember this guy?
I do.
Swinging a ground ball through the right side. That's a base hit. They're going to wave Vargas around third. Encarnacion's got a cannon. The throw to the plate, not in time. Perdomo gets to third. It's a one-run game in the bottom of the fifth.
I don't know if it's going to come up much during the show, Dan, so I do want to say second RBI for Ketel in just his last 11 games. For them to get where they need to go over these last 10 games, he's got to figure this out. It was great to see him looking like Ketel Marte again with a 2-hit night. Corbin Carroll made it 5-5 as well.
As the 1-2 is line past Chapman. That's into left field. Perdomo scores. Marte to second, and we are tied at 5.
I want to say it was Jesse Friedman who had the stat. All 5 balls put in play by Corbin Carroll came off the bat at 100 miles per hour or more. He is seeing the ball extremely well. So is Geraldo Perdomo. It was a 5-5 ball game, and Rodriguez was out of it. So that did not seem to fortune the favor to be in the fortune to be in favor of the Diamondbacks. Just read the script, you dummy. A tremendous and perfect 12 up and 12 down effort, however, from the Diamondbacks bullpen. John Curtis, Brandon Garcia, Ryan Thompson, and Andrew Saalfrank kept the Diamondbacks in control. But the anxiety kept growing in a different way. The Diamondbacks offense kept squandering chances. First and third with nobody out in the 7th, no runs. A leadoff man on second in the 8th, no runs. This was either going to be a great win or a horrible loss. But in the 9th inning, a Corbin Carroll leadoff single was followed by a Gabriel Moreno walk. A Blaze Alexander sac bunt turned into a hustle single. And with the bases loaded and nobody out, rookie Jordan Lawler got his second straight chance to swing the game for the D-backs, and he delivered for the second straight time.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores, and the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final. Lawler with a little sneeze that somehow gets past Ryan Walker, and once that happened, Carroll, you knew he was going to score.
Dan, to steal a line from one of my favorite movies of all time, it's hard not to be romantic about baseball and the way that the Diamondbacks are putting wins together when they need it the most, when consistency has been their enemy all year. It feels like that something special is starting to come together in September yet again. I don't want to get too ahead of myself because we've been burned by this team and specifically the bullpen time after time after time, and I've been the first one to put my hand up and say, hold on, let's see them do it first. But we've watched this sport a long time, and things just kind of come together for teams. Sometimes we've seen this team do it 2 out of 3 years now in September.
I said this yesterday. There would be no greater poetic justice than to have the Mets waiting at home watching the Diamondbacks on the last day of the season.
Oh, that's such a great call.
There would be nothing more poetic than that. That would be the payback for last year. A couple things about this. I loved your analogy about the friend who's got the bad vibe to begin the night. I've had nights this baseball season where I've been very, very angry at Eduardo Rodriguez. Last night early might have been peak anger for me, just because of the stakes, right? And as a good buddy of mine, it's like playing a round of golf and you quadruple bogeyed the first hole. Luckily for the Diamondbacks, they got their way, they worked their way back into the game. And I love the way you phrased it too, that all those squandered chances built up this idea that this might be a very, very, very bad loss. There was, like, for instance, the hustle double by Ketel Marte. Corbin Carroll lines a ball to center, but with the speed that Ketel just showed, to me, send them. They didn't. It's first and third. They don't get a run out of it. Then they sacrifice bunt when Jorge Barosa is up next. And I'm like,
Feels like he came up every inning and ruined the
and ruined
mood.
everything. Yeah, and so it got to the point where I'm like, if they cough up this game with all these chances they had, and fortunately they didn't. And Nick Picoro had a great line that the players in the Diamondbacks dugout had to run further to celebrate Jordan Lawler than the baseball Jordan Lawler hit to score the winning run.
It was one of those moments where Lawler smoked the double the night before, and then that's the excuse me, check swing again. It felt like the baseball gods just going in favor of the Diamondbacks when everything should have been in their favor going forward. Here was Torrey last night on how massive of a win this was.
It was a massive win, Our margins for error are tiny. We've got to go out there and play good baseball games and continue to fight for everything that we can on the baseball field. Between the wide lines, we got to prep. And when I watch us come back from a 4-0 deficit and continue to grind and have gritty at-bats and gritty moments after making some early mistakes. Look, we missed the cutoff man. We're not going to miss those things. We're going to tighten that down. Missed the cutoff man, led us some runs. Pitch sequencing early in the game. Our situational hitting, I felt like could have been better. But despite all those things, these guys just continue to grind and continue to go out there and believe that they're going to win a baseball game. And their two best pitchers came in late in the game. We built some innings, and we finally broke through there in the bottom of the 9th inning. So a lot of good things happened here today, but the bottom line is we won a game. And we could play better, and we will, but we're going to enjoy it. Like I said last night, there's a really nice celebration in there, and I really enjoy watching them have that moment.
Dan, I want to give a shout out to the fans. I was there on Monday. There weren't many. It was 21,000 that were there. There was the promotion, $15, which you can still use if you're listening right now and you're feeling the Diamondbacks fever, which you very much should be. 12:40 start that you can catch if you got a day game. Gambo suggesting on yesterday's show, just ditch school. If you're a kid, I'll advise by that. Sure. Why not? Go see Brandon Fodder or Justin Verlander. If you've ever seen Justin Verlander pitch as a baseball fan, just say you got to see one of the best pitchers of all time pitch. I remember seeing Pedro Martinez on the New York Mets. Guess what? I got to see Pedro pitch. Was it the Boston version of Pedro?
No, but it didn't matter. You
I still got to see him pitch as well. Those fans were great in that game. They were able to get 26,000. It should be a much more raucous environment with the Phillies fans in attendance on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this week. But I hope fans listening, if you are able and willing and you have the opening in your schedule, if you don't have the opening in your schedule, cancel your plans. Get out to a Diamondback game as well. Here was Lovello on the fans and just how this is starting to feel like a real playoff race now.
Great fan support today. Continues to grow and build and get better. We can feel their vibe, feel their energy, and it's getting real. That's what I can say. It's getting real, but we got to keep grinding. We got to keep doing the things that we do. It's getting real. Like we can't deny that we're in this race, and I want us to continue to be present. I think there's a great energy, and our guys are really engaged. They love where this thing is going.
I like Kelvin's advice. If you're getting up, getting ready for school, just skip it.
Yeah. Gambo said that, but to be fair, I think Gambo doesn't want anyone to go to school ever. So
yeah,
get on his level.
Jared. All right, Cardinals, Sun Devil fans, next week, starting Monday, listen for the sounder at 7:15 a.m., 12:15 p.m., 4:15 p.m., 3 times a day for your shot to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football and ASU on Friday night. Great prize package. Once again, 7:15, 12:15, 4:15, all next Monday. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page and the Arizona Sports YouTube page. All right, as promised, we're going to spend a minute talking about the Phoenix Suns. Might not be pretty. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Here's the positive. I'm always looking for the positive, as you well know. Looking at the defense going out and shutting down, ending the game, not once, but twice in 2 games. I know it was against the Saints. I know it was against the Panthers, but the defense did its job and ended the assault, ended the game.
I loved the ending because Calais Campbell had this look on his face like, dude, it's my 18th year. This game should have been over an hour ago. I'll just end it so we can go home.
Thank you, Calais. Thank you so much for doing that, as a matter of fact.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and artificial turf has become very popular in Arizona. You can see it in my neighborhood. A lot of people ditching that front yard full of dull rocks for a beautiful green sparkling lawn. And if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters, the company you call. That's because they are a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. They can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the water bills, without the mess and the hassle that comes with installing sod. And all of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've been to their warehouse. I've seen them myself. They look absolutely fantastic. Once Turf Monsters installs your turf, they can also take care of the maintenance, making sure that turf is always looking great, smelling great, free of debris. They're also running a special now. If you enlist in that cleaning service, you will get 25% off their turf cleaning and care. Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you're looking for. Putting greens, a pickleball court, customized fire pit, barbecue pits, whatever you're looking for, they love building a backyard oasis that will make all your neighbors green with envy. Customers rave about their dedication and their finished products. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, September 26th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 for college pregame coverage. Come out, enjoy some food and drinks. It's the perfect way to kick off your college football weekend. Here's a bonus. Now through the end of September, just tell your server at DraftKings Sportsbook that Arizona Sports sent you, and you'll get complimentary chips and queso on the house. Burns and Gambo, Friday, September 26th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Arizona Sports Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
It is not that long to NBA season. Media day for the Phoenix Suns just around the corner, and then off we go. Who better to talk a little basketball than our guy Kellen Olson covers the Suns, as well as many other things he does for the station. We're going to talk about a couple of different things. Number one, ESPN's NBA Future Power Rankings has been released, and what they basically do is they project every NBA team over the next 3 seasons. So it's not just what are they going to be like this year, it's the immediate future. In that in that piece, not surprisingly, the Phoenix Suns are dead last.
They are indeed, and I think a lot of factors go into this type of ranking. I think the first one is, if you look around at every single team in basketball, I believe this is the case right now, where the Suns are the only team right now that does not have a tradable first-round pick right now. So we're talking about some contenders who are going to be able to move first-round picks as well. They are not in that position. I want to say off the top of my head, maybe Boston is one of the teams. They might have recouped one, but they are one of the few teams that is not in that position. So from a draft pick capital standpoint, they're not in that position. They do not have one that they can use themselves in next year's draft as well. You look at the roster, it is one of the least talented rosters in the league. And then when you look at the ecosystem, the culture, the identity of the team, it is a starting from the ground up situation yet again for them. So there really isn't any argument going anywhere. I think a team like Utah, for example, is going to be much worse than them this year, but they have a lot going for them in the future. They have a lot more young talent than the Suns do right now, and they've got a lot of good draft picks in control in the future as well. So this type of exercise, it really isn't that surprising to me, and I think it also speaks to what the value of this season is going to be. I think the Suns are going to win 30 games. I don't think they're going to be that good at all this year. I think they're going to be one of the worst teams in the NBA, but that win total really doesn't matter to me as much, because as we have learned the last 2 years, you can win 46 games and it can mean pretty much nothing in terms of your confidence in the team. People forget about the bubble run. They go 8-0 in the bubble. They finish with 33 wins. They had 25 that year, and yet you'll remember like the Kelly Oubre, Aaron Baines, Ricky Rubio energy. Like there were some low points of that year, don't get me wrong, but there was something starting to happen and change, even though they were, again, one of the worst teams in the NBA. So win total really doesn't matter that much to me. We've all watched basketball long enough to know what this looks like when we see it. So all these rankings, how many games they win, whatever, is Jordan not able to implement what he wants to implement? Is all the culture and identity taglines that Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia want to see in their team there? If they are, you're in a promising spot going forward. If they're not, I really don't know what happens. I have absolutely no idea what would happen. None.
Listen, and as you have pointed out, and you've written some spectacularly good stuff about the incoming season.
Thank you.
When you even if you accept every nugget of optimism that you can create about the Phoenix Suns, and there's many that you can latch onto if you so choose. You also have a very green general manager with an owner who pledges to be more involved than he's ever been before. And as you have pointed out, you just don't know what that's going to look like. You just don't know what that's going to mean.
And he has said before that, like on the record, he has said, I'm patient when things are going well. So it's like we know this year is not going to go well from a win total perspective, and we know from all of the reporting that was done during the Kevin Durant trade, you'll remember like hearing like the Suns want to win games next year, and you would hear that, and like someone would just like breeze by saying it on ESPN. They'd be like,
"Yeah,
wait a minute, can you go back to the whole winning thing?" Because like again, whatever materialized of the Kevin Durant trade and whatever it looked like, I wasn't a fan of it. If they were able to get a trade that I was more of a fan of, it still wasn't going to have them in this position to maybe win 40 to 45 games next year. It just never really was going to happen. So how stable are things going to be able to stay? And something that you and I talked about over the summer a lot is like Jordan not being in the position that he's in. He is there because he is an extremely smart basketball individual. He is there because Devin Booker was very impressed by him when he went through a part of the interview process as well and talked to some of the coaches that were up for the job as well. But narratives that start to percolate and form majorly from the fan base, to be clear. We've talked about the Michigan State thing a lot, but those types of things can trickle down a little bit. And those types of things, especially from the top down, can come. If a player walks by in the hallway and sees Ishbia talking to Odd and like pointing at spots on the floor, it's going to be like, is this guy really our coach or not? And that's where things can really get interesting very quickly. And that is like the worry that we have. And again, this isn't like created in any kind of way, because again, like I had the report on ArizonaSports.com a couple of months ago, the memo was sent out. Ishbia said he's going to be much more involved as well. So you just hope that that doesn't screw them from the potential that this group has, because to be clear, I think this has a really good chance of being a rather enjoyable team to watch, especially compared to last year.
That would be now. See, I think people would take that trade. If you gave Suns fans a really good, engaging product to watch, I think it'd be very much like maybe the Cardinals of last year, where people would get past the winning and the losing in exchange for the promise of building something that's going to be really good in a couple of years. Now, a couple things. Vasily Micic, who we hardly knew ye. Vasily, he came out and said from his little time and his little experience in Phoenix, he could see that Devin Booker's leadership was compromised or muted by the presence of Kevin Durant, that there was a lot of deference, that Devin Booker didn't feel comfortable exerting his voice on the group in the company of Kevin Durant. Now, a lot of people have said, what does he know? He didn't even play for the team. But the fact of the matter, the Kevin Durant death stare is very real. And if you're on the court with him and you mess up, you might get that death stare. The addition by subtraction, how much of that is going to be in play this year?
It should be a pretty big component of this, and I'm not going to make it about Kevin specifically. I'm going to instead focus on the entire ecosystem that was last year and really the last 2 years specifically. And I've said this in a million different ways, but like the basic way that I can put it is our fascination with leadership, who's holding the locker room accountable, who are the players that are the most vocal, all that kind of stuff. You can see it on the floor. And I don't mean that by Kevin Durant's body language or Devin Booker's level of activity talking to his coach or his players or whatever. When all of this is coming together and these guys enjoy playing with each other, you see it. And when they don't, you see it. And I saw a lot of that in the last 2 years. And then subsequently, a couple of years ago, we saw what it looks like when everything is clicking together and these guys are vibing and they enjoy each other. That was one of the weirdest parts of last year, is that you would go into the locker room and would never guess that it was the type of on-court product you were seeing, because everyone seemed to enjoy each other. They were joking around. Everyone seemed to get along. When you would guess by watching that horrific basketball last year that these guys hated each other. It didn't seem to be the case at all, which made it all the more perplexing. So to your original point, again, just getting away from that, getting back to the basics of building something up again, and that's where the trade with Houston, Jalen Green, and Dillon Brooks have been a part of organic processes like that in the past. I'm looking forward to seeing what that process looks like.
Me too. I've had people that I know tell me that Jalen Green is good. Somebody who knows me very well and my lack of patience, that Jalen Green is going to drive me nuts. I'm hoping to be surprised by Jalen Green, but we're going to find out.
He will. He will. I'm optimistic about him in some ways. In some ways, I'm not. Though.
Exactly. All right. The Valley has not had a lot of experience with MVPs. Do we have an athlete making a last surge? We'll talk about that next on the other side. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't want to minimize the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing. It's important to get him involved. He's a supposedly a generational talent. We haven't seen it yet, but the talent certainly is there. The physical ability is there. But you got to start with this. This is your base. This is your
bread and butter.
This is your bread and butter. And to the point where I'm glad you asked Coach Gannon, because if you didn't, I was gonna.
Are there any changes coming on the offensive line?
And he said right now, no.
Right now, no.
But I'm telling you, that is something to keep an eye on.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1389 for 1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina. Or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler walked it off last night against the Giants as the Diamondbacks got a 6-5 win to keep pace with the New York Mets in the NL wildcard chase. The Dbacks with chances in the 7th and the 8th innings to bring across a run waited till it mattered most, and Lawler's near-swinging bunt brought home Carroll, and here was Lawler after the win.
Yeah, it's everything. You know, you want to put on this jersey and you want to represent your team. You want to represent the Diamondbacks and all the trust and belief they put into me and I put back into them.
Game 3 of the Giants series will be this afternoon right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Cardinals will need to find their running game as they head to San Francisco this weekend for a divisional battle with the 49ers. And tonight, the Phoenix Mercury are fighting for their playoff lives in New York against the Liberty. Tip-off will be at 5 p.m. This report is brought to you by your Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet together. Let's drive Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Eduardo Rodriguez meet the moment last night against the San Francisco Giants? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
No, Luke, he most assuredly did not. But fortunately for the Diamondbacks,
that's the beauty.
Yeah,
is that they teased that as that would probably be key if they're going to win. Erod has to pitch well. He didn't, and they still won.
One of the interesting little notes about this late surge from the Diamondbacks is the rising profile of Geraldo Perdomo.
Geraldo Perdomo.
Geraldo Perdomo. Geraldo Perdomo.
Or as the great Sarah Cazal used to say, Geraldo Perdomo. Love you, buddy.
Right.
Miss you.
Yes.
Geraldo Perdomo. That was it.
Just say the MVP.
It is a hard word because of all the R's and A's.
Just call him Jerry, man. That's what they do.
Domo.
Frog.
Jerry Domo.
Frog?
The Frogman. Yeah.
Frogman?
He doesn't like the frog nickname. He's coming.
He doesn't?
No.
He's the one who said it.
My blood is like frog. You know how the frog? Right. Cold.
All right, so for the people who don't know, Sammy, explain to our listeners once again your close relationship with Geraldo Perdomo.
Close relationship is a little stretch, but back when I worked for the Diamondbacks last year, my office was right next to like the rehab center. And so Perdomo was hurt for quite some time last season. And so he would spend a lot of time in our office kind of just he's a very, very friendly guy, outgoing. And so I'd be working, he'd come in, he'd start talking to all of us. And he would be on his phone and he'd sit next to me on the couch and I'd see he's playing cards on like whatever poker app. I'm like, hey man, who you playing with? He's like, I'm playing with my teammates. And I'm like, have you ever played poker before? And he goes, no, I don't know what I'm doing. And he's like playing with like 8-4, just playing just bad hands. And I'm like, hey man, are you playing for real money? Like, are you losing money right now? He goes, yeah, I haven't won. And I'm like, okay, well, come in every day, sit here, and I'll teach you how to play poker. And
Jared, isn't that fantastic?
And
all I know is that I hope Pablo Torre is not listening to whatever this whole situation is with
Go ahead,
playing
Sammy.
poker with the
As you were saying.
Allegedly.
Allegedly,
and I
right.
dedicated about 30-ish minutes, like during lunch every single day, and me and Perdomo would play cards against his Diamondback teammates. And eventually, he'd start coming in, and he wouldn't sit next to me. And I'd be like, hey, what are you doing? He goes, I'm going to try it on my own. And eventually, he started to understand the world of poker.
Right, and he didn't
all
need
those
you
guys
anymore.
are just like hyper competitive with whatever they did.
Yeah.
So as
Buddy.
soon as like he realized like he was getting good because of you, he was like, no, I need to do this like for myself to get like that extra edge that I get out of it. It's been a remarkable story. Dan,
Really has been.
In 2022, his first full season in the majors, played 148 games. He hit 195. His OPS was 547. His OPS this year is 856. He was this guy who came in 2022 and clearly had this energy and charisma about him that seemed important for the Diamondbacks to keep around. But even at that time, 3 years ago, we knew Jordan Lawler was coming around the corner. Then he makes the All-Star team in 2023. The offense sort of fizzles out, but by then he's one of the best defensive shortstops in the league, and he's such an integral part of their clubhouse and what they do that he has to be around for the long term. And then out of nowhere this year, he's got 33 homers in his career. 19 have come this year. He's turned into a very good offensive player. His defense has been a bit down this year, but he leads the National League in WAR. A lot of these counting stats that voters care about, and to your point and kind of what we're talking about is he's going to get MVP votes.
That's
which
where we're
is
going
just
with this.
Crazy, but he's going to get MVP votes.
Now, one of the great things about Geraldo Perdomo coming into this year, we all know his plate discipline, his bat-to-ball metrics. He's been fantastic in whiff rate, strikeout rate, chase rate, walk rate, all that stuff. We know that when you watch him. He works counts like few players in the game can, but this year he's added all that slug to his game. And then he's added all this leadership to this team and to the game, to his game. And even now, anytime anything good happens for the Diamondbacks, the camera goes to Geraldo Perdomo, who's cheering and smiling and exalting his teammate. It's just all kind of, his profile is just soaring. And now he is quite literally, you can do a Google search on him right now. He is a dark horse, late arriving MVP candidate. Now, the big thing is, will people vote for him over Shohei? That's the question.
No, that is not going to happen. But in terms of like who is next on the ballot in the National League, he will be in the discussion after that point. Now, will he be more of a footnote of like when you're watching like a 19-minute YouTube video on like MVP candidates in the National League? You're going to get like, you know who's having a great year? Actually, Geraldo Perdomo. And that'll probably be the end of the discussion there. But his case is made for itself. It's funny that you mentioned like him working the counts. He's always been that guy, to be clear. But in that 2022 season again, 50 walks, 103 strikeouts. This year, 91 walks, 75 strikeouts. He's been remarkable. And if you look through the history of what he's doing as a shortstop, he's 3 RBIs away from reaching 100. He is 1 homer away from reaching 20, and he's 1 double away from reaching 30. Add on the 29 steals that he has and use those as qualifiers. It's only been done 6 other times by a shortstop in MLB history. All 6 of those guys got MVP votes. And
the other question is, they have him locked up like they do Corbin Carroll. So do the Diamondbacks literally have 2 superstars at 25 years old locked up as their core for the next?
That to me is the big takeaway. Why even if they don't make the playoffs, I'm going to feel relatively at ease with this baseball team's future because of that. Because of Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and now this arrival of Geraldo Perdomo as a legitimate baseball superstar.
We're seeing it right now. They just need pitching. That's it. They need like a mildly competent bullpen and a decent starting pitching staff because, let's face it, we're watching the Reno Diamondbacks right now. That is what we're watching. We're watching 3 All-Stars, a good catcher in Gabriel Moreno, and the Reno Diamondbacks. Now, that's probably being unfair to guys like Blaze Alexander, Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy, and so on, who are major league players in their own right. But, like, let's face it, that's what's happening. You mentioned the Jorge Barossa moment in that game where it just seemed like he kept coming up in critical moments. That's what we were used to seeing with the bottom half of the order for a lot of the year after the deadline, and yet they are continuing to win games. That extension, by the way, like I know Mike Hazen has had some questionable deals, but he is extremely good at his job. 4-year, $45 million extension. I know baseball is one of those sports where you can like quantify his production. Like his production this year is worth what, like $20-30 million a year? It's almost worth as much as his entire extension already.
You could argue that the D-backs have 2 of the most underpaid players in all of baseball in Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo, and they have them for years. And at 25 years old.
What's awesome, especially about Perdomo, Corbin Carroll.
You also have Brendan Pfaadt.
Yeah. Corbin Carroll's personality isn't as like large as Perdomo, but you get the sense and feeling that the extension is what it is. Perdomo would go out there every single day and play for free. Like that's the type
He's
of
got
guy.
that joy to him, that spirit to him that people love.
After you took all his money in poker, he's might have to.
No, you didn't hear the story. He ended up playing Geraldo Perdomo's poker hands for him
he helped
against
him.
his teammates.
Yeah, it was a deep con, believe me. I know Sammy.
Best shortstop in baseball.
Yeah.
Baby.
Well, it brings up a very interesting point for this offseason because I expect the Diamondbacks to cut their payroll in quite a significant way. This Ketel Marte thing, feel however you want to feel about it, but when there's smoke, you know what that means. And there's been a whole lot of smoke about this Ketel Marte thing for years, and it's been coming up a whole lot more relevant in the last couple of months. But whether Ketel's here or not next year, let's say you have him, you have Corbin Carroll, you have Geraldo Perdomo. Again, as we've seen this run, it doesn't matter who else is on the team if you're getting competent pitching. So we're going to sit here and talk ourselves into this team in the offseason. I can see it coming already where like they're not going to make that many moves, but we're going to be like
Ryan Nelson's going to turn into a true ace.
No, none of that. It's just you have 3 of the best players in baseball. Like that is one of the things that they have to their credit right now, and there are a few other teams in all of baseball that can make a claim to have a duo like they do, let alone the trio that they have right now.
All right, Tom Brady's been in trouble before with the NFL. Is he about to get in trouble again? We'll discuss next. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores! And the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final. Lawler with a little sneeze that somehow gets past Ryan Walker. And once that happened, Carroll, you knew he was going to score.
Can the D-backs get one more W versus the Giants? We find out today with coverage going live from Chase Field at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that's because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big deposit, and then you're paying it off for 30 years. And a lot of people reconcile this because they think they have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners, his name is Jack, like I said, thought he had a really good interest rate on his mortgage. It turns out Jack was going to need 22 years to pay more principal than interest on his mortgage, and in the end, he was going to pay over $700,000 for a $300,000 home. That is just not cool. This is why you turn to Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You're going to pay off your mortgage in a matter of years, not decades. 5 years is the average length of time, folks, and you're also going to get 24/7 access to your equity, which does a lot of great stuff. It also gives you the ability to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I guarantee you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Wolf here for Tim Hovik Santan Ford. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit is expiring in just days. That's $7,500, brother. And Tim Hovik Santan Ford is your EV headquarters. Maybe you love the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E. Pure electricity, pure adrenaline. Great price in your pocket and a huge selection on the lot. Plug into Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offers expire 9/30/25.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, you know what they say, that you might hear about a story, but until you actually see it on video, it doesn't quite hit you the same way. It was certainly true with the awful Ray Rice situation many years ago, and it might be true with Tom Brady. When people saw the visuals of him in the coach's box for the Raiders with a headset on, engaged in the game planning and the execution of the game planning during a game against the Chargers, people began to think, wait a minute, is this really, really cool? And what the issue is here now, when it comes to Tom Brady, is he is getting paid $37.5 million a year to broadcast football games, right? Mm-hmm. And he's also a minority owner of the Raiders, which means Tom Brady now is in this weird situation of conflict of interest that I think is really coming to a head now, Kellen. And that is this, because broadcasting crews, they have the ability to find out information that normal people don't. Now, I know that there's guardrails on Tom Brady in terms of what he can do during the week, but the fact of the matter is he now is in the loop, going to cities, standing on sidelines, talking to people who do have access, and then he can bring that right back to the Raiders.
He's in these production meetings, which I would compare it to how we talk to a player in a scrum versus how that player like casually talks on like a player's podcast, basically. Like it's a much more open environment for him to get information. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so, in this case, I don't think people have really kind of understood how thorny this could be until you actually saw him being that engaged. Because I think a lot of people might have thought, well, you know, Tom Brady, that's just a piece of ownership. It doesn't mean he's actually actively involved. Well, during that game, information came out that Tom Brady is talking to Chip Kelly, the offensive coordinator of the Raiders, quite frequently, and frequently helping to develop that game plan. And in the first 3 games that Tom Brady will be a broadcaster for, these are all future opponents for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Where in him just getting any information at all that could help out the Raiders is where the problem really comes up. The NFL came out on Tuesday and released a statement in response to all of this online chatter and said there are no policies that prohibit an owner from sitting in the coach's booth or wearing a headset during a game. Brady was sitting in the booth in his capacity as a limited partner. All personnel sitting in the booth must abide by policies that prohibit the use of electronic devices other than the league-issued equipment, such as a Microsoft Surface tablet for the sideline viewing system. In their statement, it also included that he is currently prohibited from going to a team facility for practices or production meetings, but he is going in on Zooms and still participating in some of those production meetings as well. In some of those interviews, the NFL statement did go on to say that it's the team's discretion. So if like Ben Johnson does not want to talk to Tom Brady before he knows that he's going to take on the Raiders themselves with the Bears, he can just decide to say no. The thing that I can't decide about this, Dan, is would this be a story if it was Mark Sanchez? And what I mean by that is, would it be a story in so much that we would care enough to even pay attention to this? Or would the NFL be as lenient with Mark Sanchez as they're being lenient with Tom Brady? Because Mark Sanchez, like former quarterback, Fox announcer as well, does not hold a minority stake in any team at this moment. But yeah, I can't really get a feel yet for if we care because it's Brady or the NFL is letting him get away with this because he's Brady.
I think that's it, though. It's just the perception that people have is that he's above the law. And that whether it's true or not, whether he's getting any advantage at all, I think showing him in that booth, people are thinking, they're just letting him do anything in the NFL.
Listen,
he's Tom Brady.
The idea, as Kellen said, these production meetings are an area when coaches and players are very forthcoming about strategies, maybe even specific plays. And while Tom Brady might not be involved in some of these things, he's working with people who do have that information, and it's going to get to him. So Tom Brady is going to know who the hot upcoming assistant coaches are before anybody else. He's going to have information about players that he can come back and take to the Raiders. I think this is going to become an issue when the Raiders get good. Because keep in mind now, he is in a division, right? The Raiders are in a division now with Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, and Andy Reid. But those first two dudes, Jim Harbaugh and Sean Payton, they're very intense kind of guys. They're not going to put up with this. They're not going to put up with a perceived advantage for a team in their division that shouldn't be. So I don't understand why the NFL hasn't really told Tom, look, one or the other, brother. You know, go make $38 million being a color commentator on television or go be an owner.
Well, and nor should those coaches in Sean Payton, Andy Reid give any slack to it. If Tom Brady's in my production meeting and I'm a coach in the NFL, I'm saying, Tom, you can go watch the film. You can go do whatever you need to do. I'm going to tell Burkhart what he needs to know, and that's it. And then I'm going to go back to my team.
Yeah.
If he's in those meetings, the only job that should suffer is Tom Brady's commentating job and his lack of knowledge that he gets from these teams if he's going to choose to do both.
ESPN's Adam Schefter thinks that people are overreacting.
I don't buy into it as much as other people do. Like, I think, forgive me for being trusting and understanding, but I think Tom Brady understands what's professional and moral, and I don't think he's sneaking into the Chiefs facility as a broadcaster, stealing secrets and then dispensing them to the Raiders. The information that he gets, we all can watch the film and see tendencies of players. He's studying a lot of film of a lot of guys. And I just think one of these things is a little bit overstated. I understand why people raise it. I just think people are being a little oversensitive about it in my mind.
Dan, not to pick apart what Schefter just said, but if I can zoom out for a second and evaluate Tom Brady's moral compass over the entirety of his career, this was a man that was suspended for a scandal that involved cheating.
Yes. And yes. Also, Tom Brady, as we all know, is one of the more competitive people you will ever meet. There's a reason why he has how many rings? 7? The idea that the morality and the ethical nature of what he's trying to straddle is going to prevent him from using that as a competitive advantage is nonsense.
And if Schefter's, again, I'm not trying to pick on him specifically, it's more of using him as an example. If analysts are feeling the need to go that route and being like, I trust Tom Brady.
Right.
This has wrong to it then. If we're needing to go to the lengths to be like, you know what? He's a good guy. I trust him to not do anything wrong. Again, like you shouldn't, but if you're going to that length, it probably means we just shouldn't be doing this. So it's very clear that he should just not be.
Yeah.
I want to go as far as saying like commentating because again, like these production meetings, some of these production meetings are overblown. Like you'll know the classic, like, oh, we love this guy. And then that guy they talk about on the broadcast is never really relevant. But at the same time, he's in this position for a reason, and it's because he is Tom Brady.
Exactly. All right, take us with you wherever you go, folks. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast, the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Do not let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, coming up on the other side, the Rush Hour reboot with Sept. That's next. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyson, he was a great player last year for ASU. But this year, doesn't he just look different?
Oh, man.
He looks like one of the top NFL prospects. He looks like a borderline NFL player already playing college football in these games.
Yeah.
And Tyson, even from last year, he was so productive. But this year, like, he is bigger. He looks bigger. He's playing bigger. He's making plays that you don't see college wide receivers make.
All plays are not created equal. And that touchdown was not something that you can just dismiss.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You know I'm a big fan of Sonic, huge fan of their all-star lineup of burgers. I think they're tremendous, and I also love the experience. You pull into a canopied parking spot, you place your order, you're served curbside by an iconic car hop, and when you're done, boom, you just hit the open road just the way I like it. But that menu at Sonic is so diverse. There's something for everybody in your crew, guaranteed. Iconic classics like cherry limeade, tots, corn dogs, milkshakes, tons of new favorites like the double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and a drink menu that features over 10,000 different combinations where your options are literally endless. When you head to your local neighborhood Sonic, make sure you order ahead with their Sonic app. You get to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes and specials on some of their burgers as well. When you're hungry, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Collectors, Front Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, September 26th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 for college pregame coverage. Come out, enjoy some food and drinks. It's the perfect way to kick off your college football weekend. Here's a bonus. Now through the end of September, just tell your server at DraftKings Sportsbook that Arizona Sports sent you, and you'll get complimentary chips and queso on the house. Burns and Gambo, Friday, September 26th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler's first career walk-off hit, and the Diamondbacks couldn't have needed it more. The Snakes fought back after being down 4 runs early. The bullpen was absolute nails all night, and in the 9th inning, the Snakes found a way.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores, and the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final.
The 6-5 win, not only did it help them stay within 1.5 games of the Mets, it also earned them the season tiebreaker over the Giants, but more is still needed if they want that final wild card spot. Brandon Pfaadt and Justin Verlander are on the mound this afternoon at 12:40 from Chase Field, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The ASU Sun Devils are getting ready for their first Big 12 game this weekend in Waco against Sawyer Robertson and the Baylor Bears. That game will kick off Saturday afternoon. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors, the Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
All right, it's about that time where we yield a semi.
Yes, good morning. This is the Rush Hour Reboot, and if you're listening, just know, guys, you know you can watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports. You go to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports, click our icon. That's where you can watch the show every single
Watch it
morning.
live.
Like, for instance, if you've ever said to yourself, how hairy really is Jared?
Well, you can go right now on Bickley_Murata. Some listener included a clip of me making a goofy face, and it is now posted, so you can...
Was that the face?
Yeah, we'll go,
So, yeah,
I don't even remember the context now, but...
You can see that on X, or if you want to watch us live, we're on YouTube at Arizona Sports. But I want to start with one of the greatest villains in all of cinema. The Joker infamously said, "Here we go." And that is the exact vibe with the Diamondbacks right now. And Torey Lovullo, he knows it himself.
It's getting real. Like we can't deny that we're in this race, and I want us to continue to be present. I think there's a great energy, and our guys are really engaged. They love where this thing is going.
So last night I was also thinking, good teams, really good playoff teams, they get runs across in the 7th and 8th inning last night when we should have. But teams of destiny, they wait around till the 9th inning to make it dramatic. Does this Diamondbacks team give a little team of destiny vibe?
A little bit, yeah. Because to be doing this with the bullpen that they have right now, I mean, the fact that bullpen allowed just one run over 4 innings last night, that's the kind of stuff that makes you go, are they really going to do this? And I know you believe, Sammy.
I've never left.
It was a shutout from them. It was 12 up, 12 down from that bullpen. I think Vinny.
Oh, that's right. That last one was also given up by Ebron. My bad. Yeah, that's right.
I think it was Vince last week who tweeted, like, when the Dbacks had one of those horrible bullpen losses, he was like, well, that was the 20th most horrible loss of the season. And it's like, take out 6 of those, and this team is a couple of games up in the wild card. That's another way to, like, characterize how it is. I hate the simplicity sometimes of, like, it's just this reason why a team isn't good, because there's so much nuance and complexity to every situation that we kind of talk about. But it really has just come down to the bullpen being that horrible, because there is a lot of resilience to this team, and they just don't quit when a lot of teams should. And if you're listening and you're not a fan of Torey Lovullo, this is the reason why you should be a fan of Torey Lovullo, because his guys really do not quit, and they have this moxie to them, dare I say, Sam. A little moxie.
We might hear that word later.
We might. But in last night's game, if you're a Diamondback doubter, you get down 4-0. There we go. You get down 4-0. Erod looks brutal. You go, okay, there it is. Mets won. We lost. It's over. They come back, tie the game, and then it's up to the bullpen that has frankly stunk all year, and they got the job done.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't make any sense, and that's kind of where
None
I
of
wanted
it does.
to start with it.
Yeah.
But we'll go to the ASU Sun Devils. They go on the road to Waco for their first Big 12 game this season. Last time they walked into a hostile environment, they left with a loss. So it's most important that the Sun Devils roll into Waco and do what on Saturday?
That's a really, really good question. I think it's going to have to be play with 100% poise, because there's no doubt that atmosphere in SEC country, kind of with all the cowbells banging,
rattled them.
Rattled them. There's no doubt about it.
The cowbells were rattling, and it rattled them.
You could see it, and that's got to be avoided this time.
They just got to look like they belong. I don't know if Arizona State is that much better of a football team than Baylor, than Texas Tech, than Utah, than TCU, but they're in this mix of like 5 to 7 teams that could win this conference. We knew that coming into the year. It is held true right now. ASU is still in a great position to do that. We're going to talk about it in the next segment. I want Sam Levitt to reestablish himself as the best quarterback in the conference. The fact that I have to say reestablish already is troubling, but Sawyer Robinson on Baylor has been fantastic to start the year. And among the 17 qualified quarterbacks in the Big 12, Sam Levitt sits 16th in quarterback rating right now. Again, he was the preseason conference player of the year on offense. He needs to show the guy that we hyped him up to be.
Yeah, a quick start would go a long way, I think, in Waco. So a couple of glaring issues with the Cardinals that we saw in Sunday's win was, A, the inability to get Marvin Harrison Jr. really involved, and the continued slow start from James Conner. Which do the Cardinals need more this Sunday against the Niners? Is it the involvement of Marv, or is it a fast start from James Conner?
I'm torn on this, because I think the 49ers are going to really be stacking the box, and I think the passing game is going to have to operate and be functional at some level. But I'm going to be consistent with what I say. I think this team needs to reestablish its identity as a physical, bruising, run-first offense, and they've got to find success with it.
Yeah, they don't have the consistency right now through their passing game over the last 2 years, even with those two marquee weapons that they have, in order to lean on it and kind of have a mid-season sort of shift, like to bring the Diamondbacks back into it. Again, remember, they were supposed to be all about pitching and defense. They turned into an offense-first team. I don't see that type of transformation happening for this team. Maybe they're not an elite team running the football anymore, but they have to be at least consistent and like solid enough to be relied on, because if they can't get that going, they are in extreme trouble. Something that Dan and I were talking about that we're going to bring up earlier is like the discrepancy in Kyler Murray's stats between when he is under pressure and when he is not under pressure is big. When are you not under pressure? When the script is going well and you have a rhythm and a tempo going.
That's it.
Yeah, an interesting note that I did want to bring up, ASU and the Cardinals both on the road, both underdogs on the road. Out of the two, who has the better chance to flip the script and get an upset?
Man, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think actually the Cardinals. I think Baylor's really good. I think that they're the type of matchup that ASU is really going to have to worry about this year from an offensive standpoint, because Sawyer Robertson should be averaging 400 passing yards a game. He got pulled midway through the Samford game because of how he was playing. Like, they could easily put up 40 in pretty much any game. Baylor was 5-1 at home. Last year, they ended the year incredibly strong, and ASU is going to need, I think, 25-plus from their offense right now, and I don't know if you can trust their passing game enough to get that done right now.
I'm gonna go with the Cardinals as well. In fact, if I were Kyler Murray and I were the Cardinals, I'd be a little bit indignant that you are slotted as underdogs against a 49er team that was a last-place team a year ago that's missing three very big weapons.
Yes, I also agree. And quickly on some national football news, I'm sure you guys over the weekend saw the countless videos of the tush push and the two guards for the Eagles lining up off sides. Is this the last year of the tush push? Because frankly, I think people are already ready to give it up.
Yeah, listen, I think that the NFL missed an opportunity to get this out of the game. And again, you don't want to penalize one team for doing something that the other 31 teams can't do. I get all of that. But this doesn't strike me as a football play. And as you pointed out, this idea that they're not only taking this play, but cheating with the play, because the refs just can't see down the line of scrimmage. Yes. My gut feeling is that this weekend the Eagles are going to do everything right with that play. You won't see anybody lining up offsides because they know that this kind of has become an issue again.
There's always going to be a gray area in every sport when it comes to gamesmanship and sort of bending the rules in your favor or knowing what you can get away with it. But this takes it 2 levels too far, in my opinion. Like, the Eagles do it better than anyone else, but the fact that they get the benefit of the doubt from the officials because they do it better than anyone else, that sort of paradigm with officials has always existed. But when it comes to like just such a fine black and white rule, like lining up onside or offside, like, it seems pretty obvious that it needs to go now.
Well, and it's a play that is now it's created such contention in the NFL.
Right.
And if you know everything the NFL is trying to do, they're trying to bring the temperatures down on the field. The taunting, the gestures. This play is creating a lot of ill will on the football field.
And it accounted for 11% of the Eagles' offensive snaps on Sunday. 11% of the time they run the tush push on Sunday. So.
And guess what? They're still going to be able to sneak pretty well if they don't get the push, because Jalen Hurts squats 600 pounds. Like, remember Arch Manning doing that against Ohio State and he couldn't move an inch? It's like, yeah, because he's like a small little child compared to Jalen Hurts who can move defensive linemen by himself.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, good job, Sammy.
Thanks, Sammy.
All right, make sure you catch every sports headline. Visit the watch page on ArizonaSports.com for the latest on the Cardinals start and the Diamondbacks push for a wild card, or just join us live and watch along. As Kellen said, we're going to talk about ASU quarterback Sam Leavitt. Is it time for a Heisman push, or as Kellen said, does he just need to reassert himself as the best QB in the Big 12? That's next. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my great friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company that is offering a great promotion for our listeners. So check this out. Advanced Window Products going to hook up one lucky household, one lucky winner with up to 15 replacement windows for free. And this is a value of up to $25,000. And all you have to do is pull out your phone, text the letters AWP to 620-620. Now, Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, and that's a big deal because it saves you a ton of money. There is no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you're going to find. They will build your windows. They'll install your windows. They'll guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com, and make sure you enter now for a chance to win a house full of new windows by texting AWP to 620-620.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The Dbacks take on the Philadelphia Phillies for a 3-game weekend series starting September 19th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are the keys for the Arizona Cardinals offense this week against the 49ers? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Jared, this is the second Alice in Chains song. Is that for me? Wow.
It's not for Kellen, I can tell you that much. I don't think this is his type of music.
That's
yes.
right. Very
Trying
good.
to do an
that,
all Alice in Chains and AC/DC day for you.
I'll clarify, Dan. Love this kind of music.
Do you?
Just couldn't tell you it's Alice in Chains. That's all. Just couldn't tell you who did it.
I thought you liked more. I thought you liked more like sort of late '90s Blink-182 type.
That's like my wheelhouse for sure. But like if Dan Hesse-Oxen puts this on, I'm not gonna look at him weird. Right. I'm gonna bob my head. Now I can't sing along. Now I can just do the act like I know the words, but I don't.
You can do
Close
that.
enough. Yeah.
All right, you brought up an interesting stat that I was not aware of, and that was Sam Levitt's current standing in the Big 12 and how that must change, immediately.
Immediately, for sure. This is a guy who was the Big 12 preseason Offensive Player of the Year, and I know I'm the U of A guy saying this, so to all my ASU fans who might be a little sensitive about that, I love Sam Levitt. I think he's an absolute stud. I think that he is going to live up to all of the hype that people like myself were giving him in the preseason. With that being said, he has not met it through 3 games, and it has ASU in a bit of a difficult position right now. The stat that you're alluding to, 17 Big 12 quarterbacks are qualified for numbers right now. Sam Levitt sits 16th in quarterback rating of those 17 quarterbacks that are listed there as well. And what we saw in that Mississippi State game, and it was very interesting, I thought, the way that Kenny Dillingham talked about this after the game, because they were going pass first. They were trying to rely on Sam, as they should, because he's their best player and he's their quarterback. They were relying on him. They were not relying on the run game. And the overwhelming flow on my timeline through 3 drives of just run the ball. What are you doing? And I understand where fans were coming from when they said that, because you've watched football a long time. You've seen what it looks like when a quarterback is rattled and he's not there. But he's like a Heisman candidate in the preseason. Like, you have to try and unlock him and untap that. But then Dillingham, after the game, said he felt like he gave him too much and he didn't make things simple enough. At the same time, you want complexities out of your quarterback, who is this type of talent as well. So this matchup specifically against Baylor features Sawyer Robertson, who is one of the best players in the conference and one of the best quarterbacks in the conference as well. This run of 4 games. You're a huge fan of Utah for Kyle Whittingham. I'm a huge fan of Utah because I think Devin Dampier is also a stud, and they've got the best offensive line in college football as well. Baron Morton at Texas Tech is a stud as well. By the way, if you want some good viewing and you're a morning person, Saturday, 9 a.m., Texas Tech, Utah. That's
Great
a
game.
must-watch game on Saturday. And then Josh Hoover at TCU, he was clinical against North Carolina, just surgical with the way he threw the ball. We knew this about the conference going in. I haven't even mentioned Noah Fafita yet, who's off to a tremendous start for U of A. Jalen Daniels at Kansas has had some good moments as well. I haven't mentioned Rocco Becht yet. It is a conference loaded with quarterbacks, and yet Sam, rightfully so, was treated as the best of them all going into the year. And I would say he's outside the top 10 right now in terms of how he has performed, because this passing game is about 2 things right now. It is about Levitt's ability to improvise and getting the ball to Jordan Tyson, and that is it. It is entirely two-dimensional, and it needs to be much more than that.
Yeah, listen, and I really like the way you frame that, because so far this year it's been a rough year for a handful of dudes who are considered to be Heisman Trophy candidates. Arch Manning is clearly at the top of that list, but Sam Levitt was also in that group, and he needs just to go back to the business of being the best quarterback in the Big 12 and letting those chips fall where they may. This is a very, very big stretch of football, obviously, for ASU, and this is going to be a problematic game for him this weekend.
Baylor has 5 players with over 100 receiving yards. 4 of those are at over 150.
Wow.
Sawyer Robertson spreads the ball around. He has 130-something, I think 132 pass attempts in 3 games, so they will throw the ball. Jordan Tyson is the only ASU player above 100 yards, and he's at 314. So Baylor is really going to focus on him quite a bit. Here's what Sam Levitt said about the Baylor defense earlier this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, schematically they're trying to confuse you, give you different looks, trying to simulate a 5-man rush and dropping an end out, getting the 4 down, stuff like that. And really just alignment of people, pre-snap is going to give me a big key on things. And then just, dialing in our game plan, understanding what to go with, where getting our run checks right, so I feel good about it.
And then the matchup with another great quarterback, something he's going to have here for the next month.
I don't really view it like that. I'm going in with my team and try to play the best game that we got. Nameless, faceless opponent every single week. So I'm just going in with my guys.
The thing I've always loved about the kid is he's got unbelievable confidence. So you could watch that Mississippi State game and think like, oh, this got too big for him. It's all going to his head and stuff. He's just got confidence through the roof, so he's not going to let that go to his head at all. But this is a big 4 weeks, not only for ASU, but for him as well. Because can you imagine if they run this 4-0, Levitt puts up unreal stats. Now, again, we're getting that Heisman campaign going.
Yeah, this is the time that it's got to begin. And, one of the things with Sam Levitt, and I asked Kenny Dillingham about this a few weeks ago, is you've got a guy who burns real hot, ultra competitive. He can do everything. He can make every throw. He's great with his legs. The ability of him of just making the right play. We've talked about this in the context of Kyler Murray, of not doing too much, of threading that needle of when to really exert your own self and when to just kind of be a facilitator. That's something to me that without Cam Scadaboo here and with Sam being truly the guy, I can see where there would be a lot of incentive and a lot of gravitational pull to just want to be a Superman on every down.
I like their running game, but they're going to be a 7 or 8 win team if they rely on their running game first. They are a 10 or 11 win team if they rely on their passing game first. Do you want to get mad about a superiority complex from a collegiate coach?
Yes, I'd love to hear that.
Here's Dabo Sweeney.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on their way because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good? I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory in case y'all don't know. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. This is a program built to last, always has been. Always will be. And I would just say if you give up on us if you don't believe in us because we've lost 2 games down to the last straight and you didn't believe in us anyway, so it don't matter. You wasn't all in anyway. If you're all in, you burn the ships, man. There ain't no exit strategy. Like, you're freaking all in. And hey, listen, I mean, if Clemson's tired of winning, they send me on my way, but I'm going to go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. Y'all going to have to deal with me for a while. I got a long way to go. I'm just getting going. I'm just now good enough to be a head coach.
Imagine being a Clemson fan hearing that, let alone us over here at Arizona. Like,
tired of winning?
I kind of respect it.
What? Oh, just the this is me of it?
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it like I think it is.
The flex of it all. This is Dabo saying, because, with Clemson's start, right, fans are going nuts. And you know this about college football programs. Once they arrive and they reach a level of excellence, there's an entitlement that takes over and becomes absurd to the point where Ryan Day had to move his kids out of school for the grief they were. And this is an Ohio State program that was winning 10 games a year. But God forbid they lose to Michigan, and then your family's getting death threats. And so this is kind of what Dabo's talking about here. Like, have you all just lost your mind? Now, the way he delivered it, yeah, it's kind of obnoxious.
You're tired of winning there, Clemson? Ding, ding, ding. You don't like winning?
I ain't going to the beach.
You tired of winning, Clemson?
I also think it's no coincidence that these quotes are happening more and more. You guys played the Kelly sound yesterday. More and more as NIL starts to become more and more predominant. All the sweet power and control that they felt for so many years is fading out of their grasp.
So
and
well
I
said.
love it.
So well said.
I love it.
It's exactly why Nick Saban tapped out. He was smart enough to realize, okay, what made me isn't going to work at the level it did before.
Tony Bennett was churning out 31 years at Virginia in college basketball and was like, no, brother, this thing is not for me at all. He got out like a couple years ago. He saw it early. Yeah.
And look, it's not just this year either with Clemson. They've had about 5 disappointing years in a row now.
Yeah, but to Dabo's point, they've won the league 8 out of 10 years. They've been in the playoffs
crappy league.
7 out of 10.
Right,
they've won national championships.
But they've had 2 or 3 or 4 losses.
He lifted that thing back up. So I understand where he's coming from, even if it is a little ding-dang-do. Can I get your Dabo impression again, Jarrett?
I'm sorry, there, Clemson fans. You don't like winning. Oh, am I too good? Oh, no, we won the ACC. Oh, my goodness, what's going on?
All right, coming up on the other side.
He thought he was going to fade at 8 o'clock. Are you kidding me, Jarrett?
No, he's
speaking.
It's 8 o'clock right now.
He is on fire today. Make sure people take a look at that picture. Where's it at? Online, Jarrett? The picture of you?
Yeah, Bickley _Murata. It's somebody. No, it's a video actually. Somebody cut.
Oh, you got to check it
out. They were
out.
obviously watching on YouTube live. They searched Arizona Sports and they watched us live.
Right.
And they knew how to do something that I don't know how to do and get a video clip of it. And they tweeted it out.
All right, we're halfway through. The Bickley Blast is next. Stick around. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. It's getting real. Jordan Lawler walks off the Giants as the Dbacks earn a season series tiebreaker, the wrinkle that could jumpstart the Cardinals' run game, and Raleek Brown took a winding road to this Arizona State-Baylor matchup of Big 12's top 2 rushers. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, so one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who is going to show up knocking at your front door. And this is one of many reasons why you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. That is because Parker & Sons, every one of their technicians is trust certified, which is a pretty big deal. It means they're licensed, bonded, insured. It also means they pass background checks and drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. And I don't know about you, but that's a big deal to me. And for a half-century, Parker & Sons have been helping Arizona homeowners and businesses stay comfortable with honest, expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated, fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days, and they will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. And all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler walked it off last night against the Giants as the Diamondbacks got a 6-5 win to keep pace with the New York Mets in the NL wildcard chase. The Dbacks, with chances in the 7th and 8th innings to bring across a run, waited till they needed it most, and Lawler's near-swinging bunt brought home Corbin Carroll, and here was Jordan Lawler after the game.
Yeah, it's everything. You know, you want to put on this jersey and you want to represent your team. You want to represent the Diamondbacks and all the trust and belief they put into me and I put back into them.
Game 3 of the Giants series will be this afternoon at 12:40 as the Diamondbacks look for a sweep, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Cardinals will need to find their running game as they head to San Francisco this weekend for a divisional battle with the 49ers. And tonight, the Phoenix Mercury are fighting for their playoff lives in New York against the Liberty. Tip-off will be at 5 p.m. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more, only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Jordan Lawler coined a new term for our baseball team, the Never Say Diamondbacks, and down the stretch they come. 10 games, folks. That's all that's left in one of the strangest seasons we have ever witnessed. And can you imagine the madness if the Diamondbacks hoisted a white flag and a pennant flag in the same season? Now, yeah, that sounds absurd, but no more absurd than a team losing a chunk of its team to injury, then selling off another chunk of its team at deadline, only to be standing on the welcome mat of the postseason with one of the worst bullpens in the sport. Either way, this late push to glory is going to do many things. Number one, it's going to help erase one of the more contentious and grotesque seasons in team history. Number two, it's going to supply hopium for the future, especially with the rising star that is Geraldo Perdomo, and it should guarantee one more year of Torey Lovullo, who can become just the 118th man in history to reach 10 years as a professional manager. Now, his detractors and critics might not want to hear this, but his worst season has brought out his very best at the darkest time, when everybody assumed zombie baseball was going to invade Chase Field. Instead, we've got a real playoff push in the last 2 weeks of the regular season, and this time, the Diamondbacks are playing with house money. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Dan, I think it's a situation now with the team. It comes at an interesting crossroads with Torey Lovullo specifically, because you wrote the piece a couple of weeks ago that like this was a huge month for him, whether it felt like the D-backs were relevant or not. And I'll put my hand up. I thought they were entirely irrelevant at that point. They have proven a lot of us wrong. And I think that's something that I don't want to phrase it this way, but I'm just going to try to anyway, that you kind of have to decide as a sports fan. I think a lot of people lean a different way than I do, is when it comes to your manager or your coach, accepting their faults, I'll put it as, because Torey is not a perfect manager. He has a lot of flaws, but the ceiling and floor kind of argument of it is that floor is if you give him like a scrappy team, it is going to have belief. And something that Zach Gallen talked about when I was there on Monday in the clubhouse is he like paused before talking about Torey and then made sure he was saying his words right and like giving him credit in a way where Torey is is great to play for, because something that he will do is like hands off, hands on, like that balance with him is always really good. Like when things are going well and they're vibing in the clubhouse, like he will take him and just let the players like have everything kind of going for them in that kind of way. So a lot of people listening right now would prefer for Torey Lovullo not to be their manager next year, even with this late surge. But sometimes you just have to be accepting of the faults that they have. And again, like the bullpen this year, it's hard to like look at Torey as the top reason why everything is happening right now with the bullpen faults. that they have. We do unfortunately live in a world where it is fire this guy, fire that guy. People are calling for Drew Petzing's job after 2 games and they're 2-0 already. It's like one of those types of situations as well. But with Torrey, this is just what you are going to get. And again, next year, they're probably going to have somewhat similar a roster that we're looking at right now. And what we're going to talk about is like, okay, this team thrives when there aren't any expectations. They thrive when they have that young athletic energy to them that they refound after the trade deadline here. And that's the type of team that Torrey manages the best. And it's been, I don't want to say a remarkable job by him because, again, he bears a lot of responsibility.
No doubt.
The defense has been a disaster this year compared to the very high standard that it's set in previous years. That goes to coaching directly every single time, in my opinion. But with that being said, I think that he has done a solid job this year, but he's making it to a solid point because of what he's done the last couple of weeks.
Listen, go ahead.
Real quick, just think about this. He can, in a 1 month time frame, he can go from everyone thinking that he should be fired to getting manager of the year votes in the National League.
I don't know if he's going to get that, but I would also.
If they make the playoffs,
you're absolutely
with
right.
all the injuries and the trade deadline,
you're absolutely right. Now, but 2 things can be true at the same time, and this is that point that I made a couple days ago about keeping success and failure very, very close. We all want to either label something good or bad, black or white, success or failure, fire or hire, and sometimes it's a lot more complicated than that. And Torey Lovullo bared a lot of responsibility, in my opinion, for what we saw early. A team that wasn't ready to play out a postseason. I think it was real wishy-washy leadership with that whole opening day starter, and I can only imagine how a clubhouse full of veterans kind of perceive that. And when you bring in new veterans like Corbin Burns and Josh Naylor and Geno Suarez, and the composition of the team is different, a lot of what makes Torrey so good with young players, the free love, the hugs, the zen, the let's be vulnerable together. I can see a lot of veterans go, come on, get out of my face with that stuff, right? But now you've got a younger team with less expectations, and in the midst of a time when I honestly thought his goose was cooked. I thought the Ketel Marte incident and Torrey's role in enabling Ketel. I've heard some things, and I thought upstairs all the way to the top that was going to cook his goose. This has all changed. The dynamics of all of this have changed because what makes Torrey really good with young players has come out right at the end of the season, exactly when you thought that this thing was going to fall apart and crumble. Now, we'll see how this whole thing feels, but I can't imagine at the end of the next couple of weeks that we're suddenly going to be horrifically disappointed in this team again, unless they win their next 7 games and then lose their last 3. Or something like that.
That's the thing. It's like if we do sweep the Giants today and we win 2 out of 3 against the Phillies and all of a sudden we're a half game up, or dare I say like a game up with 3 left against the Padres, and all you have to do is win 2 out of 3 and control your own destiny, that's the only really scenario in which the season can be tarnished and be like, oh my God. Like, it was the Diamondbacks' fault.
I disagree because I feel like we forget how much we react to each game in a baseball season. And there's still enough games left that if they really sort of fade down the stretch now after getting everybody's hopes up, I know you keep saying house money.
That's the way I see it, man.
But that's only because we're living in it right now.
But everybody knows how flawed this team is.
I know. It just feels... I might be not speaking for everyone then. Once you get your hopes up and you see that they could actually make the playoffs, and if they miss out by 1 or 2 games, you're going to start thinking, oh, if they only would have won a couple of those games earlier in the year. Oh, if their bullpen didn't blow it. Oh, if they only could have finished down the stretch and won a couple more. I feel like once you get close, you want it, even if it is house money.
But I think we know what this team is now. And to that point, here's Blaze Alexander last night on the style of baseball they're playing right now.
How would you describe this style of baseball you guys are playing right now?
Gritty, you know, we're always in it, you know, we're never out of it, you know, we're grinders, you know, and it's just what we do, man. We make it tough on the, you know, opposing pitchers, and we're going to work them.
And I got one more from Corbin Carroll on a similar style as well.
You have Gino hitting a homer every other night. You know, you don't really ask him to bunt. So, I mean, I think just it's a different team than we had earlier in the year, and you know, I think we've got a very selfless group, and just kind of everyone does what's asked of them, and just have a lot of confidence in whoever's up there to get that job done.
Dan, I want to focus on those two cuts because you know this better than me. When managers and coaches are doing a great job, you can see their own personalities embodied by their team, and that does not sound more like Torey Lovullo.
How about it?
Possibly
How about it? That's a great point. All right, coming up on the other side, can the Cardinals get their offense fixed before a Week 3 showdown with the 49ers? We'll discuss next. Kellen in for Vinny, I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores, and the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final. Lawler with a little sneeze that somehow gets past Ryan Walker, and once that happened, Carroll, you knew he was going to score.
Can the Dbacks get one more W versus the Giants? We find out today with coverage going live from Chase Field at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, that awful nagging joint pain can come from a lot of places. Sometimes it's arthritis, sometimes years of hard work, sometimes it's an old injury that never healed. But no matter where it comes from, it's a bad deal when it limits your everyday life. This is where QC Kinetics is here to help flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore that damaged joint tissue. And the results are long-term lasting relief because this stuff works, folks. Patient satisfaction reports a staggering 92%. And guess what? That includes me. I've got a terrible case of tennis elbow, a jarring flash of pain every time I hit a golf ball. 3 treatments in with QC Kinetics, I am markedly better. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Selenos, the grand price success.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, Paul Calvese here. Let's talk estate planning because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What is the mindset of Kyler Murray going into his first divisional game of the season? We'll react to what he had to say today after Dbacks and Giants on the Burns and Gambo Show right here on Arizona Sports.
Said it earlier, I don't think I've ever been in a world where people have complained this much over a 2-0 Arizona Cardinals team. Right? I mean, there was a time back in the day when starting the season 2-0 was a pipe dream for this football team. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's a sign of rising standards and rising expectations. But the fact of the matter is there is a lot to clean up for this football team, primarily on offense.
Absolutely. And I think that this is I'll go as far as calling, I think this week will be a turning point in the season, either good or bad. And what I mean by that is I expect we are not going to get, I say this, don't have any sources or anything. I was just a football fan watching the game like you. We're probably not going to get some good news about a Cardinals corner or two at some point this day, today. We have the injury report coming at some point as well. The information will come down at some point as well. Gambo will be doing his thing or whatever. I bring that up because it was very apparent in the second half, especially once Max Melton was out of that game, that Rollis had to go a lot more conservative than he wanted to because guess what? He was ultra conservative against Spencer Rattler, and I'm sure that he did not want to do that, but knew it was the smart and right thing to do. But once you're having to play a fifth-round rookie on the outside as much as Denzel Burke had to, all those blitzes and stuff that we saw from the first quarter and with the way the game flow went and how much they were ahead, that sort of thing changed. I think they're going to have to be pretty conservative again defensively, which is just really going to limit the ceiling of a group that I thought could be a top 10 defense in the league. Again, we'll see the corner news coming up. I'm bringing all of this on offense because that means they have to figure things out on offense immediately and this week as well. We know the struggles with the running game when you look at success percentage, which is what it sounds like. How successful are you on each play running the ball? They have the second worst percentage in football right now. That is a stat that routinely in the last 2 years, even through their overall struggles as an offensive team, that they have been a top 5 or a top 10 team in. Stuff percentage is another metric, which, again, exactly what it sounds like. I love football. All these, like, offensive rating, what does that mean? Right. Stuff percentage, I think you know what I mean when I say stuff percentage. Niners are top 5 in the league on the percentage of runs that they stuff. So they are going to load up where they can. They are going to make sure James Conner is not the one initiating this game. Thus, this becomes like okay, can you get Marv his 11 targets? Can you get Kyler in the passing game sort of going? Here's Drew Petzing yesterday on the offense making progress.
Again, it's going to be an outcome-based evaluation at times publicly. I think in the building we're looking more at where are some of those things that maybe we can get a tick better at, whether it's the aiming point, the scheme, the way I call it, or when it comes up. There's always little nuances, but again, explosive plays come and go in bunches at times. When you hit them all of a sudden, your numbers look really good. I think the efficiency was better from week 1 to week 2 and still need to see that progress continue.
All right, so I was talking to a football guy who was marveling at the criticism of Kyler Murray based off that one interception, and his point was, look, Kyler Murray, that wasn't really the mental error that some people are making it out to be, that his arm was hit as he was trying to throw the ball away, and that stuff generally can happen to a quarterback. Yet the reaction here was, here we go again with Kyler Murray and the dumb mistakes under pressure. My viewpoint on that play, which really kind of unplugged what was rounding out to be a pretty good performance from Kyler. Had that play never happened,
I thought he was fantastic.
So did I.
Interception included.
Okay, so all right, so you're on the reasonable side when it comes
his
to
arm just got hit. He was trying to throw the ball out of bounds. He was joking about it after.
Yes, and my take on it was in that situation, you've got to make that decision a split second earlier so you can get that ball out of bounds.
Yes.
You saw Geno Smith do that the other night. Scrambling around, running around, realized I got nothing here, launched it out of bounds. Okay, but I think it speaks to a larger issue, and that is Kyler Murray, how his brain functions under moments of extreme duress, and what that is going to mean for the scope of this football season. That, to me, is a big deal.
Sorry about that, Dan.
No, it's okay.
Looking at week 2 and looking at the performance that Kyler had, and when you're stacking up his numbers against the rest of the league, you can even look at just this game and say Bryce Young was a better quarterback. He had 328 yards passing. He had 3 touchdowns and a pick. Kyler was 17 of 25 for 220 yards and a touchdown. He had 7 carries for 32 yards. Kind of like, okay, another like shrug, fine Kyler game. That game to me is how Kyler becomes a top 10 quarterback. It's not about the numbers for him. It's that he had 5 or 6 big boy throws. That Michael Wilson touchdown was a thing of beauty. He had a couple to the sidelines as well. And then, of course, you've got the 1 or 2 signature moments for Kyler with his legs. The brain fart aside, which to your point, if he just thinks about it a half second sooner, his arm never gets hit in the first place. You get a Kyler brain fart every 2 or 3 games. It happens. That one was not at the worst possible time, but the timing wasn't great for it to come. With that being said, I thought that was his best game of the season easily. I thought he was much better in that game compared to week 1, which was the classic, like, okay, Kyler was fine or whatever. You mentioned the pressure and under pressure stuff. This is for 2 weeks, so we'll see what happens. But right now, when Kyler Murray is facing no pressure, he is 7th in quarterback rating in the league. But when he is under pressure, he is 30th out of 34 quarterbacks when he is under pressure. That's in quarterback rating. The 4 quarterbacks behind him, Aaron Rodgers, who can't really move, Joe Flacco, who cannot really move, Bo Nix, who has a lot coming on him right now, and then Jake Browning as well, who is the backup in Cincinnati last year. 20th, no pressure, and he was 25th under pressure. And under pressure is where you sort of expect Kyler to thrive because that's where he gets to be improvisational. And that's where this Cardinals offensive line has actually been great, because another metric is time to pressure, meaning how quick are you under pressure. Cardinals offensive line has the best number in the league right now. So Kyler has had time to get through his progressions, to get through his checkdowns, to get through a lot of different things. But when the pressure has come, ironically enough, that is when he has really struggled. And I think that San Francisco knows that, and they're going to bring even more pressure his way as well. Yeah. Nick Bosa and Bryce Huff are off to a really strong start in the pass rush game for San Francisco as well. So again, inflection points of the season. This is the first real one for me. Can Kyler go out there and have a big boy game when the running game is not working and when his defense is struggling as well?
No doubt about it. I think it's a very, very important game because the 49ers are a team that a lot of people have circled as the best candidate to go worst to first. It happens almost every year in the NFL. And the 49ers have shown a lot of mettle so far in this season, missing some key guys. Now, the one thing the Cardinals, I think, is going to be one of the focuses is going to be on, obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr., who did not have a real good performance against the Panthers in their home debut. And this is surprising not only because of the work that Marvin Harrison Jr. put into the weight room, but Kyler Murray before the year said that the difference between their relationship is like night and day, that their connection is night and day compared to last year, and yet we still haven't seen it consistently on the football field.
No, we have not, and it goes back to like the original point that we're talking about, right? With like how if Kyler takes it a step above, that means that Marv is getting the ball. Again, like usage, how Petzing is using him, how game plans are trying to take him out. What doesn't help is the fact that they've got 2 pass catchers you have to worry about, and everyone else you don't really have to worry about sort of at all. Here's Petzing earlier yesterday on getting Marvin the ball more often.
I always say a lot of that's going to be on me for play calling and trying to make sure he's early in the progression. But if they're going to take him away, I think Kyler's done a great job of moving on and getting the ball to other players and making sure, as we talked about earlier, that those players are where they need to be and ready for those opportunities when they present themselves. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to take a guy away or really overemphasize that on your end, yeah, we still want to make sure that we do things to move him around the formation to make him difficult to defend. But we're also, as the play is called, not going to just once the play is snapped, just throw the ball to him at all costs. I think that creates some issues, and always want to stay away from those type of things.
2 games in, you've got 38 receptions for the Cardinals total. Half of those exactly are McBride and Harrison. That is going to be easy to stop for good to great defenses.
Yep.
This is a good to great defense that you're facing this week.
Yep, and they have got to rise to the challenge. All right, coming up on the other side, one of our favorites, the great Todd Walsh, will join us to talk Diamondbacks baseball. Kellen in for Vinny, I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I will tell you, yesterday there was a ball that went right through Marvin Harrison Jr.'s hands. I mean, literally right through his hands. And it's hard to jumpstart a conversation about Marvin Harrison when he's doing things like that. Gambo, I don't know the answer to this problem because I also think it's not even the biggest problem on offense for the Cardinals.
You think it's more the running game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
It's not even the thing I'm the most worried about.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You should have really high standards when purchasing a new car. You should demand a great brand, a great experience, a really good price, and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. And that is exactly what you are going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They have 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection of anywhere in the valley. Talking about new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars, incredible lineup of electric vehicles. Whatever you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. One listener told me it took him longer to buy a new suit than to drive off with a new BMW at Chapman BMW. Finally, remember this, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, so go find what you like, take a test drive, then go get your hookup. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He's a personal friend of mine. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
It's Wolf here for Tim Hovik Santan Ford. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit is expiring in just days. That's $7,500, brother. And Tim Hovik Santan Ford is your EV headquarters. Maybe you love the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E. Pure electricity, pure adrenaline. Great price in your pocket and a huge selection on the lot. Plug into Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offers expire 9/30/25.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
The $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler's first career walk-off hit, and the Diamondbacks couldn't have needed it more. The Snakes fought back after being down 4 runs early. The bullpen was nails all night, and in the 9th inning, the Snakes found a way.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores, and the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final.
The 6-5 win, not only did it help them stay within 1.5 games of the Mets, it also earned them the season tiebreaker over the Giants, but more is still needed if they want that final wild card spot. Brandon Pfaadt and Justin Verlander are on the mound this afternoon at 12:40 from Chase Field, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Eduardo Rodriguez meet the moment last night against the San Francisco Giants? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Wednesday, broadcasting live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Calling in for Vinny, I'm Dan Bickley. We are joined by one of our favorites, Diamondbacks reporter, the one, the only Todd Walsh. Todd, what is happening, my man?
I am about to walk into DJ's Bagel Cafe here in Fountain Hills to get you a birthday bagel, Dan.
Oh, nice.
So it's all on you. You just walk in, say my name, and you have the run of the place.
Beautiful.
That's what's happening right now. That's where I'm at.
I love it. One of the hidden gems in Fountain Hills. All right, so frame up for us the absurdity, the improbability of what we are watching with this baseball team.
I was fascinated by your discussion about 15 minutes ago about what makes this team tick, and I wish I was sitting there because I wanted to add this. I think this boils down to something that's so primal and so simple, which is it's the difference between being the hunter and the hunted. And I don't say that with an overabundance of disrespect. I'm not one of those guys who says, oh, they're not playing for anything so they can just play. I don't believe that because this team has gone through the ringer for this entire season, and we all know and have documented what they've been through. But I feel like right now they are free, they are easy, and they're almost like, Dan, I think you might appreciate this more than anybody, they're like the B side. The A side, the single, had the hook a mile long, 3 chords in the truth, but it just didn't work. So what do? You flip it over and hey man, this is pretty cool. This is great. It's a complete just flush of what we saw for so many months. We're so tortured by, and now you've got this B side where you're like, I like this. I like the way this plays. I like the way this sounds in my head, and that's how I feel about it. And I last night, to be brutally honest, I heard Dave Burns give the Mets Padres score, and I was like, oh no. I saw the first inning, and I said to myself, I'm going to go back on my Robert Redford deep dive, which I did. But the reason I did that is because I didn't want to watch zombie baseball. Because I thought, oh, man, they're going to see the score and they're just going to punch the ticket and go on to the next one. And it didn't happen. And it didn't happen because they're free, they're focused, they're confident, and they're letting it fly. And I just love the fact that we're still talking about it in September. They're sucking up some of the airwaves that will be all football all the time. And I just think this is great for now and in the future. That's my take. They're the B side.
Todd, to stick with your excellent analogy in the B side, what do you think about Torrey as a manager unlocks the ability to get to that B side and pull this out of team somehow?
We've talked about him for months and months, years now, and he continues to evolve. And I understand the narrative about him being able to connect to a younger generation of players. When you guys were talking about the eye rolling, I was thinking of Josh Naylor going, oh, God, that was my image of him saying, what is this?
Right.
And I understand that. I totally get it. Well, there was addition by subtraction, and the primal thing starts to take over where guys are emerging. I think I may have been on with you guys right after the trade deadline or talked to somebody about, okay, well, there's a void now. People are gone from that room that had a particular place in the hierarchy of the room. That is how teams exist in the clubhouse structure. And who's going to rise? Well, I've watched Geraldo Perdomo get on the lead lap and stay on it. He's not hidden behind someone that has a stronger personality or doesn't feel like he can say his place. He is. And that stuff has happened like in the middle of this turn. And, Torrey's the perfect guy for that. And he understands when to push and when not. And I think I've gone there 1,000 times with you guys. Trust me when I tell you, he has a very colorful language, and he'll use it. You just don't ever see it because he's that smart about what he shows publicly. And we have watched him for so long that I think sometimes we get bored with that drum beat. Mm-hmm. But he's so remarkably consistent with it that he is able to hide the moments that you would never see. And lastly, add Mike Hazen flying into Sacramento and laying it out right there in front of that group, saying nothing's guaranteed. So, again, this is a complicated storyline, I think, and it's still complicated. And I love what you guys said about, there's 10 games left. We're not going to feel awful about this at the end. It may hurt, but I don't think we're going to feel awful about it. I think we're going to have great joy and wonderment about what we all just witnessed.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And also the rising star of Geraldo Perdomo, as you've already referenced. Watching, it's not just the adding the slug to his game, which has obviously made a huge difference. It's this leadership. It's this joy. Every time anybody does good on this team, the camera pans to him, and he is the one leading the cheers for others. What are we watching with the growth of Geraldo Perdomo?
We're watching, I think, one of the premier players in all of baseball. If he stays healthy and continues on this path in this relentless approach to this game, I've never seen him get tired or break a sweat. I think you're going to be watching a guy that in the end we look back and go, we were really lucky to be around this guy here in this town for this long. I am amazed at the growth that I've seen. I remember certain things that he was asked to do when he first came here. He was way too young, but man, he absorbed it, and he loved the engagement that Torrey would give him and pushing him because, as Torrey told him, I know you can take it. And that, to me, is the essence of true leadership. And he can't hide anymore. He's one of the best players at his position, and he's the kind of guy that he just, he storms the Bastille of baseball every single night. And it's a joy to watch. I watched him change in the day before the trade deadline to the day of the trade deadline to the day after in how he was handling certain things in the clubhouse. I mean, I watched an evolution of a leader in those 3 days that I'll never forget. I told him about it. I said, you're not going to remember. You're going to remember this 10 years from now. And he just absorbs so much. And I just want everyone to know that that's out there. And I think when he is must-see TV. When just watch everything. I watched him talk to the third baseman the other night, where I can't remember where I was, for an entire at bat, and it was just like, what is he doing? I heard this noise. I was in the third base camera well, and the at bat's going on, and I'm like, wait, who's talking? And it's Geraldo because he was on third base. What are you talking about? He's fun to watch. I mean, he's one of those characters,
True character.
Todd, it's Brandon Pfaadt today for the Diamondbacks. It's been a rough year for him, but Brandon has always been a big game pitcher, and I couldn't help but link that to what Torrey was talking about yesterday and how sort of a playoff feel has arrived early. Do you think that can be a benefit for Brandon with the big game stakes here and how he has always stepped up to that moment in the past?
I sure hope so. I really do. It absolutely has to happen. He's been a bit of a weakling from time to time, and we know what he's capable of doing. And I think that's part of the joy of watching a team that's putting a run together, is that everything sort of slingshots together, and guys don't want to let the other guy down. And that's, to me, the essence of what we might see and hopefully see today from Brandon. I mean, I was talking to somebody the other day about what's the storyline going to be if Game 1 of the playoffs, whatever it is Nabil Kismat. He's on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, what in the world? But back to Brandon, he has the ability to do what you're talking about, Kellen. So I just want to see him do it. And if adversity comes, I thought the last time we saw him, adversity came in the form of the long ball, and it just kept happening. There's a part of him I know that can flush that and get back to the sequencing and all the stuff that makes him who he can be.
Finally, it would have been terrible had they not pulled that game out, given the men they had on base in the 6th and the 7th and the 8th, and that Jordan Lawler at bat. I'm going to be honest, I was cringing. I wanted to hide my eyes because I did not think it was going to end well for him, and for him to plate the game winner on that little cue ball. What's that going to do for him? And do you think Jordan Lawler has turned any kind of corner?
I think he has, and that's exactly why I couldn't watch Dan, because I just didn't want to see it. I had to rewind it and know that I knew the outcome. But then when I read about it and read what he did, that he went into the cage and tried to simulate and emulate the pitcher of the San Francisco Giants, and the fact that he delivered it and the joy that he had, it wasn't, Luis Gonzalez won the World Series on a blue pit to shallow left center. So when you look at this a year from now. I think he's there offensively. Defensively, they have issues, obviously, to help him solve. But he is supremely confident. I talked to him after he had a big hit the other day after making a couple of errors, and he just looked at me and said, I just got that first one. It had, I mean, he was wearing it.
Yeah.
It's human nature. So what will we see tonight or today and the next 10 days? You know, he can write that on his own script.
All right, great stuff, Todd. Always appreciate your time. We'll see you at the ballpark, my man.
White flag and pennant flag at the same. That's brilliant. That's gold. But the peanut butter and jelly stuff, man, you have ruined Wonder Bread forever for me, Dan.
Thank you, Todd.
What in the world was that? That was so good, but I was so nauseated.
I appreciate
Happy birthday.
it. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Todd Walsh, great reporter for the Diamondbacks. Great reporter, period. He joins us. Coming up on the other side, we've got some football to discuss. Kellen in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Here's the positive. I'm always looking for the positive, as you well know. Looking at the defense going out and shutting down, ending the game, not once, but twice in 2 games. I know it was against the Saints. I know it was against the Panthers, but the defense did its job and ended the assault, ended the game.
I love the ending because Calais Campbell had this look on his face like, dude, it's my 18th year. This game should have been over an hour ago. I'll just end it so we can go home.
Thank you, Calais. Thank you so much for doing that, as a matter of fact.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Game day at your place? Don't stress about the food. Spinato's has you covered. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Spinato's catering is legit. We're talking crispy, Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. It's everything you need to feed the whole crew without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu, place your order, and you're the MVP of game day. Now, here's something cool. For September and October, Spinato's is bringing back a fan favorite, the Wizard of Za. It's a spicy chipotle peach pizza. Yeah, sweet heat. And they're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. The Wizard of Za, just another addition to Spinato's already deep pizza roster. And of course, you always have the option to build your own with Spinato's fresh list of ingredients. Whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers. Check it all out and order at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Week 3 forthcoming in the National Football League. And you wonder if, as we were talking in the break, how did the Cardinals jumpstart their running game? Because this is going to have to happen at some point in time, especially given the fact now that defenses are going to stack the box. They're going to make the team try to beat you with their passing game, which we know is compromised, which we know is limited, and we know there are question marks about the wide receiver room. Question becomes, can they instantly upgrade their offensive running attack by tinkering with their offensive line?
Absolutely. Tyler Drake on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, has a story up right now that you can read. The one very large wrinkle that could jumpstart the Cardinals' run game. That wrinkle he suggests is Will Hernandez. I'm conflicted about this because we know Will Hernandez as a good football player. We don't know if Isaiah Adams is a good football player yet. Again, PFF grades aren't everything, but the people that are watching these players individually or as a group and assessing their performances have not been a fan of what Isaiah Adams and Evan Brown have both done in the run blocking game right now. Pass protection has been outstanding from this group as a whole, but the run game has been a huge problem. So if you put in Will Hernandez, does this get you back to having one of the better offensive lines in football? That's where it starts, because like the bottom line is you don't have Jahmyr Gibbs in your backfield. You do not have Saquon Barkley in your backfield. I do not say that as any shade to James Conner, who I believe is one of the best running backs in football. How he is that is once he gets going, good luck tackling him. He can't get going right now because there's two guys waiting for him when he gets the ball.
That's what
right
it
now.
is.
I don't think it has really anything to do with his performance. It all has to do with the blocking as a whole. Drew Petzing was asked yesterday on the performance of Isaiah Adams at right guard through 2 games.
I think he's doing a really nice job. A tough matchup here in week 2. Brown is arguably one of the best D tackles in the game. I thought he competed at a really high level. I thought you saw the effort and violence throughout the game, so I was really pleased with that.
Had the stat earlier in the show, stuff percentage, meaning how often do they stuff the run. San Francisco does it 25% of the time. That is a top 5 mark in all of football. 2 weeks, small sample size, but we know what that is. We know what Robert Saleh is going to do. He is extremely familiar with the Cardinals in a few different ways, and he was gone for a bit to see what this Gannon type of football is, but he's going to watch that film. He's going to watch a lot of film from last year's matchup as well, and you know how that kind of works for those guys, right? He's going to watch the film of last year's matchup and be like, why didn't we do this? Why didn't we do that? And why didn't we do that? And that's why he's one of the best defensive coordinators in all of football. He's going to have a lot of wrinkles ready for them, particularly in the run game as well.
I wonder when they're going to push the button on the Will Hernandez thing, because Will Hernandez he's got a nasty streak to him. He's very, very physical, and I think he needs to be in the starting lineup. You do want to respect Isaiah Adams, who was one of the stars of training camp, who was one of the talking points of the preseason. They raved about what he put on the field in the lead up to this season. But look, once the season begins, it's a different sport. And,
I think even on it's not just Tyler Boom Boom Drake who brings it up. Even on Monday when we had crosstalk with Wolf and Luke, I think Wolf brought up his name as well as be a more physical type player.
Yeah, because listen, this is how this team was built. This team was built to replicate the Philadelphia Eagles. This team was built to sort of just be really, really solid in the trenches on both sides of the ball. Yeah. And so far, the offensive line has not been doing that. And you're absolutely right about Pro Football Focus. There's not a lot of people. I'm sorry. Not everybody agrees with the validity of their data, but but a lot of people do, and the grades for Isaiah Adams are not good right now. So you want to be patient with the player that balled out the way he did in training camp, but at the same time, this team has got playoff aspirations, and they need to get more physical at the point of attack.
Make sure to tune in to Burns and Gambo later today after the conclusion of the Diamondbacks day game, and then as well as your guys' show tomorrow, because we'll have the first iteration of this week's injury report. Hernandez was listed as questionable last week, but it was one of those, I was like, was he really even questionable to play? Like the designation, what does it mean exactly? Austin Fort told Arizona Sports' own Wolf and Luke following the roster cuts that he believed Hernandez was close to a return, and that was a few weeks ago. So he's not quite at a health standpoint yet where he's ready, but could this be the week that he is healthy? Could it still be another couple of weeks for him as well? We kind of know what the situation there was. He was only a free agent basically from a health standpoint because they were kind of waiting for him to get ready. He comes back. Part of my brain just wants me to say that, like, if your offensive line, and I think Will Hernandez is a good football player, but if your solution to making everything much, much better is just swapping out Isaiah Adams for Will Hernandez, it speaks to a more systemic issue that might be forming here. But I've referred to this week as an inflection point on Sunday for a couple of different reasons, and this is one of them as well, because if we see 3 straight weeks of the running game that we are not used to seeing, that spells doom. And what did spell doom and why a lot of fans are panicked, and I have a little bit of anxiety about how these first 2 weeks have gone, is the Saints last year allowed 144 yards per game against the run. They were second to last in the league. You know who was last? The Carolina Panthers, who allowed 40 more yards per game than that on the ground. And the Cardinals could not get their ground game going against either of those teams. The San Francisco 49ers are not that team at all, to say the least. So this is a really interesting point, and it's one of those things where you talk about Will Hernandez and changing that. What if they start to go that way with Trey Benson? I do not think that James Conner is the problem at all, but if he gets stuffed a time or two where they felt like there was a gap there for a half second that someone more explosive like Trey Benson could slide through, we've been seeing more and more of him through 2 weeks so far.
I really am fascinated by this because I think they're looking at Trey Benson and they're seeing a lot of youthful, ambitious, audacious talent. And they're trying probably to say to themselves, what do we do here? How do we get maximum output from both of these gentlemen? And is James Conner the kind of guy that if you pare down his carries to 11 or 12 per game, are you not getting the best of him? Is he the kind of guy that once he gets to 12 or 13 carries, that's when the net effect of James Conner really takes hold?
And the dynamic of this team and why it's always going to be seen as a run-first team until we see otherwise is think of the second half of close games that the Cardinals won last year. What was it? It was the signature drive from James Conner, not their quarterback. And that's no shade towards Kyler. Kyler's had a few of those drives himself, but there are a few games, I think off the top of my head, I'm thinking of the game in San Francisco where it's just James Conner 6 yards, James Conner 8 yards, James Conner 9 yards. And all of a sudden you're in the red zone. You're like, what? Like 6 minutes are off the clock. You're about to take the lead. And it's just because James Conner on that offensive line was putting in work. Here's Drew Petzing yesterday on how to take the next steps in the run game.
In a lot of ways, I think we need to stay the course. I think we need to continue to work on the details of the blocks, the aiming points, the ball handling, carrying out our fakes, all the things that I think make our run game dynamic. And, you know, when we get a limited sample size at times, things can get skewed, but I do like the way that people are doing things. I like the attitude we're playing with, and I think some of those will start to pop.
Hope he's right, because I think that it might be a long day in Santa Clara if they can't get that thing going. Now, speaking of Wolf and Luke, they also had Patrick Peterson on, and they asked Patrick Peterson, hey, Pat, you know, with all these injuries to our secondary, with all these guys down, any chance you might want to suit it back up?
They did ask him that, and I'm looking for the cut that I don't see in the folder. Do you have it anywhere, Jarrett, that you can find it?
Sure, I have it right here.
Thank you, sir.
It's a quick answer from Patrick Peterson when asked that.
You know, I wish I could come back, but I haven't worked out in God knows how long.
Yeah, that's
so there we go.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they were joking in asking that.
I hope they were joking.
I think that it was Tay Gowan, who was a former 6th round pick of the Cardinals a couple years ago, who quote tweeted all the injuries and was like, "I'm available if you need a call." So we're at that point.
Right.
Former
So we're at that
players
point.
on Twitter.
Do you remember the Cardinals playoff run years ago when everyone was just begging Kurt Warner to come out of retirement?
I was the ringleader of that. Yes.
Oh, he was seen throwing balls in his backyard.
He considered it.
I know.
That would have been something.
Well, we haven't seen a trade yet, which I thought some people were calling for immediately, but we don't know the injury news just yet. Again, we're waiting the injury report will come out later today.
Yeah, exactly. All right, remember, next week we're giving away tickets. You can see the Cardinals and the Sun Devils starting Monday. Listen for the Sounder at 7:15 a.m., 12:15 p.m., 4:15 p.m. for your shot to win 2 tickets for the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football and ASU on Friday night. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page and the Arizona Sports YouTube page. 9 o'clock hour coming up, Social Studies with Sept. That's next. Stick around. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Presidential Pools has been Arizona's #1 pool builder since 1991. They have an industry-leading warranty, and now is the best time to get a pool to not only add value to your home, but to have your backyard perfect for the weather that is coming. Football season is here, and I'll be hanging in the backyard with the kids and the family a lot. So if you're on the fence, Basinonians, don't be. Dive in with Presidential Pools, and they'll take care of you. Go to presidentialpools.com, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson.
The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler walked it off last night against the Giants as the Diamondbacks got a 6-5 win to keep pace with the New York Mets in the NL wildcard chase. The Dbacks with chances in the 7th and 8th innings to bring across a run. They waited till it mattered most, and Lawler's near-swinging bunt brought home Corbin Carroll, and here was Jordan Lawler after the game.
Yeah, it's everything. You know, you want to put on this jersey and you want to represent your team. You want to represent the Diamondbacks and all the trust and belief they put into me and I put back into them.
The Snakes will look for the series sweep today at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Cardinals will need to find their running game as they head to San Francisco this weekend for a divisional battle with the 49ers. And tonight, the Phoenix Mercury are fighting for their playoff lives in New York against the Liberty. Tip-off will be at 5 p.m. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it is that time. It is Social Studies with Sammy.
Yes, it is time for Social Studies. You know where to find us on X at Bickley_Murata. We are at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you're asking yourself while you're listening to us, what do these four guys look like that they come to the studio every single day? Well, good news for you is if you head to YouTube, you type in Arizona Sports, and you click on our icon, you can see we are live on YouTube every single day.
Yes, you could watch the show all day long. You could see some of our guests that we have in studio or on video. You could see me dancing around, what shirt I'm wearing.
You can see Gambo flex.
You could see Bickley's famous hair.
You can do all of that. All you got to do is head to YouTube and type in Arizona Sports, and there we go. But we have 3 questions for you guys, and we start with the Arizona Cardinals. What is the biggest reason that you don't believe in this team right now, and what is the biggest reason why you do believe in this Cardinals team right now?
I believe in this Cardinals team because I think that the build-out has been smart and judicious, and I believe in their defense, and I think that eventually they're going to get this offense going. The reason why I don't believe it is, or the reason why I might not believe it would be just the passing game. Can this offense get to the point where there are explosives in their arsenal?
For me, believing in the team right now, just that they're well-balanced. Like, they've got on paper a good defense, a good offense, an offense that can run, an offense that can pass. But to that point, the biggest reason I don't believe in them right now is that I need to see the running game get back to form. I believe that it will, but the quality of competition that you were playing against, those were 2 dream matchups for you to do what you do best, and they weren't able to, so I'm a little skittish.
Yeah, a couple of the responses. Daylight Film says in the don't category that we couldn't put away 2 pretty mediocre teams, and sadly, there are some serious maybe injuries to the secondary. Some due management and head coach. Hopefully the GM and the coach can talk about getting some new defensive backs if it comes to that. Tony Height says he doesn't believe in this team because there's no evidence that Kyler can be a top 10 quarterback for an entire season. It would also be nice if the injury Grim Reaper could also stay away from the facilities. Both those points are true. We're waiting on the injury report, like Kellen has been saying. But if those guys can go and can be healthy, again, there's a little more to believe in because the defensive back unit, when healthy, is pretty dang good. Diamondback fans, we are 10 games left, 1.5 games out of the last wild card spot, and leave it to Jarrett to pose this question of, if this season were a meal, what would it be and why? A meal.
I think it's where the dessert is trying to save a otherwise very unpleasant experience for all of the other courses before, where you're kind of just like in this like sour mood because this experience wasn't what you thought it was going to be walking into the restaurant at all, and then you're going to walk out kind of feeling,
wow, that was decent. A really good dessert.
The cheesecake was incredible.
Yeah, that really.
Yeah.
Oh, I just had a great cheesecake. That just brings it up.
Or maybe like one of the lollipops with the chocolate at the end of it, in the center.
Tootsie Pop?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's
right?
good.
You get to the bottom. It's just what's at the very end might be the best part of it all.
That's really true. And we have mentioned the tweet or meme that is circulating our Twitter, and that was part of this response. It was Suns Out, Puns Out. Said a mediocre buffet with a great dessert bar, and it's he put Jarrett's meme, and it's how I look approaching the said dessert bar. And it's
Jarrett meme is unbelievable.
It is pretty good. Ross Vegas said sushi. Sometimes it can look like a horror movie, but the more you eat it, the better it gets. And Stephen Reese is my favorite one. It's like we were promised 3 courses at a Michelin star restaurant. The appetizer was Hot Pockets filled with Skittles. Our entree is a stunning filet mignon. Dessert will either be a delicate raspberry souffle. Delectable raspberry souffle or a yardstick to the shins. He's not wrong. These last 10 games can go one of 2 ways, I think. All right, our last question. It is Dan Bickley's birthday, September 17th. He said the most common birthday. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is actually a true fact. I just learned that recently. It kind of blew my mind, but Jarrett laid it out there pretty well. It's a result of a lot of amorous New Year's Eves.
The highs and lows of this day. Dan Bickley's birthday and Patrick Mahomes' birthday.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes turns 30
Well,
today.
your birthday was just 3 days ago, right?
Yes, sir.
How about
there
that?
you go. So we asked, what is your most memorable birthday story and why?
I'm not sure I have one.
Really?
I can start. Mine is pretty simple, but it meant a lot to me. When I was in my first year at the University of Arizona and I was living in the dorms, we'd only been there because it's like mid-September, so I was only there for a couple of weeks, and I heard a knock on my door around like 12:31 or whatever, and opened my door, and there was like a poster board that said "Happy Birthday, Kellen" with a bunch of everyone signing it in the dorm, and I think I was like the first birthday, so we did that for everyone's birthday going forward, but it just meant a lot to me. It was very sweet by everyone as well, and it was like, oh, we're all really friends. That's so nice.
I do have one. So for my 40th birthday, my wife threw a surprise party for me, and we pulled into the parking lot of this restaurant, and I thought I was just going to dinner with her. And I looked up, and I saw one of my editors at the Arizona Republic walk in, and I'm like, the heck's he doing here? And my wife's stalling, and I'm like, can we get out of the car and get into the restaurant, please? And she's like stalling, and I'm not quite sure why. So I walk in, and sure enough, there's just layers of people that I know, and I'm walking in, and I'm kind of being overwhelmed. And as I get through the whole line of people, at the very back of it all were my sister and my brother who had flown in for the occasion, and they were sitting at the very end of it all. So that's what I got.
That's really cool. Jarrett?
What do you got, Jarrett? I'm sure it's some buffet of some sort.
On my 21st birthday, did the classic 21st birthday thing at U of A. Yep. The next morning, I had to go to Best Buy and pick up a new computer. And I had to get there right when they opened because it was a special deal that I had to do. So this was like after 2 hours of sleep and extraordinarily hungover. I remember driving there and having to pull over 3 times to throw up out of the side of my car. Once in the parking lot and getting there.
You get the
jungle juice. Stay away from it.
You get the computer?
I did, yes.
Nice,
I made
there
it
you go.
My negative one is I had COVID in 22, I want to say, 2022 on my birthday. So talk about like an isolating birthday, like quite literally. Oh, yeah, that was brutal.
For myself, the last, I want to say 4 years, I've done the same thing every single birthday. I get a group of guys and we go down to the Del Mar racetrack, and we have a great weekend in San Diego, and we're doing it again here in a month and a half. Wow. I'm pretty stoked about.
Oh, that's great.
It's the tradition thing I enjoy on birthdays, kind of looking forward to something of the same thing every single year. Some of the responses, let's see. This is a really interesting one. It says, on my 30th birthday, all my friends planned a surprise birthday party for me. First ever surprise party. Copious amounts of alcohol were consumed, and I kissed the neighbor, and her husband was not too happy about it. Fast forward 7 years, we'll be getting married next year. That's a very interesting birthday story. And then Tom Foss, 17 years ago today, my daughter Hayden was born. So same birthday as Dan Bickley, the most memorable story that he has from birthdays. And then lastly, Nick said Larry Legend Fitzgerald breaking free in overtime against the Green Bay Packers and scoring in overtime on the next play. Best birthday gift of all
that's
time.
Great.
That's pretty dang good.
Yeah, that is pretty darn good. All right, thank you, Sammy.
Yes,
appreciate it. On the other side, our weekly visit with the one and only Mark Schlereth. Do not miss it. We are back right after this.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 from Walker is cued. Back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores! And the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final. Lawler with a little sneeze that somehow gets past Ryan Walker. And once that happened, Carroll, you knew he was going to score.
Can the Dbacks get one more W versus the Giants? We find out today with coverage going live from Chase Field at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hey, Cardinals fans, if you're looking for low rates and great deals, get down to Earnhardt Ford. How about 0% APR financing for 72 months on the 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E? Or the full-size F-150 XLT with a 2.7-liter, 325-horsepower engine at a low rate of its own, plus up to $2,750 in Ford bonus cash with approved credit. Check them out in person in Chandler or online at EarnhardtFord.com.
After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $13.89 per 1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop EarnhardtFord.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Kellen Olson filling in for Vinny. Our great pleasure to welcome in the star of the Stinkin' Truth podcast, NFL on Fox, the star of Breakfast Ball television show, and 104.3 The Fan in Denver. The one, the only Mark Schlereth joins us. Hey, Mark, what's happening?
Hey, happy birthday. By the way, thanks for bringing up Breakfast Ball. It got canceled, you know.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. You know, I mean,
how did that get? I'm sorry. When did? Okay, I'm not trying to pick at a wound. I like that show. What the heck?
Yeah, I did too. Well, you know, a lot of things, a lot of behind-the-scenes things that we could talk about over a beer, but we really can't talk about on the radio.
Gotcha.
No, it's all good, man.
Okay,
it is all good. And by the way, happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Mark.
Dude, what are we doing? How are we celebrating?
Beers, man, and you can tell me all about the show.
Yeah,
let's do it.
I quit celebrating birthdays after my 32nd birthday. You probably don't know this, but Super Bowl 32 was played on January 25th, 1998, which happened to be my 32nd birthday. So I not only turned 32 on January 25th, 1998, but I played in Super Bowl 32. I dispensed justice, single-handedly won the game, and you know, the rest is history. So I quit celebrating birthdays because once you do that, there's no reason to celebrate anymore.
Yeah, no, you can't top that. Dispensing that kind of justice, you cannot top that.
No,
all right, so Cardinals are 2-0, and there's a lot of people who are kind of gripping in Arizona over a couple of games that they almost coughed up at the very end. Your thoughts on what our football team has looked like so far?
Yeah, you know, I mean, don't ever apologize for winning, right? I mean, don't do that. And ultimately, the thing that I always thought about Kyler Murray and this offense in general is you got to, and we've talked about this before, you got to fall in love with the boring. You can't make the big mistake. I was talking to Joel Klatt, a buddy of mine, and lead college football analyst for Fox, and he said something that Ryan Day said, and it just really resonated with me. He said playing quarterback is a lot like playing golf. You can absolutely stripe the ball. You can par and birdie a bunch of holes. But at the end of the day, if you have two holes where you take triple bogeys, your score stinks. And playing quarterback is that way. Like if you just hit par all the way through, you're going to be great, and you're going to win a lot of games. It's that triple bogey at the end where you try to fit a ball in, or you don't read a coverage correctly, or you scramble around and get a strip sack fumble that goes the other way that will ruin one bad decision will ruin the game that you just played.
Right.
And so that resonates with me as an offensive lineman because – you know, my thought process is this. I can whip your ass 65 plays in a row, and if I give up one sack at the end of the game, I had a horrible game, and you're going to the Pro Bowl as a defensive player. And so you've got to understand that balance, and that balance is the difference between winning a lot of games and losing a lot of close games and going, what happened?
Mark, if you look at the 49ers coming up for the Cardinals this Sunday, it's easy to shrug at Mac Jones and kind of move on and think the Cardinals are the dog in this one, but the 49ers looked pretty good with Mac Jones in New Orleans. He looked pretty comfortable. What is it, as your experience as a former player, that allows for successful foundations to allow players to kind of be plug and play the way that Mac was for them on Sunday?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it is the system, and a lot of it is, hey, we've got, certain things that we do. We've got an identity. And, for a defense, it's really hard because, all the motions and all the shifts and all the different things. I think one of the things that makes it really unique is they'll show you a lot of different things. And let's just call it, 18 handoff, right? We're going to run 18 handoff till we're blue in the face, 18, 19 handoff. But we're going to run it out of these 6 different personnel groupings. And, sometimes we will run a sift on the backside. Sometimes it'll be a fullback. Sometimes it'll be a tight end coming from the, strong side to the weak side, whatever it is. Sometimes we'll do it out of solo. Sometimes we'll do it out of West formation with 2 tight ends on one side. And so to the defense, it looks like, a dozen different plays. But to the offense, it's the same play every time, and there's just one adjuster. And so it makes it like, for us, it's just always the same thing. But for the defense, there's one time you're cutting off the backside defensive end. One time you're cutting through and you're getting the backside linebacker. One time you're cutting through all the way to the mic, the sifter is. And then all of a sudden, you have 2 tight ends and you're combo blocking, you're tray blocking up to the front side guy. And so it only really changes 1 or 2 guys' assignments. But to the defense, it will look like a bunch of different plays. And then you just always have a great, like Kyle does a great job. That system does a great job of marrying and matching your play action stuff to it. And then when you have a chess piece like, Christian McCaffrey, when he's healthy, not only running the ball, but watch and go look at how many different places they lined him up. And he ran routes a couple of times like a wide receiver, running deep outs, and like he's like legitimately playing wide receiver in their system. So there's a lot of eye candy. There's a lot of stuff to look at. And it's all about, to me, it's all about gaining 8 inches of real estate, like being able to block the second level players and getting a great angle on those guys with the way you operate that offense. So, like I said, I think it looks really complicated to a defense, and it's pretty simplistic for us as an offense.
Now, having gazed into his eyes, Tom Brady is a very handsome man. But the question, Mark.
Well, like I told you before, man, I got the cure for ED. Just stare into that guy's eyes. You don't need all these pills. You do not need pills. No, not at all. But go ahead.
Is he a walking conflict of interest? Because the scene of him in that coach's box has kind of opened a Pandora's box where people are wondering, hey, do we really want this guy having access to all this information while he's also, owning part of the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I'll agree with you. It's a bad look. It just looks bad, right?
Yeah.
But that you go into those facilities, and you're sequestered in a room, and then you walk out and you watch practice, right? And I don't even know if he's allowed in the facilities. It used to be he couldn't do a Zoom. I think he can do Zooms now, but I don't think he can come into the facility. But the dirty little secret in the NFL is everybody runs the exact same stuff, right? You may call it something different. Like in one system, if you run a combination route of, let's call it a through route, a pick, curl, and a now. Like in the San Francisco offense, that's called Buffalo. But maybe in somebody else's offense, they go, Buffalo, that's not a cool word. Let's go with Viper. We'll call it Viper. And everybody goes, ooh, Viper. And then it's the same crap, right? So it doesn't really matter. It's not like all of a sudden, Brady's going to trip and stumble into, here are the secret plays. We found the ones from Hogwarts. Now we know what they're doing. And it just doesn't work that way. So, whatever access he has, he's not getting any trade secrets to pass along to the Raiders. And, I don't think there's about zero advantage. But it is a bad look. And I understand why people will be up in arms about that, and part of that is they hate the Patriots, which I don't blame them. They hate the Spygate and whatever it was, Deflategate, Spygate, and all that kind. So they hate that. They hate that franchise. They hate how many championships they won. They hate Bill Belichick. So I get where all that comes from.
I know it's a bit early for this, but through 2 weeks and looking at what the NFC wildcard picture could be towards the end of the season, two teams that figure prominently into that are the Washington Commanders and Minnesota Vikings. Both teams are 1-1. Both teams have quarterback injuries at the moment. Which of the two teams are you more concerned about right now through 2 weeks?
Probably Minnesota. And I just don't let's face it, J.J. McCarthy has played one quarter where he looked good. He's played 7 where he's looked really overwhelmed. And, it's interesting to watch because Jaden Daniels, I don't think, is throwing the ball exceptionally well in the first 2 games of the season. A lot of off-target errant throws when you go through the tape. And I've got Washington Raiders this weekend. So a little bit concerning, the knee injury. I think you always try to transition to protect your quarterback more and more and more. And so it's less, of the design runs, and a little bit when you have less of the design runs, it's harder to put in the RPOs and the and the read zones, where you're handing it off and you're deciding whether I'm going to hand it off or I'm going to boot around the end, depending on how, that end man on the line of scrimmage plays. So, I think they're trying to do a little bit less of that. And I think you got to live in that world because I think that's where he's really at his best. And so a lot of the just straight drop back stuff, he's been late with some throws. He's been behind some guys on crossing routes. He's missed a couple of deep balls. And this was consistent through 2 games, not just the Green Bay Packer game, that game they won against the Giants. Man, I charted, I think, 7 just errant throws. Wow. He dirted a couple of balls where I'm just like, that did not look like him from a year ago. And I think part of that is, you're trying to transition more into that pocket game. I think you got to give him some freedom in that and continue to work at it, but give him that freedom. So, but I think he has proven that guy can play. And I think I would probably take Washington as the team that I think has a better chance at that wild card spot.
All right, brother. Thank you as always. Great stuff as always. Have a great call, great game this weekend.
Happy birthday, my friend, to you. And we'll talk to you guys next week.
You got it, Mark. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Remember, take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast, the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. An episode of Mock My World coming up next. Stick around. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, your local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyson, he was a great player last year for ASU. But this year, doesn't he just look different?
Oh, man.
He looks like one of the top NFL prospects. He looks like a borderline NFL player already playing college football in these games.
Yeah.
And Tyson, even from last year, he was so productive. But this year, he is bigger. He looks bigger. He's playing bigger. He's making plays that you don't see college wide receivers make.
All plays are not created equal. And that touchdown was not something that you can just dismiss.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TrimFireRadio.com.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, home sellers. Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
It's Wolf here for Tim Hovik Santan Ford. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit is expiring in just days. That's $7,500, brother. And Tim Hovik Santan Ford is your EV headquarters. Maybe you love the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E. Pure electricity, pure adrenaline. Great price in your pocket and a huge selection on the lot. Plug into Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offers expire 9/30/25.
You work, you save, you buy a home, and sign up for 30 years of payments. 30 years. That's 360 payments and hundreds of thousands in interest, all while your equity is locked away, your wealth trapped, your dreams delayed. There is a better way. The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. Gone in 5 to 10 years, your freedom unlocked, your dreams restored. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler's first career walk-off hit, and the Diamondbacks couldn't have needed it more. The Snakes fought back after being down 4 runs early. The bullpen was nails all night, and in the 9th inning, the Snakes just found a way.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores, and the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final.
The 6-5 win, not only did it help them stay within 1.5 games of the Mets, it also earned them the season tiebreaker over the Giants, but more is still needed if they want that final wild card spot. Brandon Pfaadt and Justin Verlander are on the mound this afternoon from Chase Field. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll question is, who's the MVP of the Diamondbacks this season? Is it Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, or other?
I'm voting C, Sammy.
Me too.
Geraldo Perdomo.
77% of the vote going to Perdomo, 16% Carroll, 5% Ketel, and 3% other. That's your Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll question of the day.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
All right, no, you're not confused. No, this is not Thursday. We're calling an audible for obvious reasons, and that is to do our generation gap game, we need somebody older than Kellen next to me. right?
Yeah, so tomorrow, the old man comes back.
Right.
Thank you for this gift. Usually my generational gap shows up in multiple shows not named Generation.
There you go. There you go.
Appreciate
So
it.
today we're going to do a round of Mock My World. You know how this works. Today's topic is going to be cringe-worthy sayings.
Sports sayings.
No, anything.
Oh. I didn't know that either. I thought just sports.
I thought we made it clear that it was anything.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's do anything.
But listen,
It's your birthday.
If you've got really good sports ones, then don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll.
I mean, most of mine are sports related, so it doesn't matter. All right.
I like a little twist at the
So
end.
how are we doing for an order today, Jared?
We did random.org, and the first pick is myself.
Okay.
Then Dan.
All right.
Then Kellen, and then Sammy.
Sweet.
All right.
All right, this is now that it's open, one jumped to mind, luckily. And it's not even, it could be sports related, but it could not be. My first pick on the annoying sayings, cliches, terms, however you want to say it. It is what it is.
I hate that.
But sometimes it just is, Jared.
Well, what if it wasn't what it wasn't? What if it wasn't what it was?
But right, exactly.
Then it wouldn't be what it is.
Yeah.
All right, with my first pick, a saying from the sport of basketball that I cannot stand: score the basketball.
So bad.
There's a lot of versions of that in the sports talk for sure.
Can't stand it. Kellen Olson.
My slant's very heavy in like the reporter on the beat, hearing guys say the same thing over and over again. Guys, we're just going to take it one game at a time.
Oh, man, that's great.
Man, that's such a
That
good
was my
one.
one
That was going to
pick.
be my number one pick if it were sports only.
Yeah.
All right, my number one pick. It's something you physically cannot do, so it makes me infuriated when people say it. We gave it 110%.
Yep.
It's a good one.
I
It's a great
hate that one. And then this one also bugs me. We got a chip on our shoulder.
Ooh.
Ooh, yes, the extra motivation
Like,
that they seemingly needed for some reason.
Right.
Yes.
Right. All right, Kellen, your second pick.
Sometimes I just got to control what I can control at the end of the day. I included like 3 there in the same one. I'm doing control what I can control.
Okay. Because at the end of the day, it could be.
I just added that naturally doing the riff.
That was pretty well done,
Yeah.
right?
Thank you.
All right, Dan.
Okay, so with all due respect to Tori Lavello, who says this all the time, but I'm really sick of it. Best version of yourself.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That is a good
It's like, aren't you always trying to like be that?
Right. Right.
All right, this to
2
me.
picks for Jarrett Carlin.
This is the single most annoying thing because it's almost. Actually, these my 2 picks are so annoying because they're almost always used incorrectly. The first one is a sports one. Nobody believed in us. When it's like, the Chiefs going for their 3rd championship. Nobody believed in us that we can come back here.
Uh-huh.
And the other one, it's only when it's used, misused, but it's almost always misused. Literally.
The word literally.
The word literally.
Yeah. Very frequently misused.
The guy is literally a star. Oh, really? He's full of gaseous things and lives in the sky.
All right, so with my 3rd pick, I'm going to take the one that Kellen threw out there because it was on my list. At the end of the day.
Yep.
Just so easy to start or end a sentence with at the end of the day. It's great when you just don't know what your brain wants in terms of how to end a sentence or start a sentence.
There was a time when I thought that saying was kind of fresh, kind of cool, but that time's long past.
It's great when there's like 3 of these all in one sentence. It's like at the end of the day, we got a chip on our shoulder and we just gave 110%.
Oh, that's great.
Most sporting events are at the end of the day.
That is true, too.
That is true as well. For
Kellen
my
Olson.
Yeah, for my 3rd pick, I think there's so many different versions of this to like the 110% thing where we're talking about a player who like works hard and like does all the little things. Like there's so many different ways that you can say it. My one that I hate the most is first guy in, last guy out. Can't stand
Absolutely
it. Can't
brutal.
stand it. That's awesome that he shows up at 3 a.m. I don't care. What I care about is his production and how good he is. He could show up at 11 a.m. 4 hours late for all I care, as long as he's doing it on the
Well
field.
said. Well
Agreed.
said.
All right.
Sammy, you got 2
I
picks.
got 2. I'm going to go with this guy's got a tremendous upside.
Tremendous upside.
And then, so we're doing cringiest things you can say.
Yeah.
I am in a lot of fantasy football leagues, but never will I ever say, hey, check out my fantasy team?
Ooh, that's a great one. Yeah.
Get out of my face.
That's an extra sacrifice you take when you acknowledge someone else's fantasy team when they're telling you about it, and then also like actually put a little bit of care into it. That's a big step.
Right.
It's a big step.
It is a huge step.
Kellen Olson, your last pick.
My last one, just as frustrating as it is cringe, and I'm not just talking about like some random game in August that didn't matter. Like you'll hear guys say this after a playoff loss, and they'll be like, they just wanted it more than us. Excuse me? The winner go home game, they wanted more than you guys? What did you want? Where were your motivations at, sir?
Yeah. How about it, right? All right, so I'm kind of torn for my last pick here because one of these sayings, it's a misspeak. It's like Jarrett's when he says literally, but I don't know if that makes it a saying. But I'm going to say it anyways. Could care less.
Oh, that's perfect. That was on my list.
That's a great pick.
Yeah.
Because it's obviously couldn't.
It's obviously couldn't, but people always butcher it.
I could care less.
I could care less.
Oh, good. That
well, then
means
care less.
A lot of
wiggle room.
All right. I have the last pick here, and I have two potential ones.
All right.
An annoying millennial / Gen Z saying.
He's looking directly at me, by the way. If you're not on the YouTube stream, Jarrett looked directly at me when he said that.
You should be on the YouTube stream for these kind of segments because all four of us are on camera here. The other one is a sports one, but it's also one of those sports ones that's only good when it's misused. I'm going to go with that one. It's the term must win.
Yes,
got it.
I had my ad.
We all had it written down, I'm sure. Yeah.
Because unless it's going to end literally end your season, it's not a must win. The other one was when people say adulting. Have you heard that?
I have.
When they have to, I have to do my laundry. I'm adulting now.
We need one of the listeners now to go on the Bickley and Murata Twitter page and reply with Sammy's idea of like every cliche together in like the same answer because someone will have done that before.
I was going to throw out there the phrase tutty, but I don't think people really use it anymore. You remember, Jarrett, when Spencer Keatsman used it a bunch of times? I nearly called security to have him removed from the building.
I have muscle watch down whenever it's an off season and we're talking about a guy getting in shape or whatever. Sneaky athletic is one that comes up a lot that has some undertones.
Sneaky athletic's a good one.
How about I was today years old?
Yeah,
we just played our game.
There you go.
One that annoys me that I didn't know how I was going to put it on the graphic was semi-recently they've changed it to when somebody gets injured, he has a neck.
Yeah. He's got a knee.
He's out with a knee.
Yeah.
Instead of saying
what the injury actually is. Yeah.
I love one that you can hear. I had play to win the game.
Love
you
it.
play to win the game.
How does this affect his legacy?
Oh, legacy in general is an awesome shout.
All right, so Jarrett has It Is What It Is. Nobody believed in us, literally, and must win. I had Score the Basketball, best version of yourself at the end of the day, and could care less. Kellen, one game at a time, control what I can control. First guy in, last guy out, and wanted it more than we did. And Sammy giving 110%, chip on your shoulder, tremendous upside, and check out my fantasy team. We'll get those up and online. You decide the winner. It is Mock My World. We'll come back and wrap up the show next. Kellen in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Here's the positive. I'm always looking for the positive, as you well know. Looking at the defense going out and shutting down, ending the game, not once, but twice in 2 games. I know it was against the Saints. I know it was against the Panthers, but the defense did its job and ended the assault, ended the game.
I love the ending because Calais Campbell had this look on his face like, dude, it's my 18th year. This game should have been over an hour ago. I'll just end it so we can go home.
Thank you, Calais. Thank you so much for doing that, as a matter of fact.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Bree.
Hi, I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Degas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
All right, today's Song of the Day, because it's my birthday, I got to pick it. This is a new Deftones song that I absolutely love. Off their new album, this far into their career, is still putting out really good, fresh music. Deftones rule. This is called Milk of the Madonna. That is your Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Arizona sports. Breaking news.
All right, the news coming down from our own Tyler Drake out at Cardinals, according to several people out there. Head coach Jonathan Gannon confirming today that cornerback Garrett Williams and defensive lineman LJ Collier will both go on injured reserve with their respective knee injuries. Corner Max Melton is expected to be at practice today. Will Johnson will be there, but he will not participate. So again, Garrett Williams going to IR. Max Melton will be able to practice today. No practice for Will Johnson. LJ Collier to the IR as well. We were dreading this news potentially coming down, Dan.
Okay, but I'm also going to say this could have been worse because there is no closing the book on Garrett Williams, although that is obviously a possibility dealing with the knee injury. And LJ Collier as well. These are good football players that you want to have back. But the fact that Max Melton will be back practicing and that Will Johnson maybe I don't think Will's going to play this weekend. Groin injury, you're probably going to want to let that heal up a little bit. Losing Garrett Williams is obvious for any length of time is obviously a big blow.
Yeah, the context from Gannon's full quotes, which I'm sure you'll hear on the Wolf and Luke show next, the full audio from him, but included that there is potential to return this season for both Williams and Collier as well. But the bottom line is if Johnson's not able to go this week, like you were speculating at, this team is basically down their top four corners because you'll remember Sean Murphy bunting out for the year in the preseason or in the offseason, really, and then Star Thomas as well out for the season as well. There's going to be some moves that they're going to have to make. They had 3 corners in for workouts yesterday. I assume one of those guys is going to get signed. We might see Darren Hall back. He's on the practice squad right now. So they've got some moves that they need to make. And fortunately for them, like you said, no Brandon Ayuk, no George Kittle for San Francisco, but that corner room is real thin right now.
Paper thin right now. Now, again, it's not as bad as if you're the Bengals and you're trying to replace Joe Burrow, but still this is fairly significant, especially for a cornerback, for a defensive backs room that was already thin to begin with. So keep your fingers crossed as far as Garrett Williams and LJ Collier for their potential returns, and then we're going to see how that goes from there. All right, also in the NFL, one of the early storylines are all the injuries to quarterbacks. There's a bunch of them. Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, Brock Purdy. Am I missing anybody? Oh, yeah, Justin Fields ruled out for this weekend's game with a concussion. Lots of quarterbacks going down very, very early on. Jeff Saturday was asked, what is this all about?
He was asked what that was all about. I think the quarterback injuries specifically, the timing of this, you wonder, like, okay, is there some sort of shift happening in the league that we're not really aware of? Is something going on the game within the game? Here was Saturday yesterday.
It's an extend the play mentality that has transitioned from when I was playing to what it is now. So think about Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Drew Brees. It was 1, 2, 3, get the ball out of your hand, right? Live to play the next play was the motto. And now it is different. When I transitioned and went to Green Bay, had Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy, it was extend the play. That means stay in front of your man. He's going to buy time. He's going to move in the pocket to try to launch something deep. Well, inherently, you're going to get hit. Like, you can only stay in front of a guy for so long. He's going to come off and they're going to try to hit the quarterback because they get the 1 or 2 steps to hit him. So you're seeing, and these hits tally. It's not like it's a one-time thing. It's how many times they get hit per game, per week, and they just accumulate, and ultimately their body breaks down.
You kind of lose the context of watching Kyler, but there was a play against Carolina where I think it was like a fake handoff, a read option or something, and he held the ball, and then he had 2 guys in front of him. He looked around for a second, and then he just sat down. And it's like Kyler is very good at knowing when to not take his hits, and there are a lot of quarterbacks around the league that are in that. The scary graphic that I saw was Joe Burrow next to Andrew Luck. You do never want to be next to Andrew Luck when it comes to taking punishment, and Burrow is in that territory right now for sure.
Well, listen, there are a lot of people who are now looking at Joe Burrow and saying, man, this is becoming a recurring part of your career, and you've got to find a way to stay healthy. Now, I don't know how often Joe Burrow is guilty of extending plays in the way Jeff Saturday is talking about, but a quarterback that great, it would be a shame if he is that marginalized by injuries going forward. Meanwhile, Josh Allen and his big old busted nose, he's going to wear a face shield in his helmet this weekend.
Gotta protect it. Gotta protect it. That face that gets you married to Haley Steinfeld. You gotta protect that. That's for sure. I would protect it.
That's a very, very good point, Kellen. All right, Diamondbacks, make sure you pay attention, folks. 12:40 first pitch as they go for the sweep today. You can hear that game right here on 98.7 FM, or if you skip school, head on down to the ballpark. Take advantage of those $15 seats, right?
Do it. Be a rebel.
That's it. Be a rebel. Go support the Dbacks. Okay, on behalf of the great Todd Walsh, on behalf of the great Mark Schlereth, on behalf of the great Kellen Olson, give him a round of applause, Jarrett.
Thank you.
Another
Appreciate
great
that.
job filling in for Kellen.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. On behalf of Sept and on behalf of Jared Carlin, thank you to everybody. I am Dan Bickley. Wolf and Luke next. Stick around, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler walked it off last night against the Giants as the Diamondbacks got a 6-5 win to keep pace with the New York Mets in the NL wild card chase. The Dbacks with chances in the 7th and 8th innings to bring across a run. They waited till it mattered most, and Lawler's near swinging bunt brought home Corbin Carroll. And here was Jordan Lawler after the win.
Yeah, it's everything. You know, you want to put on this jersey and you want to represent your team. You want to represent the Diamondbacks and all the trust and belief they put into me and I put back into them.
The D-backs will look for the series sweep this afternoon at 12:40, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Cardinals will need to find their running game again as they head to San Francisco this weekend for a divisional battle with the 49ers. And tonight, the Phoenix Mercury are fighting for their playoff lives in New York against the Liberty. Tip-off will be at 5 p.m. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brother! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this suddenly very busy Wednesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Man, I am jacked up. That's what is up, Luke. I am jacked up. Not because Sammy the Bull gave this unbelievable update. Do we still call them updates, by the way? Do we call them updates?
I'm not
whatever
here to
it
tell
may
you what
be.
to
Not
say.
because Sammy just did that, but I am jacked up because the Arizona Diamondbacks, once again, all we do is win, Rick. Isn't that right? It's all we do right now. The Diamondbacks are winning series. What is the update on the series wins, Luke?
Oh, man, now I got to go count again.
Hey, listen, the whole basin trusts you for this now,
Well,
Luke.
see, now I believe with the win last night, I'll double check this, but it's 14 series since the trade deadline. They've won 10, lost 3, and split 1 with the Brewers.
Okay, I thought we were at 10 yesterday, so I thought it was 11. Okay,
See,
all right. Now you messed me up.
I got all this,
Man, I was ready to
quite breaking news, but big news at the start of the show.
Oh yeah, what is the big news?
So okay, we got a short show, and Mike Hazen's going to join us at 11:45. We're going to talk D-backs here, so I don't want to get too deep into what I'm about to say.
We got a short show. Okay.
Well, no, the big news, and we're going to get into this with Max Starks in about 15 minutes. So I don't want to dive too deep into this right now because it's a short show. But JG spoke this morning.
Yes.
And here's the update on the 3 corners, okay? Garrett Williams going on IR, but could still return this year.
Wow.
Okay?
That's really good. Continue.
My thought, this is just mine, going into coming out of the game on Sunday was, I think Will Johnson will be back soon-ish.
Yeah.
I don't know about Max Melton, and I'm worried about Garrett Williams,
Yes.
okay? So this is what happened this morning. Garrett Williams on IR. It's not great, but could still return this year, so not necessarily ruled out for the year. Max Melton, Will Johnson not going on IR. Max Melton practicing, actually, but is expected to be at practice today, but is day-to-day.
Okay.
Will Johnson not practicing yet, but also, I believe, is considered day-to-day.
Oh, my goodness. Basinonians, that's about as good as it possibly could get. It's based on what we saw.
It's
it's
a little better than what I expected. It's a little, just because Max Melton seemed like kind of an unknown, right? So not saying anybody's going to play this weekend or whatever, but again, the update is Garrett Williams on IR, but could still return this year. Max Melton and Will Johnson basically both day-to-day right now.
Stunning. That is so much better than what I expected.
Yeah.
More on this as the show unfolds.
Especially when they were bringing in cornerbacks to work out yesterday. Like,
yes.
Are you guys looking for 3 or what's going on here? Like I said, lots of football, but we gotta really dive into the Diamondbacks to start this thing, Wolf, because they won again last night. 6-5, Jordan Lawler, the walk-off. Not the sort of walk-off you would expect. Not like, he walked him off by ripping one off the wall in left center. No, he infield single to walk it off, but I don't care. He walked it off.
Little check swing right there, and suddenly Walker runs right by it, too. Couldn't field it.
Yeah.
That blew my mind, Ryan Walker, but...
Oops.
There it is, Corbin Carroll scoring the run. Do you believe this, brothers?
Helps to have Corbin Carroll on third base when you check swing.
Did that just happen last night in Game 2 of this 3-game series? And the Arizona Diamondbacks was all locked up. What a great game it was, too. It didn't start great, did it?
No, it actually started as the opposite of great.
Oh, my goodness. In the end, though, when I think of how it started and I think of this team overall, the toughness, that's what I'm going to use for a baseball team. The toughness of this team blew my mind. Think about it. Here it is. It's Game 2 of this series. Yeah, they won the first game. Game 2, and suddenly you go out there. Erod's got the ball. You give up 4 runs in the first inning. You're down 4-0 to start the game. And, man, you come back somehow, some way. You tie the thing up. It's 5-5. You have all these opportunities late that you did not capitalize on. Unbelievably so.
What was that, the 7th inning?
The 7th inning, first and third with nobody out. You know what the expected run total is on first and third, nobody out in Major League Baseball? 1.74 runs you're going to score. First and third with nobody out, says Fangraphs. 1.74 runs you're going to score. 0 is what they got. Do you know how... They had to be a little glum in the dugout after that.
And now I'm forgetting who was up with first and third and nobody out. Who was up first, but he hit the ball hard. It just was right at a guy.
Yeah.
But then, even then, you still figure you can get one of those guys in with just one out. And I think it might have been Blaze Alexander who hit it. Either way.
And then they also had the 8th inning. They had the 8th inning. They had a runner on third, nobody out. You know how often that run scores? 52% of the time, which I was surprised. I thought it was a little low. But 52%. What?
All these percentage of wolf graphs over here.
You know me, and I'm not butchering it either, which is really cool. Can I just say they blew opportunities late, and in the end, they overcame the 4-0 deficit. They had opportunities in the 7th and 8th inning to take the lead and couldn't do it. And yet they finally did it on a check swing by Jordan Lawler. Could there have been anybody else you'd want something good to happen to him?
That's a whole different angle on this. Yeah,
that is unbelievable.
It was Gabby Moreno that lined out in the 7th. Hit the ball well, but he lined out to third, and so it was still first and third with 1 out, and then they ended up not getting the run home. Lawler is its own topic, I believe. And again, short show, so we're only going to be able to get into it so much. I am looking forward, Wolf, to talking to Mike Hazen today in particular.
The freaky Mike Hazen.
Because as you know, it has just always
freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
To work out this way where we'll have Mike Fitzgerald on. Yeah. Almost always after a win.
Yes.
We'll have Amiel on. Seems like it's after a win more often than not. We always seem to get poor Mike Hazen on the show, not only after a loss, but like a brutal, gut-wrenching loss.
Yes.
So every time we have Hazen on, we have to ask these tough questions, and credit to him, he always answers them. But to talk to him today when they're in the middle of this run, the Mets won yesterday, so they're still a game and a half back, but now they've pushed San Francisco a game and a half behind the Diamondbacks. The Reds are a game and a half back. And just to add on to what you said, not only did they start the game yesterday down 4-0, you pretty much already knew at that point that the Mets had won because they jumped on San Diego so early in that game. It was a pretty good chance that you're down 4-0, and it's like, can you fight back just to stay where you are in the standings? And spoiler alert, they can and did.
Just incredible. How many missed opportunities once again. I love the fact. Did you see who started the fight, Basin Earnings? Did you see who started the fight?
Did you see who started the fight?
Did you see who started the fight? Rick, did you notice who started the fight? And I'm talking about 5-5 game. There it is. In the 9th inning. Who started the fight in the 9th inning?
In the 9th inning?
Yes.
Well, I thought you were talking about like at the beginning of the. That was obviously Carroll. I thought you were talking about when they were down 4-0.
No, not down 4-0.
It's always
who started the
Corbin
fight.
Carroll.
I'm talking about who won the game. Isn't it interesting? He started the fight and he finished it by sliding across home plate. I'm just saying, am I reading into that, Basin needs? Yeah, you better believe I'm reading into that. Lead, brother. You must do before you can say. You have to lead. And, there's been a lot of doing that has been going on with Corbin Carroll this year. A lot of doing. Lead, Corbin, lead.
There is a great quote from after the game, and I don't want to butcher it, but it was Torey Lovello. What did he say? We're winning because of our starting pitching, and we're finishing because of our leadership. That was him right after the game last night. The other part of this that you can't, especially after last year, you can't just write off. They now have the tiebreaker over the Giants in any sort of tiebreaker scenario. That was the other part of winning this series because the season series was 5-5 coming in. Now it's 7-5. So you still need to win today. But if you do lose, you still have the tiebreaker over the Giants if it ends up a tie between the Dbacks and the Giants at the end of the year. And you might say, well, what are the odds of that? Well, I don't know. What were the odds of the Diamondbacks, Mets, and Braves all being tied last year and somehow the Diamondbacks losing both tiebreakers?
Appreciate you bringing that up too, Luke.
So... yeah, that's why I'm here.
Honestly.
I'm your tiebreaker expert.
How about that?
Cardinals and Sun Devil fans, next week is a huge one for both of our football teams. That's an understatement. We're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets starting Monday. Listen for the sounder at 7:15 a.m., 12:15 p.m., and 4:15 p.m. for your shot to win 2 tickets. You got the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football against Seattle, and you got ASU on Friday night against TCU. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page, and check out the Arizona Sports YouTube page for ways to win as well. When we come back, what were Max Stark's biggest takeaways from the Cardinals' win over the Panthers? And now we got to get his reaction to this injury news that just came out this morning as well. We'll ask the 2-time Super Bowl champion. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 from Walker is cued. Back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores! And the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final. Lawler with a little sneeze that somehow gets past Ryan Walker. And once that happened, Carroll, you knew he was going to score.
Can the Dbacks get one more W versus the Giants? We find out today with coverage going live from Chase Field at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Would you like a little peace of mind with your investment portfolio? Well, I sure did. Of course we would. And that's why I started with a call to the good people at Trajan Wealth for a second opinion. You should pick up the phone and give them a call today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn a little bit more. 480-990-3300. Listen, I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth. They gave me a plan. They gave my plan a second look. And it turns out I was missing some big opportunities. And you know what? Ever since I've been with Trajan Wealth Basinonians, they have done an incredible job. They are fiduciaries, which means they're going to put your needs first. I trust them, and you can as well. Give Trajan Wealth a call today, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and with my Guaranteed Sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do the Dbacks stand in the wild card race now? We'll discuss after the Dbacks and Giants game today on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
All right, Max Starks is going to join us here shortly, but Wolf, this gives us a chance to kind of react now to that injury news. You and I were talking during the break, and obviously we talked about it a lot yesterday, and I think a lot of people felt this way. The Cardinals go out and they win that game on Sunday, and you're 2-0, and whether it's ugly or not, you're 2-0. I mean, this was my exact feeling on Monday was you're 2-0. Was it ugly? Yes, but the bigger concern for me was, did you just lose 3 starting cornerbacks?
Yes.
And the injury news today, it's not amazing, but it's a lot better than at least I was anticipating. Again, the update is Garrett Williams is going on IR, but he hasn't been ruled out for the whole season. I was worried he might just be done for the year. And then the other 2 guys, Will Johnson, who I think a lot of us thought, okay, we're going to see him again soon. He's not on IR. He's basically day-to-day. And Max Melton, this is the good news, not on IR.
Man.
He's expected to be at practice today, which is crazy.
We're talking about practice, man.
And he's basically day-to-day, too. So it's possible you don't have any of these guys for the San Francisco game, maybe. But, I mean, when you walked out of that game on Sunday, it was like, did they lose 2 of these guys for the year? And is Will Johnson gone for a while? And instead, I would say much, much better news.
Listen, Red Sea, if you are indeed a fan of the Arizona Cardinals, this is the best news I think you probably could have expected.
I think
seriously, this is the
fair.
best news you could receive. The fact that, my goodness, Max Melton, I thought Max Melton was gone as well. I thought Garrett Williams, okay.
Well, you said Max,
Arizona
so now Max
Sports,
Starks here.
The local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Yeah, Max Starks is joining us. Wolf, why don't you finish your thought on Max Melton, though? Because I really think that was kind of the pivotal player in all this.
No, I was just saying that I thought Max Melton was going to be gone for a long time, if not the entire season as well. The fact that Garrett Williams might actually have a chance of coming back, that blew my mind because I dismissed Garrett Williams, thought he did his ACL and he was done for the year. That still might be the case.
Might be.
But the fact that he could possibly come back, that's incredible. And Max Melton as well. I thought, man, he's gone for 10 weeks, however long it might be, 12. And now all of a sudden to see that he might actually be out at practice is a mind number.
Just to throw this in there too, LJ Collier, not a corner, but LJ Collier is heading to IR with a knee injury as well. And JG said he's not necessarily done for the year either. But the official word on Max Melton and Will Johnson, day to day.
Wow.
Or day by day, I guess he said day by day. Max Starks is joining us. Max Starks is never day by day. He's here right now, and he's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Max?
Planes, trains, and automobiles, guys. I am excited to be here, but, you know, I think what Wolf was talking about, you know, you get the best possible scenario out of some terrible situations. You know, you have an opportunity where LJ Collier and Garrett Williams are in the short-term IR, not the full season-ending IR as well. Will Johnson, while he won't practice today, is still available day-to-day along with Max Melton. So, you know, when you're thinking about the injury news, it could always be worse, but this is the best out of a bad situation.
You know, Max, you know me. People in their personal lives, it does matter. And people around us, it matters. And I know you're going through something right now. I would like for you, if you're okay with it, to tell people what is going on personally for you right now.
Well, Wolf, I mean, I appreciate it. I know that this is upbeat sports, you know, type of show, but, you know, it was revealed to me probably about 2 hours ago that a member of our Steelers Nation Radio and also Steelers.com staff, Dale Lally, longtime journalist and also radio personality with the Pittsburgh Steelers, passed away overnight. And, you know, just it was a sad situation to find out. I found out on my show, on the air, and kind of had to reconcile with it and still put on a show like, I mean, we'll obviously do here. And I know, you know, our fan base, you might not know who that is, but, you know, Steeler fans, or if you've had any run-ins in Pittsburgh, you've heard that name before. He's a guy that's been very prominent. I worked with him for years. Was interviewed by him as a player.
Craig worked with him for years.
Yeah, your brother worked with him a whole heck of a lot over the years. They were they were right in the same area when they fly on the team plane. They were all in the same section for years. We had a couple adult beverages or two, you know, as an entire broadcast crew. And you know, just a sad day for a great man that was is going to be sorely missed. So, you know, still going through it because it's still fresh, but you know, that's this game of football. You know, it still moves on, but you know, those legacies are never forgotten, and we add that to the list, right?
That's right.
We add that to the knapsack as we trudge up the hill, and you know, we don't allow their memories to be forgotten. So, you know, that's one. So rest in peace to Dale Lally. Of course, thoughts and prayers with his family. Thanks, Wolf, for giving me that platform.
Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, buddy, Max. I know you've dealt with a lot of this, so we appreciate you still coming on to talk some football with us here today too, with all that going on. Well, you heard Wolf and I talking about the injuries to the corner room. I guess let's go even bigger picture, because we haven't gotten to talk to you about just the game itself yet. And the Cardinals are 2-0. But I tell you, at the end of that game, it didn't feel like they were 2-0 because they had almost let one slip away in a massive way against Carolina. You know, as a player, you come out of a game like that, you nearly had a really, really bad loss, but you did still win. How do you process that as a player?
Hey, sometimes you don't need to be good. You just need to be lucky.
Yeah.
Glad we had the tail side of this coin. You know, I mean, you can't. It's like this game's already hard enough as it is. And, you know, sometimes you need a little divine intervention. And for the Cardinals, like when you look at this game, commanding for most of it, I mean, it started right out the gates, right? First play, and they controlled the narrative. And I think for this team, the only thing now, if there's going to be a critique with the 2-0 team right now at this particular juncture, is make sure you close out the game as strong as you start the game. That would be my only critique on them. You can't give up 3 straight scores in a row and not have any answers. That's my one thing. Now, granted, I know you put things out of reach very early and made it a very tall, you know, task to accomplish. But, man, don't bring it down to the end when you don't have to. Don't bring it down to the end. And I think that was one of the things where they got to learn a lesson like, hey, we've got to finish strong. Like, hey, I get it. We started out strong. We put it in a position, and yes, we won. But it's at the same time, as a defense and as an offense, we need to close this game out, right? If somebody's going to punch us, we got to punch back. If somebody's going to take an edge on us, we got to run a little faster and get the edge back. Finish the game as strong as you started it, because you never know when that situation is going to arise again, and maybe you run into a different set of circumstances or a better team that's better equipped to handle that, and you don't get the victory because you're not answering in the second half. I think that's what probably the big lesson is. But listen, man, luck is always a good thing to have. That's when that preparedness meets the opportunity. You get a little bit of luck in the process, and that's what the Cardinals got. So I'm never going to shy away from it. And listen, it's another one to notch away in the W column, and it's also a conference victory as well.
Yes, absolutely. Max, your biggest disappointment in terms of the Carolina Panthers game, there's a couple of ways you could go on that. What was your biggest disappointment?
They didn't put more points up.
Okay. Well, you went big picture right there.
Yeah, I mean, because I saw this team in the third preseason week, and I saw a lot of their starters and knowing who their guys are, and I'm just like, man, the Cardinals are way more talented. I was expecting this not to quite be the Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears type of score, but I was expecting the Cardinals to be comfortably in the 30s against them, and not expecting that to be as tight at the end. So, I mean, I think that was it. It was just, the point production versus the time on the field. I thought I would have seen a little bit more from them. So that's probably my biggest takeaway. And then the second one would be, of course, defending against Bryce Young and that squad and not allowing them to score 22 points in that game. And you had your thumb on top of them, and you took your thumb off for a second to see if the ant was dead or not.
And allowing the only onside kick in like the last 2 years to be recovered. That was also, you could throw that in there. Max, thank you. You're going to stick around here. We're going to come back. We got a lot to get into with Max. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app on ArizonaSports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, how about a power poll, Wolf?
Oh, sounds good.
The top 5 teams in football. Max is going to give us his power poll as well. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what's coming up tomorrow, National Cheeseburger Day. So adjust your week accordingly, because there's no better way to celebrate than with a seasoned, smashed, and seared-to-order cheeseburger at Twin Peaks, topped with your choice of cheese. Grab a cheeseburger and a tea or soda bundled together all day, because it's one of Twin Peaks' favorite holidays. And while you're there, catch all this football that's going on right now. There's a lot on their wall-to-wall TVs, not to mention the stretch run in baseball that has gotten very, very interesting here over the last couple weeks. And we're not that far from basketball season starting now, too, or hockey. Plus, Twin Peaks has an entire menu made for MVPs. It's not just the burgers. They've got steaks, flatbreads, tacos, wings, bunch of different stuff. Loaded fries if you're looking for an appetizer, or chips and queso with brisket chili. That sounds good. Serving brunch now, too, so buckle up and wake up with the scratch favorites you love and classic brunch drinks that won't break the bank. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You gotta have shade. That's right, Basinonians. And when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. You gotta have shade, right? Installation is done by their in-house team. Never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the Basin. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized. Sealed track or cable shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Per head coach Jonathan Gannon, Arizona Cardinals cornerbacks Max Melton and Will Johnson are not headed to injured reserve. However, defensive lineman LJ Collier and cornerback Garrett Williams are headed to IR, but have not been ruled out for the season. All 4 players were injured in Sunday's win against the Carolina Panthers. The Arizona Diamondbacks, who sit just a game and a half back of New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League, have the chance to get a huge sweep today at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury will try to stave off elimination tonight at the New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 5. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. If you're looking to get a pool and add value to your home, now is a great time with in-house financing and a 5-year warranty. Go with Arizona's best pool builder at presidentialpools.com.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power Polls.
All right, 2 weeks in the books. So as we head into week 3 starting tomorrow, I don't even know who's the Thursday night game. Is it
Miami and Buffalo?
Yeah.
Miami, Buffalo.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll be a good
Oliver
one.
And no Matt Milano for Buffalo.
They need about 5 or 6 more guys to sit out.
Yeah. Can Josh Allen just have like a pinky toe?
Max is here for Maximum Football. So we're going to do the power poll, starting from number 5 and counting up. So far, Max has done all the power polls because we keep having short shows on Wednesday.
I feel like we're going to have to like shift the power poll timing.
Yeah,
so that I can actually be on the show when we do the power poll. I feel like that's now the newest thing that we're going for.
You know what? I think the YouTubers would love that. Just to be able to see Max. How cool would that be?
Well, here we go. We're going to start with number 5.
Number 5.
It gets me every time. That first sounder is so much louder than I'm prepared for every time. All right, number 5 is always the toughest. Give me Detroit. I have the Lions at number 5, narrowly beating out Tampa Bay. That's the team I feel like maybe they should be in here, but whatever. I'm going to go with Detroit because I was so adamant that they're not done just because they lost to Green Bay, and they went out and destroyed the Bears. So I feel like I'm going to give them a pass on that loss to Green Bay and see how this plays out. But I still have Detroit at number 5. I can't just write off what they did last year. Max?
Okay, well, yeah. What you got, Wolf?
No, I'm saying, Max, you go next.
Okay. I've got to put this team in because they've done it in prime time 2 weeks in a row, and they're 2-0 in their division. Who else in football is that? Bolt up, L.A. Chargers. Number 5. How about that?
Wow. Okay.
Man, you know what, Max?
I don't hate it.
You ripped me off.
Oh, wow. You both went with the Chargers.
You ripped me off right there. First of all, this is a team that has a culture that is very, very physical. That is the culture that they have. They might not be as physical this year as they were last year because Justin Herbert is a guy that looks really, really good right now. The number 4 passing team in the league in terms of passing yards per play and passing yards per game. Very, very good. Justin Herbert playing very well. I'm also going to go number 5 with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Wow. I feel like I'm behind the curve on that one. All right, on to number 4.
Number 4.
All right, number 4, and I love having this here, Wolf, because my number 4 and 5 teams play on Monday Night Football this week coming up. I have Baltimore at number 4. Yes, I understand 1-1, but I'm much like Detroit. I'm going to give them a pass on that first week. Not a pass in that you shouldn't be able to hold on to a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter, but they lost to Josh Allen when he was playing out of his mind by 1 point. I'm not going to pretend that suddenly makes Baltimore bad. I have them at number 4.
Well, you know what? I like that. That's very judicious of you. But I'm going with another 2-0 team.
Oh.
And I'm going with a team that shares the same stadium, except for it's technically their stadium. The Chargers rent it from them. L.A. Rams.
Wow.
L.A. Rams.
All L.A. all the time with Max.
No. It's the bottom of my top 5. It's not the top of it. So let's not get too carried away, too big for our britches.
Can I? Let me guess your next 3. They're the next 3: the L.A. Kings, the L.A. Dodgers, and the L.A. Clippers.
No, Lakers.
Oh,
if I was going to pick between the Clippers and the Lakers,
That's
I'd
fair.
obviously pick the Lakers.
Okay.
I mean, of those teams.
I just didn't want to say their name.
No. These are my only 2 L.A. teams, and I'm doing it because they're both undefeated.
It's fair.
And they both have done a great job. When you think about the quarterbacking position, Puka Nacua is playing out of his mind, and you're seeing this team with Devontae Adams and Matt Stafford just look smooth. That's the other thing. They just look smooth. It looks effortless when they're playing out there, and it's going to be a tough challenge. And I say for the Cardinals, that's going to be the object of their desire. I believe the Cardinals can match up well with them. They just have to learn how to win and how to stave all 4 quarters. But right now, I'm not going to argue another 2-0 team in the LA Rams.
Okay. I'm not as high on the Rams. Not a believer in Matthew Stafford's back.
I feel like you're a little biased there.
Yeah, I know.
I might be.
I might be just a little, but once again, I like the
it.
Chargers. I also like the Lions at number 4.
I'm not going to argue with that.
And listen, the Lions, I think week 1, they got a little blindsided. They came back in week 2. I'm not saying the team they beat is a juggernaut. I'm just saying the Detroit Lions got back to doing what they do. And I do believe and have believed for a long time they're going to win the NFC. We'll see.
The whole
Packers
conference
look really, really good, and the Eagles are really, really good as well. But, the Lions starting 1-1 right now, I think week 2 was a whole lot more what they're going to do as opposed to week 1. So the Lions, number 4.
The Eagles seem to have mastered that tush push. They ran it against Kansas City, and the NFL tweeted it out like, hey, look at this great play, as if to troll all their fans who are sick of it. All right, on to number 3.
Number 3.
All right, 3, I'm going to speed it up. I got Buffalo for obvious reasons. They right now look like the best team in the AFC, and I have them as my highest AFC team. And we just got to see it from them in the playoffs, but, I mean, they're going to probably cruise through the regular season with 12, 13 wins, especially in that division. So give me the Bills. Max?
All right. Well, I love your choice. I'm not going there yet. I think a little bit higher of the Buffalo Bills than that.
Wow.
I'm going Green Bay Packers at number 3. And to do it head-to-head against the young phenom in Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love versus Daniels, and Love wins. Love wins, ladies and gentlemen.
Love conquers
and
all.
So,
Wins, baby.
So give me the Packers at that position. I know they haven't found a number one receiver yet, but as it goes right now, when you have great defense, you can run the ball effectively. That number one will flesh itself out eventually. This team just looks really dominant, and that's where I think it's going to be a direct adversary to those Detroit Lions in their quest for another division crown.
Man, it's very interesting just how similar our power polls could be, except for the fact that I have the Bills number 3.
Oh, okay.
Number
Yeah,
3. Okay, I didn't want to put them in front of the Packers. The Bills are number 3. Highest rated AFC team I have.
On to number 2.
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2, I have Green Bay, and I think you could make a case for them at number 1, but the team that's number 1 is the defending Super Bowl champs, and they have a cheat code of a play, so I'll go with Green Bay. Max?
This is where I flip-flop with you guys. Buffalo's number 2 for me.
Ooh.
That's my highest-rated AFC team. And, with Buffalo, like I said, short week coming up. You're down two really big starters on your defense. But the way that Miami's playing, the whole team would need to roll in wheelchairs for them to have a shot, it feels like, even as explosive as they are. So I have the Bills at number 2. Like I said, they're my top AFC-rated team. They are up there in the top. But when you kind of look at it, didn't see a lot of AFC conversation, right? My top power poll, number 1's not going to be that. I think we'll all be in consensus with that. But the Bills, Josh Allen, that team, until otherwise noted, looked like the juggernaut.
For me, it's the Green Bay Packers at number 2 for obvious reasons. Next.
All right, on to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Number
Can
1.
we just say this together?
Yeah, ready?
Can we just
One,
say this? 1, 2, 3.
Jaguars.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no.
Let's do that again.
Of course, Luke.
Let's
Of
just
course,
say
Luke would have done
I
that.
thought we were doing some sort of Jaguars cheer.
Okay.
All right, let's try this one more time.
1, 2, 3.
Philly.
Eagles.
All right.
You know what?
Okay, that
I just wanted to
And
see
you're in the
Max's
studio
reaction.
with him, Wolf, and he can't even get on the same page.
You see, the best way to have done this, and y'all missed the opportunity here, and I don't even like the Eagles, but they have a great chant. You guys could have all gone EAGLES Eagles, and it totally messed up.
Well,
you totally messed that up.
Here's the thing. Philly
Yeah, we did.
is like the most boring great team I can remember right now. We don't throw to A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced that's just to destroy my fantasy football team. And then, every other play is just everybody shove Jalen forward 3 yards. They are great. They've also found a loophole, and they're just going to keep winning. Max,
So many
you anything
things
to
I
add?
want to say right now about fantasy
Yeah,
football.
no, when you think about it, like you said, it's a physical mindset, and as the great American philosopher, DJ, and poet, DJ Khaled said, all they do is win, 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 no matter what.
It's the second DJ Khaled reference in the first 41 minutes of this show. All right, that was the Power Poll. Take us with you wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, let's see. 3 weeks of college football, and ASU has won 2 of those and dropped in the polls every single week. We're going to make Max explain this next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not trying to laugh at you when you say good, not great. I just think about 90% of the time, 80% of the time, you could probably use those exact words to describe a Kyler Murray game. How was Kyler Murray yesterday? It was good, not great. Like there are going to be times where he's not fine. There are going to be times where he's great and spectacular, but it feels like he just kind of lives in that very moderate sort of good but not great, he was fine zone.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That's right, Rick. What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, buddy? Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. We, the Wu Fang Clan Basinonians, we love our Brooklyn hybrid Sedona mattress, of course, from Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. I'm talking everything, man. I'm talking sheets, pillows, mattresses, the adjustable frames. Maybe you just want to go in and buy an adjustable frame. 25% off. Everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company that is offering a great promotion for our listeners. Advanced Window Products going to hook up one lucky household with up to 15 replacement windows for free. That's a value of up to $25,000, and all you have to do is pull out your phone and text AWP to 620-620. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com, and remember, enter now for a chance to win a house full of free windows by texting AWP to 620-620. That's AWP to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, I just got the guest list for Sparky's Den tonight.
Oh.
Doing the show with Kenny Dillingham at 6.
Where's that at?
Trophy.
A
in
Trophy.
Chandler. Yes.
Interesting.
That's good setup by you.
That's right. What up, Timmy?
But so yeah, obviously Kenny Dillingham will be on for the first half hour, and he'll be there. You can come out and just watch in person, or you can listen, obviously, as well. But then Shimon Mateer and Ramar Williams are going to join us as the current player guests, and Xavier Guillory is going to join us at the end of the show too.
That's cool.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
X had some big plays for them at the end of last season when they made it to the playoff. Max Starks is joining us right now, and Max, I want to frame this up the right way. ASU beat NAU in week 1, dropped a spot. Okay, we talked about it then. It didn't necessarily make sense, but big deal, right? You lose in week 2, you drop all the way out of the top 25. Okay, I mean, you can't argue a ton when you lost. Then they win this week, pretty convincing fashion. They actually dropped even further out of the top 25. So my question to you is this potentially a really good thing for ASU, the way that they thrived on the sort of overlooked mentality last year?
I think it is. You know, it's the underdog story. It's the underdog mentality. When you kind of look at ASU, you drop a big game, very disappointing in the end to lose to Mississippi State, but the fact that you went into Starkville, you went there at night, you dealt with cowbells and everything else in the process, but you drop out of the top 25. Where I have a discrepancy with this is that how many wins do you guys have
2
at ASU? 2, correct? 2 and 1. How many wins does Notre Dame have?
They don't have to win. They just need to be named Notre Dame.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
It's like, are you serious? Like a winless team in the top 25. I know you lost to ranked teams, but you don't have a victory. How are you still in the top 25?
This
and
is
comfortable
not a
in the top
power
25.
poll.
It's not a power poll, but you need wins to get in the rankings.
Correct. You have to win.
And they don't have any.
Well, and it also
none.
It does sort of show that if you are the team that gets to the Big 12 championship and you lose, okay, let's say a team gets to the Big 12 championship, loses, and has 2 losses at the end of the year, and Notre Dame has 4, just be prepared for Notre Dame to get in over you because they have a great history.
Yes. It's just absolutely brutal. Yet at the same time, when you look at Baylor, what is the number one matchup you see on the horizon here?
Oh, yeah.
For
Tell
the
us
Sun
about
Devils
Baylor. I need
going
to know
into
about
Baylor.
So, being that I cover an immense amount of Big 12 football, not this point of the year, I've been ACC. I've been at your university more than I've been anywhere else, Wolf.
It's West Virginia.
Yeah,
it's West Virginia.
Big backyard brawl victory.
And that's all right.
There we go.
That's it. Let's fight. No, pot it down.
No.
All right.
I mean, we could just play Country Roads, which was the Rich Rod incarnation since 2002. But Baylor is a proud team. They have a lot of good receivers, and that team can put up points on you in a hurry if you let them do what they want to do in the air. One of my good friends and former teammates in college and pros, Dallas Baker, is their wide receiver coach, so I get to hear from DB all the time.
Oh, cool.
About his unit. So it's funny that I have both of the wide receiver coaches for the respective teams playing against each other this weekend are former teammates of mine.
Yeah, I would assume you probably know Hines Ward pretty well, having played.
Yeah, met him a time or two.
Yeah,
heard about this guy. But when I look at it, that's the biggest thing is controlling the air game. And I know ASU is good at the ground game, but sometimes they get a little susceptible, get a little heady in the passing game. And this is going to be a good stretch for ASU. When you talk about wanting to just build back up, you're going to see Baylor, then TCU, and then you got 3 out of the next 4 weeks are all ranked opponents that you're going to play. So when you talk about gaining momentum and getting back into this race for the Big 12, right now I think they sit 6th because they just haven't played a conference game yet. So for them, this is going to be a big stretch for them. It's a big stretch for them, and they'll be there. Like you said, as long as you get in the top 2 at the end of the season, doesn't matter where you start. Doesn't matter where you are at the beginning of the season. It's where you finish. And when you win more, and like you said, you get in that position, you want to make sure that you can capitalize on the opportunity. I think ASU is learning about themselves. Sam Levin and Jordan Tyson seem to be already in midseason form. The way that they played in that second quarter, that touchdown to Tyson, bad foot in the air, jump ball, shot ball was amazing. That's something that I think they missed a year ago when you're thinking about even how dominant they were down the stretch with Scadaboo and company. That was the one thing. And you talked about Zay Guillory's going to be there. Zay, filled in admirably for the lack of Jordan Tyson availability and had some great plays in the Big 12 championship game. But Jordan Tyson is just he's a different animal, man. He is a different animal. And he's a guy that I think can really stretch things and allow for the run game to really develop because teams aren't going to drop that 8th guy in the box. They can't do it. They can't do it because they know that Agent Zero is lurking. And if you put him in one-on-one coverage, single high, well, we know what Bruce Arians always said, single high, let it fly. No risk it, no biscuit. And I think that's what you'll kind of get in that moment if you don't do that. So it's chalking up well. Let ASU ride under the radar. Because the Big 12 is so chaotic and so volatile, you don't want to get caught in all of the ebbs and the flows of emotions. Just let them just steadily just collect wins, play good football, and it will sort itself out.
Max, you brought up the ACC since you've seen that a lot early this season. You can already kind of see where this is going, where the college football playoff is going to be like, all right, 5 SEC, 5 Big Ten or whatever, 5 and 4, and then obviously you have to have a group of 5. This math doesn't work out, but whatever, 4 and 4. It seems like they want to
just put it together. Just put it together.
it seems like they want to angle towards 3 total teams from the Big 12 and ACC. And Clemson has been terrible in the ACC, so that was a team that you figured was going to be. I guess my question to you is, what do you make of the ACC right now? Is it strong? I know Miami looks good, and Florida State looks good, and Georgia Tech looks good. But
Georgia Tech looked really good on Saturday.
Top to bottom, what do you think of that conference early this season?
You know, the one thing, and this was me talking to Pat Narduzzi over the last 2 weeks, and he really brought this to my attention. He's like, people bag on the ACC because of, you know, some of the defensive prowess is not there at times. You know, you have some good skill guys. But I didn't realize, you know, when you look at the ACC, it's a quarterback-driven conference, whereas the Big Ten and the SEC are athlete-driven. Like, there's a lot of just tremendous athletes out there. The quarterback play, up and down. You know, I mean, obviously we saw the whole Arch Manning thing just kind of blow up after week 1. And, you know, then people were trying to push the Ohio State kid, and of course Drew Aller is another one that people want to talk about, and then Cade Klubnik. Well, we see what Clemson looks like with Cade Klubnik, so everybody's trying to find that next guy, and they have a lot of good athletes, but the quarterback and the sophistication of the quarterback position in the ACC has been strong, and that was something that I just, you know, you never pay attention, right? You're just going through game to game in the process. So the ACC is really sneaky good.
Okay.
And this is kind of their renaissance, where the power structure of the ACC shifting back to traditional ways. Miami is really good. Florida State is back to being really good. And then you usually have that third or fourth team. And right now you have to slot in Georgia Tech as a team over a Clemson traditionally, and the VTech that used to be that sneaky team in the ACC. And, you know, people wanted UNC to be good, but they're not. Yeah, the Turkeys, exactly. Yes. The Gobblers, the Hokies, however you want to call them.
Make sure
that's the guy that doesn't come from the western regions. Highly of
I feel like that's going to be played at the end of either our show today or tomorrow. Just because
that's old Big East rivalry right there creeping in.
Oh, that's exactly right. You know that.
I knew it.
That's what we used to do it to him all the time.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about the time you went to pick up your turkey for Thanksgiving your rookie year, and there was
we did that as well. Salute.
Catch every headline. Visit the watch page on ArizonaSports.com for the latest on the Cardinals' hot start and Dbacks wildcard push, or join us live and watch along. When we come back, do the Cardinals need to make any changes on the offensive line? And if so, do they already have the guy they need to do it? Max Stark sticks around for one more segment. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, if you got a move coming up, you need Moving Team 6. You want the professionals to move you, right? You don't want, your friends showing up in a pickup to move you. Don't do that. Ron Wolfley reporting here. You need the professionals, and that is Moving Team 6. It's difficult to move. Moving Team 6, they understand this. Whether it's a local move, maybe you're just going to move across town, or maybe long distance, you're going to move up to the Northwest. Don't know why you'd want to go there, but you know what? Commercial, residential, it really doesn't matter. Moving Team 6, they've got you covered. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to the customers as well. And they proudly support and hire our veterans. I love that. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Per head coach Jonathan Gannon, Arizona Cardinals cornerbacks Max Melton and Will Johnson are not headed to injured reserve. However, defensive lineman L.J. Collier and cornerback Garrett Williams are headed to IR, but have not been ruled out for the season. All 4 players were injured in Sunday's win against the Carolina Panthers. The Arizona Diamondbacks, who sit just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wild card spot in the National League, have the chance to get a huge sweep today at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 12:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury will try to stave off elimination tonight at the New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 5. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona Sports.
Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. short show today because, well, Dbacks Giants coming up.
Here we go.
Chance to sweep
Come
the Giants.
on now.
If they win that game, they'll be one game back.
Greedy.
Maybe a half game if the Mets lose today.
Yes.
Mike Hazen is going to join us, though, before that at 11:45 today. Max Starks is joining us right now, though, and he's probably tired of listening to me set up the rest of the show. So, Max, can you give us your impression of the Cardinals' offensive line on Sunday against Carolina and just kind of where they are a couple games into the season?
Still close. I mean, they're right on the cusp. When you think about the intent to run, the run game, blocking styles, it's just a little bit inconsistent. It's just not there. Like, you get the boom and the bust moments with them. And I just really think it's just Isaiah Adams kind of getting comfortable with Paris Johnson and them really trying to work their run game. I think a lot of the stuff with Tip Ryman and Trey McBride on the edges, some of the wham stuff, concepts, we kind of talked about those in week one, just not quite fitting just yet, and some guys getting loose on the interior. This is the thing I feel like is a lot of guys in the league are going through, a lot of teams are going through, and it's just guys working through, like, this is extended preseason, these first couple weeks of the season. And when you haven't developed that chemistry in live fire acts, type of action, it's going to look like this for the first couple of weeks. I don't think this is where it's going to end. And I think having a James Conner, having a Trey Benson back there in the backfield, these guys are just slugging it out right now until something breaks, until the dam breaks. So right now you're still chopping wood. I don't think there's anything that I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a 5-alarm fire. It's a little thing here. Go 6 inches further with that double team, or just hold on to it a tick longer before you jump off to the backer. Like, it's those like little things where a guy just jumps out too soon, then the guy splits the double team, and then it blows the play up in the backfield, and now you have your running back trying to dance just to get back to the line of scrimmage. It's those little things in there, and they're just slightly off. It's this slight tweak that needs to happen, and I think time is the only thing that's going to solve that. But I don't sit there and look at the offensive line and say, oh my gosh, there needs to be some like stark change. I mean, we have Will Hernandez in the wings if we need to slot him in at a guard position, which is a good problem to have as a good 6th, 7th man off the bench. But right now, I think you let Evan Brown, you let Isaiah Adams kind of work through their stuff and just continue to play.
See, for me, I disagree because I think Will Hernandez is just a dog. He's just got that dog mentality. But what's interesting from your perspective, you played tackle, of course. Didn't you always play tackle, Max? You never played any guard, right?
My first start of my career.
Your first start was guard?
Yeah.
Oh.
In Buffalo against the Bills, my rookie year when Alan Faneca was like, hey, Rook, we've already sewed up the 1 seed. Go in there. Huh? Excuse me,
Okay.
Mr. Faneca, sir. He's like, yeah, go in there. And it was Sam Adams and Pat Williams. There were the 2 D tackles.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. Good luck on that one there. Well, Max, talk a little bit from your perspective in terms of being an offensive tackle, that deuce block, and how important the combination block is with the guard, and what makes a guard. What were some of the best qualities of that guard inside of you on a deuce block where the guard and the tackle come off on a defensive lineman and then work to that next level?
All right, so let's have a history lesson, shall we, real fast?
Okay.
The most famous deuce block of my career was Super Bowl 40.
Okay.
And I'll never forget this. We're playing the Seattle Seahawks, and we ran a play called Counter 34 Pike, single back power to the right. And we had a big responsibility. Kendall Simmons and I love Kendall. Kendall, is one of my favorite human beings on this planet. And we were working a deuce block up to Lofa Tatupu, who was the Mike backer at that point. Heath Miller, rookie on the outside. He has a man block on the end, and it's Bryce Fisher. He's taking Bryce Fisher man. We're double teaming on the D tackle going up to Lofa, and Red is wrapping around for the play side backer. And I just remember the biggest thing was if it was a thick like shade 3 technique on the guard, my job is to displace the entire left side of his body inside or equal to the guard. And the guard is supposed to stand up and kind of forklift the guy up. So it allows for me to make this kill shot to push him down or collapse his hip so that the guard can overtake him. And when you're thinking about that deuce block, the biggest thing is your guard has to be strong at the point. He has to lift the guy high enough so that that hip gets exposed. Because if they stay low, I'm 6'8", I'm trying to go down on like essentially a target that's at 3 feet. I need it up at around 4.5 feet, or 3.5 feet to 4 feet, right? Get him up to a position where I can go down, hit, and still keep my balance angle. And a good guard can forklift, show that hip, and allow the tackle to collapse that hip. Or you get shoulder to shoulder and you just road grade the guy north and south. Kendall Simmons, what made him so good, Kendall was so fast with his hands. And he had fast, powerful hands. So he locked into the tackle, the defensive tackle, lifted him up. I collapsed the hip down, and it gives me unabated access to then create the wall, right? Because you're creating the inside alleyway for that running back. And then the guy coming over, the counter, the pull guy in Alan Faneca is the guy that's creating the other side wall to create the funnel for the running back to run down, right? The alley or, the highway, however you want to describe that. And so what makes a really good guard in that moment is like he can lift up the guy and allow you to have a clean angle either at his rib cage or his hip. You're trying to hit right in between that sweet spot area to collapse that guy down without having to get tangled in. He doesn't allow you to get reached by the D tackle grabbing a hand and trying to grab your jersey. That's what really makes a good one. And I did that, sealed Lofa Tatupu. 72 yards later, longest rush in Super Bowl history.
Wow, there it is, off the deuce block.
Yeah. Max, wait, can you re-describe that in more detail, though? Can you?
Yeah. That was so good.
So my right shoelace only had a 3/4 tie on it, and it had an ankle wrap on the left one. No.
That's what I love about this, man. We get the grit.
Well,
you get down in it.
This is the essence of what I think a lot of people have been talking about for the last couple of days. How can the Cardinals run the ball better? Because you know that they can run the ball well with James Conner. They've been doing it for years now, and for some reason the first 2 weeks it just hasn't been there. So hopefully, Max, when we talk to you next week, they rediscovered it against San Francisco. Not the easiest team to do it against, but thank you so much, man. We really appreciate this, everything going on. Thanks,
Love
Max.
Love you, buddy.
My pleasure, guys. Y'all have a great rest of the week.
Okay.
All right, you too. That's Max Starks joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Cardinals and Sun Devil fans, next week is a huge one for both of our football teams, and we're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets starting Monday. Listen for the sounder at 7:15 a.m., 12:15, and 4:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets. The Cardinals are playing Thursday night against Seattle, and ASU's playing Friday night against TCU. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page, or just go to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. All right, when we come back, speaking of the Cardinals, how exactly should they be preparing for an also depleted 49ers team this weekend? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information, man. They came over to the Wolfley compound and they gave off some artificial grass in the backyard. And these guys are the real deal, man. They are the best in the business. If you're looking for artificial grass in your backyard, listen to this. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. All you need to do is text them at green. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Green to 620-620. You text green to 620-620, and you mention Wolf, and you're going to get 15% off, man. It's 15% off of this artificial grass if you text green to 620-620, or you can always go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com. Now listen, these guys are the best in the business. They're all from Wisconsin. They're blue collar through and through, family owned. Text green to 620-620 for 15% off. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything? Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds like the perfect scenario, right? And it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. You just buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. You don't have to get caught up in anything else. It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. Do it all on your timeline and avoid the extra hassles that you really don't need in the middle of all this. After that, the Orchard experts, they'll take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. That way they can make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. That's a huge part of this. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. You can do it quick online. That's orchard.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. It's getting real. Jordan Lawler walks off the Giants as the Dbacks earn a season series tiebreaker, the wrinkle that could jumpstart the Cardinals' run game, and Raleek Brown took a winding road to this Arizona State-Baylor matchup of Big 12's top 2 rushers. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back to the show. Mike Hazen's going to join us in about a half hour to talk, obviously, about the Diamondbacks. It'd be weird to have.
Cool. And it'll be over video today.
Nice, Hazen.
For the first time this season. So tune into the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for that.
I call Hayes doing video right before the Dbacks game. So that's, you definitely want to check that out, as Rick just said, on YouTube. And before we talk about the 49ers, I do want to throw out this kind of update for people that might just be jumping in the car or whatever. And if you had that feeling after the Cardinals game on Sunday, like, yeah, they're 2-0, but I don't know what to believe with the way they're closing out these games or whatever, that's one thing. if you had the feeling on Sunday, a lot like I did, of they're 2-0, but did they just lose all their corners for the season or something?
Yeah.
Here's the update from earlier today, courtesy of Jonathan Gannon. Yes, Garrett Williams is going on IR, but he's not necessarily done for the year. They said he could still return this year.
Incredibly good news.
And the other two guys aren't going on IR. In fact, Will Johnson and Max Melton are considered, quote, day by day, unquote, according to Jonathan Gannon. And the update this morning was that he was expecting Max Melton to be at practice today. Will Johnson, I think, isn't practicing today, but Max Melton might be practicing as soon as today.
You know, out in Amish country, they like to say, winner, winner, chicken dinner. That's what they like to say. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Like, that's a big deal.
I thought they said that in Vegas. Dinner. Is Vegas Amish country?
No.
Oh,
Are you kidding me? They ripped off the Amish? That's right. Here we go. Let's go bust it out in Vegas wearing an Amish hat. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. They like to say that. I just cannot believe that is the news coming down. You couldn't have better news, honestly, based on what we saw and what it looked like. And the fact that Max Melton and Garrett Williams, they were out of the game. They got hurt, and they were out of the game. It did not look good for either of those guys. And you're telling me that there's a chance Garrett Williams could come back. Now, again, we don't know if that's going to be the case, but there is a chance. And Max Melton is day-to-day? Man, this is metaphorically dodging a bullet.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at where the Cardinals were going into the game on Sunday, if I had told you, hey, you're going to come out of this and this is going to be your update, you wouldn't love that. I understand that. I mean, but where they were coming out of the game, it really did have a feel of like, yeah, they're 2-0. They're having a hard time closing these games out. And like, Wolf, this isn't, it didn't feel like this. This was happening yesterday. They were working out cornerbacks to maybe join the team. That's not something you're going to be able to withstand if you already lost Sean Murphy-Bunting and Star Thomas before the season, and then you had lost Garrett Williams, Max Melton, and Will Johnson for a substantial amount of time or potentially for the season. At a certain point, like, that's going to catch up with you. And this isn't week 14, and you're going to patch it together for a playoff run. It's only week 2. So the fact that it seems like Max Melton and Will Johnson are going to be back a lot sooner rather than later and maybe even as soon as this weekend, who knows? That's a game changer.
Yes, it is a game changer. It's kind of like Mac Jones with Kyle Shanahan. What a game changer that is for Mac Jones.
Yeah.
This is, I'm a little concerned. He looked really, really good. Watching him in his last game. And Mac Jones, the fact he had a quarterback rating of 113.1. Based on innings, you know I'm big on the quarterback rating in terms of a general stat, a general number that you can look at and say, wow, this guy played the position at a high level. It's pretty good. And the reason why I say that is year after year after year, just look at the top 10 quarterbacks with their quarterback rating, the top 10 quarterback ratings in the league, and you'll look at that and say, oh, that guy, of course, that guy. They're typically the best of the best are there, and they're there for a reason over the course of a season.
That's one of the better performances of Mac Jones' career, if you go by quarterback rating, just individual games. He's had a few that are higher, but you're talking about a guy whose career quarterback rating, even with that game mixed in, is 85.6.
Correct.
So the only reason that I'm drawing that distinction is that's his first game starting for the 49ers. He played 3 years for the Patriots and then a year with Jacksonville last year. And he did play actually quite a bit last year with Jacksonville. But Kyle Shanahan's offense
Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, he can make these quarterbacks look better than they are, and he did last week, and the Niners won.
Yeah, I think Kyle Shanahan is gifted in regard to mentoring and coaching a quarterback. He's very, very good. It's not just his offense, but it's also him and how he deals with these quarterbacks. You look at Brock Purdy and the way that Brock Purdy has grown with Kyle Shanahan. You look at that, and now Mac Jones, who's got all the talent, he's got all the tools he needs to be successful, and now he's with a quarterback guru, as far as I'm concerned, and Kyle Shanahan. So, yes, he he had the opportunity to play, and he played very, very well. Let's hope that he still has the ghost of Bill Belichick in the background.
Here's Nick Rollis talking about Kyle Shanahan specifically.
No one can do it like Kyle. He's special. It's layered. As a play caller, I think doesn't give you much. The way that he can dress things up every week, marries his run and pass game with how he's going to formation you and motion you and the actions he's going to give you. His pass game knows how to attack coverage over here, and if you don't give it to him, this is attacking your other coverage over here. So he's going to know your rules. He's going to know how to beat your rules. He's going to know how to marry his concepts on one side to the other. He always has quarterbacks that know how to read defenses and go through those progressions.
He does. He takes what you're good at and uses it against you, Kyle
Yes, absolutely right. Kyle Shanahan, especially in rundown situation, this is where the 49ers have thrived underneath Kyle Shanahan in rundown situation. And it's for a very basic reason. It's because he loves a lot of two-back. He does. As a matter of fact, look at the hit chart.
Yeah, there's the
What's
first thing that jumped out to
me. What's their number one personnel?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you with, what was it? It was 21. They ran 32%
21 personnel, 32% of the time.
But they
that's
run 22,
number one.
8% of the time, too.
That's right.
So 40% of the time, they have two backs.
In rundown situation, they have two backs, and what they love to do off of that, Basinonians, is play action. And what they do is they marry it up. You just heard Nick Rollis say that. They marry it up by making the play action look exactly like some of the runs they're going to highlight, of course. It's a simple concept. Let's just go ahead, and you will not be able to know for sure if we're running it or throwing it, because we're a really good play action team. He's always been great at that. It's a simple concept, only he takes it to the next level.
This is something you've talked about for years, even when you weren't talking about the 49ers. You know, pre-Jonathan Gannon, when the Cardinals offense looked very different, and you were talking about the virtues of, hey, you know, if you run play action, the other team has to pause for a second. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. If I'm a linebacker, if I'm Mack Wilson on Sunday, I got to wait for a second and be like, wait, does this go into Christian McCaffrey?
Yes.
Who you obviously have to give attention to. By the way, he is relatively healthy. A lot of the Niners offensive players are out right now. George Kittle's not playing. It doesn't sound like Brock Purdy's going to play, but Christian McCaffrey, I mean, he always could pop up on the injury report on a Friday, but Christian McCaffrey, by all accounts, is going to play this week, so be ready for that.
I just love that. Yeah, okay, we have no time. Rick is giving me the break, so I'm going to have to be quiet.
Again, we can do an extra long
There's
show.
so many women who are like, oh, I'm so glad he's going to stop talking.
Wolf's finally going to stop for a while. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, hey, kind of a big baseball game about to start here in roughly an hour. How can the Diamondbacks secure a very important sweep over the San Francisco Giants? We'll preview the series finale with Dbacks on deck next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 from Walker is cued back to the mound. It's under Walker's glove. Carroll scores, and the Diamondbacks win. 6-5 is your final. Lawler with a little sneeze that somehow gets past Ryan Walker, and once that happened, Carroll, you knew he was going to score.
Can the D-backs get one more W versus the Giants? We find out today with coverage going live from Chase Field at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. You need to go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. You really need to go to Aria Dental Implant Center because maybe you're not happy with your smile. I was smiling as my favorite baseball team scored the winning run last night. Oh, what a big smile that was. You know what? Maybe you want to smile real nice for the camera as well. Well, Aria Dental Implant Center can help you with that. It's called the All-On 4. I have had the All-On 4 dental implant treatment, and I can tell you it will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. And what I love, Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. How do they do that, brothers? Well, they do that because they're locally owned and they pass the savings onto their patients. Hey, listen, if you want a brand new set of beautiful teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee only at 72sold.com.
Society says, pay $7 for a fancy coffee. Sonic says, nah, how about $2.99 salted caramel toffee iced coffee with cold foam, salted caramel drizzle, and crunchy toffee pieces. That's Pinky's Up Fancy, fine china fancy, and grand piano in your living room fancy for just $2.99. Sonic salted caramel toffee iced coffee for just $2.99. It's the fancy without the pricey.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply for a limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, people are always talking about the easy experience at Liberty. What makes it different?
Glad you asked, Dave. We respect your time. That's why buying and servicing are quick and hassle-free. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back driving the next morning. Plus, get free wiper blades with every oil change.
And to celebrate football season, lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for $289 a month for 39 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Per head coach Jonathan Gannon, Arizona Cardinals cornerbacks Max Melton and Will Johnson are not headed to injured reserve. However, defensive lineman L.J. Collier and cornerback Garrett Williams are headed to injured reserve, but have not been ruled out for the season. All four players were injured in Sunday's win against the Carolina Panthers. The Arizona Diamondbacks, who sit just a game and a half back of the New York Mets for the final wild card spot in the National League, have the chance to get a huge sweep today at Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 12:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury will try to stave off elimination tonight at the New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 5. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Well, they're all big at this point. And that certainly includes this afternoon against the San Francisco Giants. The Diamondbacks have already locked up the series win. They've locked up the season series tiebreaker. At worst, their record against the Giants this season will be 7-6. But Wolf, you have a chance here to sweep the Giants and put 2.5 games of distance between yourself and San Francisco, a team you were chasing 48 hours ago. You got to jump on this if you can.
This is truly incredible what has transpired, of course, since last Friday. And the fact we were going into the weekend and we were even talking about the possibility of the Arizona Diamondbacks being in this thing. Can you imagine how cool this is? And the opportunity playing the Giants once again. Wouldn't that be cool if the opportunity was that it is here. It is here and it is happening. I think right now, all season long, we've talked about their inability to sweep teams and the fact that they got to get greedy now. How important would that be to possibly, this is the series where they finally get the sweep?
Good timing.
Wouldn't it be great right now to be able to do that?
Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. It's Brandon Fott on the mound for the Dbacks, 13-8, a 5.31.
Yes!
Right.
Brandon Fott!
5.31 ERA. Justin Verlander is on the mound for San Francisco, 3-10, but a 3.94 ERA. So they are not facing vintage Justin Verlander, the Hall of Famer, but he hasn't been bad this year. His win-loss record isn't great, but the ERA is usually what I look at more than the win-loss record for a pitcher, and he's been okay. So
yeah, let's just take advantage of scoring opportunities, whatever that might be. Let's not go first and third, nobody out, and post a 0 at the end of that frame.
Well, because as everybody knows, when you're in that situation, you should be scoring 1.74 runs per inning. It's obvious.
Expected run total.
Wolf broke out the expected run total stats earlier, and if I had a hat, it would have flown off like one of those old 1930s TV shows. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Not a whole lot right now as far as injuries, which is good since they've had plenty this year. But Lourdes Gurriel Jr. did have right ACL surgery on September 11th. That's the most recent thing. It's not breaking news. We knew it was going to happen, but he has had it. So, Wolf, let's get now to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
I think you already threw out the key to the game. You get guys on base, get them in.
Yeah, I've got another one, though. That I just said that because I wanted to say that. Base earnings, the key to the game, don't get down 4-0 in the first inning. That's my key to the game. Don't get down 4-0 in the first inning again, because the likelihood of you coming back and actually winning that game is not very good.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wouldn't test that again. I'll just throw this out there because you watch the Diamondbacks now, and their lineup it doesn't look depleted, but it is depleted compared to what it was before the trade deadline. Now, who cares, because this lineup wins, and that one wasn't. But your guys that when they come up, especially in key moments like this, that you expect to get hits from, they're condensed near the top of that lineup right now with Perdomo, Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Gabby Moreno batting 1 through 4. So you need to get production out of those guys, and you have been, although I have the rest of the lineup here. It's Blaze Alexander batting 5th, James McCann 6th, Alec Thomas 7th, Tim Tawaz playing 1st, batting 8th, and Jake McCarthy batting 9th and left. you also need to get clutch hits from those guys, from the other guys whose averages maybe aren't as high as a Perdomo, let's say. And they've been getting the clutch hits from other guys that it's not about the stats, it's about when you get the hits this time of year.
Yeah, I just want to say this quickly, too. I thought Ryan Walker hit Perdomo on purpose. I thought he threw at him in that situation, yes. With a runner on third and first base open, it was like, we're not letting this guy beat us. Hit him square in the back.
Hit him on the other side of the back.
Correct.
Which you never, so you're left-handed hitter, so it's your right, rib cage that's facing the pitcher. He got hit on the left side of the back somehow. I've never seen that.
I'm just wondering if there might be a little retribution actually today in Game 3 of this series. That's something to look for.
The last thing we need is another player getting hurt at the plate.
Did that cross your mind?
Yeah, it did.
It did.
It did just because he got hit on the other side of the back.
It was right in the back.
And it was the first pitch. So it's not like you're conserving pitches by doing it on the first pitch if you're going to do it. It was weird. I'll give you that. Set up the double play, whatever. Yeah, you're right. Maybe something to keep an eye on today.
Yeah, we're not going to pitch around him and walk him. We're going to drill him right in the back.
Yeah. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. And I tell you, these standings mean a lot right now. I love the idea, Wolf, because you've put this thought in my mind that there's always somebody jumping in the car or flipping on YouTube or whatever that hasn't been paying close attention lately.
Yeah.
And they're just like, oh, talking D-backs. Okay, I get it. What are they, 8 games out now? They're a game and a half out, buddy. If they win today and the Mets lose, they're a half game out.
Unbelievable what is going on right now. It's such a testament to every guy that is in the clubhouse for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And Torrey, what an incredible job Torrey has done.
The Mets have won 2 in a row. They're playing the Padres later today. I think it's a 4 o'clock, 4:10 start. But the Diamondbacks are a game and a half back of the Mets. And now Cincinnati and San Francisco are both a game and a half back of the Diamondbacks. So the other thing here is if you win today, you're almost pushing the Giants completely out of this playoff picture. And then they wouldn't be done, but you'd be pushing them way back. So that'd be nice to do as well. All right, when we come back, we got one more segment before the game. So why not talk to D-backs general manager Mike Hazen and get his thoughts on what his team is doing next? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Sonic brings fans the Sonic Smasher. And when you buy one Sonic Smasher, you get another free in the app. Because you deserve a burger with 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties served hot off the grill. Just like you deserve a 5-star receiver who doesn't decommit a week before the opener, a QB who doesn't transfer to a bigger program, and a conference where away games aren't 3 time zones away. While we can't give you everything you deserve, we can give you buy one, get one free Sonic Smashers.
Tax not included. See app for details. Limited time offer at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on.
If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Worried about outliving your retirement savings? You're not alone. That's why Canvas Annuity created the Forever Fund, a straightforward way to turn your retirement savings into a guaranteed paycheck for the rest of your life. Choose from a range of custom paycheck options designed to fit your needs and fund your future in minutes with our fast, secure online application. Visit canvasannuity.com today. That's canvasannuity.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, Dbacks Giants today from Chase Field. Wolf and Dbacks have won 4 in a row. They've won 5 of 6. They're 26-17 since the trade deadline. 10-3-1 in the 14th series since the trade deadline. Dbacks General Manager Mike Hazen is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Mike, thank you for the time. How are you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going
good.
okay, Mike.
I guess let's just start with those numbers I threw out there and the fact that you guys, most importantly, are just a game and a half out of a playoff spot. Quite the run since the trade deadline. What do you make of what your team has shown you over the last month and a half?
Yeah, I'm extremely impressed with the way this group has played baseball since the trade deadline. I'm a genius, aren't I? I just feel like the way we're playing baseball now is a much cleaner, faster version of what we were. We obviously were very talented. I do still believe that. I probably still believe in the end that would be on paper in a better spot in some cases for sure if I hadn't sold at the deadline. I do think this newer version of the team, there's even seeing guys like Lawler and others up here on the bases, what Blaze is doing defensively at third base, what we're doing in the outfield with Barossa even going in late in games. I feel like that version of this team is playing a better brand of baseball, maybe one that's more suited to our skill set and what we try to do. And I think, they need to keep their heads down and keep playing hard. We still have, there's a mountain in front of us that still is yet to be climbed, if even possible. But I do believe that this team has the capabilities of going out every night and playing clean game defensively on the bases and have good at-bats. And I think that's a recipe for winning baseball games. And we have shown that over the last couple of months.
Mike, 26-17 since the trade deadline right now. Is this the reason why you didn't trade Zach Gallen?
I will no. If I'm being totally honest with you.
Okay.
It looks like that now, and great, and what a decision. I'll tell you what the decision was, and I think I said it to you guys at the time because you asked me that question on the day after the deadline, and I think I'm going to answer the exact same way, which is this. Playing in the second half was extremely important to me. Having a good group of players that we still were going to have and playing good baseball was very important because I do not believe that, and I've said this I think fairly consistently, what happened in 2021 is not something that I take for granted in bouncing back from. Once the culture of losing sets in, it is a very hard thing to get out of young players' heads, in my opinion, that it's okay, you're in the big leagues, you're making a lot of money, the travel's great, your stats are going to get you paid, all good things, fine. But what about the winning part of it? And I was extremely concerned about that. I would have traded Zach if we got the right value for him just because of the situation we were in. But the reason I held the line that I held in terms of his value and what we felt like he was as a pitcher, and clearly he's turning around as one of the best pitchers in the National League again, which we knew was there. That was not going to be an accident. It was just Zach getting going in another direction. That he was going to add more to this organization than what I was going to get for in a trade, and I just wasn't willing to drop that price. And that's the reason he didn't get traded. And sitting here today, yeah, I'm pretty thankful that he didn't get traded.
Yeah, I think everybody is. We're talking to Mike Hazen. Mike, this is essentially, it feels like a playoff series right now against the Giants, and the one that starts later this week will feel like that as well. These are obviously huge games, and your lineup is different than it was 2 months ago, but it seems like your team has the timely hitting gene that teams that are successful this time of year have. Have you noticed that too?
I think what we have, yes, it definitely feels that way, and I understand that. I think what we have, this lineup, while it's lost considerable power for sure, we took a 50 home run hitter out of it, among others. What's been replaced is contact and speed, and I think in these moments, when you have runners on base, and we do a good job of getting guys on base and grinding pitching, and we still have that skill set. I mean, Perdomo's the best in baseball at it. It gives you opportunity to always have runners on base, and with contact and speed, and what you saw last night, Blaze putting pressure with the bunt, right? It was a routine bunt right back to the pitcher. Well, if we have somebody that's running half of Blaze's speed, maybe he doesn't take his foot off the base. But because Blaze is standing right on top of him, it made that play a little bit more difficult. And that inch then put that pitcher in a bases-loaded situation with nobody out instead of second and third and one out. All of these things compound during the course of a game. And, yes, you have to take advantage of those things, but I think when you're pressing contact and speed, I think that adds a different element and gives defenders more things to have to worry about. And I think that's what this offense does. And I like that. We know that we like this style of brand of baseball. I think we're better suited to play this brand of baseball than wait for the 3-run home run, and forces our position players to stay more engaged 1 through 9 than Gino rescuing us with a 3-homer game. Right? I don't think going into any game, that's our expectation.
When I think of any professional sport for the most part, I think of what happens out on the field or the diamond, what happens out there, it starts in the clubhouse. To me, this is just me once again. What changed in that clubhouse, if anything? Did anything change, Mike, inside the clubhouse at all after the trade deadline?
It's a great question. Obviously, something did in terms of what's transpiring on the field, and I agree with you 1,000%. Yes, I do think what happens inside translates to going to outside. No, we never had a bad group. These guys have always gotten along. They've always worked extremely hard. It's one of the calling cards that Torrey has and his coaches have. I watch every day, and these guys, when we were sliding around the trading deadline or what we're doing now, it's the same level of work, and it's impressive, and I respect it, and it's frankly it's demanded, so it's fine. But they're doing that. I think this group of kids And they, they've connected with each other. They've all played with each other in the minor leagues. I think the brand of baseball is what's changed. I think what we have expected of them has changed. I think that's more than anything else. I don't think it's anything from a relationship standpoint. And as you know, once some level of belief starts setting in, I think that's also a very powerful thing. I think that's also happening. I think last night's game, we were down 4-0 in the first inning. I believe if that game was played in Detroit in July, we lose that game 7 or 8-1. But that's not the way that's going now, because I think people walk in the bottom of the first inning, and it's like, all right, let's get started. And I think that's what's happening. And that's a good thing for us. And I think it's a very dangerous position for other teams playing us to be in, because, and I'm sure that's the feeling that we're starting to give other teams. And I believe that's what, yes, you referenced playoff games. These are all playoff games for us. We have to win every game. There's not going to be any rest. The Mets are going to go on a run. And if we're going to have any chance to catch the Mets, we're going to have to play better.
Mike, it's always great talking to you, especially right now with all this going on.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you.
We'll talk to you.
All right,
Take
sounds
care.
good. That's Mike Hazen joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We don't have a ton of time to react today, so we'll react tomorrow. Wolf.
Something changed.
But that is worth reacting to, and I love what he said. This has been a pet peeve of mine for years with teams that are just like, well, we'll just tank. We'll just tank for a few years. Well, we'll just tank. And then we're going to have a bunch of first and second year players and nothing else around them. What he said about once you let the culture of losing set in, it's really hard to get rid of it. I'm sure other GMs think that way too, but that is the essence of why I hate that just loser, let's tank mentality.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not going just right. Let's just give up for 3 years. We'll still charge you for tickets. Let's just tank. You tank, you don't get out of it.
Let's get greedy. How about a dub today? A sweep of the Giants. Let's go.
I do like that he acknowledged that the Zach Gallen thing wasn't some genius move by him. It was smart to not give up on him, though. I mean, for nothing. Anyway, we got Dbacks Giants coming up. So thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. Baseball next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. As a pool buyer, you want to make sure you not only get exactly what you want, but you get a product that is guaranteed to be quality. Presidential Pools provides a leading 5-year warranty. That's right, that's the best in the business. They back their products, and they are a company that isn't going to be gone in a few years or might not finish the job, brothers. You can count on Arizona's largest pool builder, just like we did at the Wolfley compound, and a bunch of people, of course, in our office. They have all benefited from working with Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools and Spas, they're going to show up and they're going to offer you everything that you need to get the best pool. They'll tell you and advise you what you want and what you don't want. That's what they did with us at the Wolfley compound. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Low T? Start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
2-2, that's hit well. Deep to right field. Back to back go the Diamondbacks.
Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball. Presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fry's. Hey, Dbacks fans, score big game day meals at Fry's with savings beyond low prices, including digital coupons worth over $600 each week. Fry's, fresh for everyone. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, Dbacks BP Show.
The Snakes have already won the series, but today they go for the sweep of a division foe. Welcome to the Dbacks BP Show as the Arizona Diamondbacks get ready for the series finale against the San Francisco Giants. Live from Chase Field, my name is Steve Zinsmeister with our producer and engineer Leo Kilmartin, and our technical director is Ryan Sikora. Last night, two teams desperate for a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. The Giants got out to an early 4-run lead after just the first inning, and things were not looking all that great for the Diamondbacks. But they kept their heads, whittled away at that lead, tying the game in the 5th inning, and they failed to score in the 6th, 7th, and 8th, despite having multiple base runners in all of those innings. But it was the 9th where they came up big to load the bases with no outs, and it was Jordan Lawler's dribbler past the mound that scored Corbin Carroll for the win. Lawler's first career walk-off hit. But there were so many other great things that happened in that game. Ketel Marte got 2 hits, hopefully a breakthrough for him as he has struggled a bit lately. Understandable, given that he had fouled a ball off his foot just a couple of days ago, and he's been dealing with that contusion. Adrian Del Castillo, the 2-run homer that he hit yesterday during that comeback. And then the bullpen was fantastic as well. 4 shutout innings with not a single base runner. A pretty remarkable feat, actually. So now, as I mentioned in the open, the D-backs have won the series already, as well as the season series against the Giants. That gives them the important tiebreaker over San Francisco if it becomes necessary. The Mets are still clinging to that last wild card spot for now, with Arizona just a game and a half back. and they've got 10 games left to play, including today. The Giants and Reds, both 3 games back of the Mets, and the D-backs hold the tiebreaker over New York, but New York has played 1 less game than Arizona, so keep that in mind as well. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound for Arizona today. He's 13-8 with a 5.31 ERA this season, but his last outing in Minnesota didn't go so great. Gave up 5 runs on 9 hits, including 2 big home runs. But the good news is that he's been much better here at home this season. At Chase Field, his ERA is 3.50, about half of what it is when he pitches on the road. And he needs to be aware of Willy Adames today. He's hitting .571 against Brandon Pfaadt in 9 career plate appearances. Justin Verlander may be heading to the Baseball Hall of Fame here in the near future, but not before finishing his 20th season in the big leagues. He takes the ball for the finale, and he's been on a heater lately after tossing 7 innings of 1-run ball against the Dodgers just the other day. But before that, he shut out the Cardinals and the Orioles in consecutive outings. That is a 0.50 ERA in his last 3 starts combined. And he faced Arizona back in May, getting a quality start, 2 runs in 6 innings. Not a lot of changes to the lineup for the Diamondbacks today, but there are a few things of note. With it being a day game, James McCann will do the catching for Pfaadt. Those two have been building up a rapport here over the last couple of weeks, but Torey Lovullo wants Gabby Moreno's bat in the lineup, so he will be the designated hitter here this afternoon. And since his return from the injured list, he's hitting .333 with a .970 OPS. He is a must-have bat, and today he will be the cleanup hitter behind the big 3, Perdomo, Marte, and Carroll, as usual. Coming up next, we'll go around the league and check out all the action across Major League Baseball as we approach the home stretch. More of the D-backs BP show right after this on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Fry's shoppers. You never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Get ready to level up your trading card collection with 2025 Topps Chrome Baseball. Packed with the hottest rookies and fan-favorite vets. This year's release is an absolute showstopper, all in the signature chrome shine. We're talking jaw-dropping designs and, of course, those coveted chrome rookie autos. So, whether you're chasing hits or just looking to pull heat straight from the pack, Topps Chrome is the move this season. Head over to Topps.com and start your chase today with 2025 Topps Chrome Baseball.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Honeywell Aerospace Technologies is proud to partner with the Arizona Diamondbacks to support STEM education in Arizona schools through the Future Shaper STEM Grants program. 10 schools will receive $5,000 each to fund STEM projects that inspire students and teachers. Are you looking for a rewarding career? Do you want to work for a company that is positively impacting the world through cutting-edge aerospace technology and community engagement? If so, Honeywell Aerospace Technologies is the place for you. Visit www.honeywell.com/careers to check out all of the career opportunities and learn how to become a Future Shaper. And go Diamondbacks!
With the Caesars Sportsbook app, you can bet while all the Diamondbacks action is in full swing. Parlay your favorite player props, home run hitters, and more with same-game parlays. Or select from today's pre-built parlays with quick picks. Plus, bet every inning live in the app. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Caesars Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.